Chapter 528. The Shura sovereign couldn't wait to catch the mountain and river cauldron. As expected, the mountain and river cauldron fell into the Shura sovereign's hands. Haha. Very good. You can all die now. The Shura sovereign laughed heartily. He didn't expect to get his hands on such a heaven-defying ancient treasure so easily. In this world of death, a supreme treasure was known as a heaven-defying ancient treasure. It was the strongest treasure and weapon in this world. Legend had it that those who obtained a heaven-defying ancient treasure would have the opportunity to enter the source of this world. They would be able to break through the shackles of this world and enter another world. Legend was legend after all. There was no evidence to prove its authenticity. However, since ancient times, there were many unimaginably powerful existences in the world of death who entered the source of this world. Then they never came out again. It was rumored that these supreme experts had already entered another world to pursue even greater power. These legends weren't a secret in the inner regions of the world of death. However, in the outer regions of the world of death, only the undead creatures with cultivation above the Emperor realm knew about these secrets. Haha. I, the Shura sovereign, am now qualified to enter that place. The Shura sovereign was wild with joy. However, he didn't forget to kill Gu Fei and He Tian because of this. This matter was too important. After obtaining this heaven-defying ancient treasure, the Shura sovereign didn't dare to stay on Azura Island any longer. If the Blood Fiend ancestor returned and saw that the heaven-defying ancient treasure was gone, he would definitely turn the entire Azura Island upside down. Although the Shura sovereign was extremely powerful, even stronger than the undead creatures of the Emperor realm, he had no choice but to submit to the Blood Fiend ancestor. Are you going to go back on your word? Gu Fei stared at the Shura sovereign in the blood mist and said coldly, Humph. So what if I go back on my word? What can you do to me? The Shura sovereign said disdainfully, Killing you is like killing two ants. Who do you think I am? How can I talk about honor with ants like you? Obediently accept your death. I might be able to make you suffer less. The Shura sovereign was like a high and mighty god looking down on the lowly creatures beneath his feet, incomparably arrogant. Boss, I'm really going to die this time. The soul flame in He Tian's skull pulsated violently, emitting a horrified soul fluctuation. In fact, when Gu Fei handed over the mountain and river cauldron, this guy had already guessed what Gu Fei was going to do. He was just cooperating with Gu Fei to put on a show. However, it had to be said that this ruffian, He Tian, really had a talent for acting. His acting was so realistic that there was not a single flaw. Just then, a few powerful evil auras appeared in the distance. The other blood Shura on the island were alarmed and were rushing towards the giant city. The Shura sovereign didn't say anything else. He extended his blood-red right hand and pressed it down on Gu Fei and He Tian. Pang! A demonic blood-red light appeared in his hand. The powerful force caused ripples in the void around the Shura sovereign's right hand. The Shura sovereign was about to attack and kill Gu Fei, but at this moment, Gu Fei's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. Then, the Shura sovereign felt the mountain and river cauldron in his left hand suddenly sink. A powerful aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe suddenly erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Not good. The Shura sovereign was shocked. However, before he could react, the mountain and river cauldron in his hand suddenly expanded to the size of a mountain. A powerful force surged out of the mountain and river cauldron and froze the space around it. The mountain and river cauldron displayed the power to suppress all directions. The entire void seemed to solidify and the Shura sovereign was imprisoned in the sky. Roar! The Shura sovereign roared angrily. He desperately urged his strength, wanting to break the imprisonment power and rush out. The entire world trembled under the Shura sovereign's power. Even the mountain and river cauldron shook from the impact of the Shura sovereign's blood-red light. It seemed to be able to break out of the void that was imprisoned by the mountain and river cauldron. Boss, we should take this opportunity to escape. He Tian hurriedly transmitted his voice. The mountain and river cauldron temporarily suppressed the Shura king, but the Shura sovereign's strength was too strong. Even the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be unable to suppress him. What are you afraid of? Watch me suck him into the mountain and river cauldron and refine him. Gu Fei shouted coldly. He then rushed to the side of the mountain and river cauldron and placed his right hand on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. You ant, I will capture your divine soul and use the demonic blood fire to suppress it for 10,000 years. I will make you suffer the pain of refining your divine soul. Only then will I completely kill you. The Shura sovereign was completely furious. He never thought that a weak life like an ant in front of him would dare to plot against him. It was unforgivable. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. That will absolutely not happen, because you won't have the chance. As he said that, Gu Fei roused his yuan qi and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron, stimulating the supreme power of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The giant ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come to life, emitting extremely powerful soul fluctuations. However, the divine souls of the giant ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron didn't take form. Gu Fei didn't use the power of the ancient beast souls. His goal was to guide the primordial chaos qi, suck the Shura sovereign into the cauldron, and then completely refine him. Rumble! The entire world shook violently under the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The void seemed like it could collapse at any time. The Hei Tian saw that the situation wasn't right, so he had already escaped far away. After the mountain and river cauldron absorbed nearly 1/3 of Gu Fei's yuan qi, the primordial chaos qi gushed out from the mountain and river cauldron like a primordial dragon. It swept down from the mouth of the cauldron, wrapped around the Shura sovereign, and pulled him into the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The mouth of the cauldron was pitch black, and the primordial chaos qi surged. It transformed into a heaven-devouring power, as if it wanted to suck the entire world into the cauldron. The Shura sovereign, who was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos qi, roared again and again. Pang! 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 The Shura sovereign's power shook the heavens, and his cultivation was unparalleled. The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. The primitive beast soul on the body of the cauldron also showed signs of rushing out of the cauldron. He wanted to break the mountain and river cauldron and rush out. However, the mountain and river cauldron was the fastest treasure to be accessed by the computer. Even if it was a real Supreme Almighty, they would not be able to destroy it. The Shura sovereign was only putting up a last-ditch struggle. Gu Fei withdrew his right hand from the body of the cauldron, and then flew up into the sky. He sat cross-legged above the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the mouth of the cauldron. Endless yuan qi surged from his body, and began to refine the Shura sovereign inside the cauldron. A desperate roar and a blood-curdling scream came from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a dazzling divine light, like a burning ancient divine mountain. Within the light, the shadows of countless beasts could be vaguely seen. Swoosh! 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 Figures flickered nearby. The experts of the Blood Azura clan had finally come near. Soon, the experts of the Blood Azura clan were engaged in a fierce battle with the Hei Tian. Bang! A blood fiend Azura with a pair of wings on his back and a blood-red horn on his head punched Hei Tian and sent him flying. Boom! He crashed into a 1,000-pound boulder, causing dust and rocks to fly everywhere. Wah wah wah! Boss, save me! Hei Tian cried out in panic. The blood fiend Azura with a blood-red horn on his head was incomparably powerful. His strength was actually stronger than Hei Tian's. At this moment, another blood fiend Azura rushed towards Hei Tian. Hei Tian could not help but be moved. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, the other party was still rushing over from all directions. Boom! Another blood fiend Azura kicked Hei Tian and sent him flying. Fortunately, his yin-yang bone body was incomparably hard. Otherwise, his bones would have been smashed into pieces. When Gu Fei saw that Hei Tian was in danger, he hurriedly opened his inner world and directly threw the Bone Emperor out. The Bone Emperor was originally staying well in Gu Fei's inner world. He originally wanted to wait until the battle outside was over before leaving. However, he was suddenly thrown out by Gu Fei. While he was shocked and angry, he could not help but greet all 18 generations of Gu Fei's ancestors. This Bone Emperor had been subdued by Old Tortoise. After becoming Old Tortoise's bone slave, he already had a belly full of work to do and could not find a place to vent his anger. It was just the right time to vent his anger on these blood fiend Azuras. Buzz! A terrifying soul fluctuation erupted from the Bone Emperor's skull. The soul fire in the skull was like a sun. It emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Chi 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 chi. Vast soul power condensed into millions of soul divine light that pierced through the air. It was like a divine sword that shook the heavens as it shot out in all directions. The blood fiend Asuras that were charging over from all directions were instantly within the range of the Bone Emperor's attack. They looked at the light of destruction that was shooting towards them in fear. Miserable cries, alarmed cries, and furious roars resounded. The Bone Emperor's attack was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he caused those blood fiend Asuras to panic. Demonic flowers of blood erupted around the rocky mound. Many blood fiend Asuras had their bodies penetrated by the soul divine light and rolled off the rocky mound. Only a dozen blood fiend Asuras with blood-colored horns on their heads shattered the soul divine light and continued to charge towards the Bone Emperor and He Tian. A few single-horned blood fiend Asuras soared into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron. However, even though these blood fiend Asuras were powerful, when they got close to Gu Fei, they were sent flying thousands of feet away by a powerful force and exploded in the void. Those blood fiend Asuras were shattered by the terrifying force of the mountain and river cauldron. They turned into clouds of blood mist and died. When all the blood fiend Asuras saw this, they were all shocked. None of them dared to soar into the sky and charge towards Gu Fei. Although the blood fiend Asura tribe was ferocious and warlike, it didn't mean that they were willing to throw their lives away. The Bone Emperor displayed the powerful battle prowess of the Emperor realm. With a single punch, he blasted a single-horned blood fiend Asura into pieces. With a stomp, he crushed the head of another blood fiend Asura. He was like the reincarnation of a god of death as he rapidly reaped the lives of these blood fiend Asuras. The Bone Emperor went on a killing spree and mercilessly killed all the blood fiend Asuras who dared to charge towards the rocky mound. He could finally vent the anger in his chest. On the other hand, that ruffian He Tian retreated after the Bone Emperor made his move. He watched from the side as the Bone Emperor went on a killing spree. At this moment, those powerful single-horned blood fiend Asuras no longer cared about He Tian as they all attacked the Bone Emperor. However, the ferocious attack was indeed met with an even more ferocious counterattack. The Bone Emperor's attack was very direct. He continuously tore apart, shattered, and stomped on the blood fiend Asuras who were charging towards him. The stench of blood dyed his body red. He was bathing in the fresh blood of the blood fiend Asuras. On the rocky mound, there was a large amount of flesh and blood scattered. An extremely pungent smell wafted in the air. There was also a bloody mist that had yet to dissipate. The entire rocky mound had become a slaughterhouse. After the last blood fiend Asura was killed by the Bone Emperor, no other blood fiend Asura dared to charge towards the rocky mound. Even the powerful blood fiend Asura wasn't a match for the Bone Emperor. Those hornless blood fiend Asuras didn't dare to send themselves to their deaths. After this short but intense battle, one could tell the level of these blood fiend Asuras. Those hornless blood fiend Asuras were obviously of the weaker level. Those blood fiend Asuras with blood-colored horns were the strongest among these blood fiend Asuras. Over a dozen blood fiend Asuras had the strength of a king in the death world. Unfortunately, they had encountered an emperor, who was even stronger than a king. When Gu Fei saw that the blood fiend Asuras were temporarily intimidated by the Bone Emperor, he no longer had any worries and focused all his energy on refining the Asura Emperor. The mountain and river cauldron revolved slowly in the air above the rocky mound. Its entire body emitted a brilliant glow as a terrifying power surged. The despairing roars from within the cauldron became weaker and weaker. In the end, the desolate beast souls on the cauldron still transformed from the cauldron. They rushed into the cauldron and participated in refining the Asura Emperor. After those beast souls rushed into the mountain and river cauldron, their soul power was absorbed. The mountain and river cauldron immediately shone brightly like a blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the world. All the experts on Asura Island who could match the Bone Emperor had been summoned by the Blood Fiend Patriarch. The only one who could deal with the Bone Emperor, the Asura Emperor, had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Hence, the Blood Fiend Asura tribe was in a tragedy. More and more Blood Fiend Shuras gathered around the rocky hill. However, they could only watch as Gu Fei gradually refined their emperor. The Shura sovereign in the cauldron screamed again and again. In the end, it became completely weak and became silent. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron also quieted down. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, shrunk to an inch tall and appeared in his palm. __8. Chapter 529. After Gu Fei refined the Shura sovereign, he was extremely weak. At this moment, the ruffian He Tian came over to fawn over him. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Before He Tian could flatter him, he saw that Gu Fei's face was as pale as a sheet. Gu Fei's body was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Hurry up and carry me. Let's leave this place. Their experts should be back soon," Gu Fei said to He Tian weakly. After refining the Shura sovereign, the energy in his body had almost been drained by the mountain and river cauldron. "Yes, boss." He Tian didn't say much. He carried Gu Fei on his back and rushed out of Azura Island. The Bone Emperor brought up the rear. From time to time, powerful blood fiend Azuras would soar into the sky in an attempt to intercept Gu Fei and the others. However, these blood fiend Azuras who dared to attack were instantly killed by the Bone Emperor. Originally, with the Shura sovereign overseeing Azura Island, there should have been no danger. This was because the Shura sovereign was even stronger than the Emperor Bone Emperor. Unfortunately, the Shura sovereign was too confident in his own strength. As a result, he didn't care about Gu Fei and He Tian at all. Hence, the insufferably arrogant Shura sovereign met a tragic end. The emperor of the blood fiend Azura clan had actually been refined to death by an ant. If news of this got out, the blood fiend Azura clan would really lose face. Gu Fei knew that something had happened on Azura Island. As long as the emperor experts summoned by the blood fiend patriarch hadn't been killed by the old turtle, they would rush back immediately. Even the blood fiend patriarch might be able to shake off the old turtle and return to Azura Island. If they didn't leave now, when the true experts of the blood fiend Azura clan returned, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. With the escort of the emperor, expert like the Bone Emperor, He Tian and Gu Fei didn't need to hide at all. They rushed out of the island. Along the way, they passed by some castles guarded by experts. One or two powerful blood fiend Azuras would rush out of the castles to intercept Gu Fei and Gu Fei. Although these single-horned blood fiend Azuras were extremely powerful, they were nothing in front of the Bone the Arch. They were mercilessly killed by the Bone the Arch in a single exchange. The stench of blood rained down from the sky as dismembered corpses fell from the sky. They were simply sending themselves to their deaths. The one-horned blood fiend Shura was simply not a match for the Bone Emperor. The two of them were simply not on the same level. No matter how many one-horned blood fiend Shura came, they would be killed by the Bone Emperor. Soon, He Tian rushed out of Azura Island with Gu Fei on his back and disappeared above the Blood Sea. Quite a number of blood fiend Azuras chased them out of Azura Island. However, the Blood Sea was shrouded in mist and visibility was very low. It was impossible to determine the direction. Not long after entering the Blood Sea, these blood fiend Azuras lost track of Gu Fei and Gu Fei. Not long after Gu Fei and Gu Fei left, 3 blood-colored beams of light appeared in the distant sky. They tore through the pitch-black void and rushed into Azura Island. As Gu Fei had expected, the experts of the blood fiend Azura clan had really returned to Azura Island. Following which, a few angry and sorrowful roars could be heard from the island. It could be said that the blood fiend Azura clan had suffered heavy losses this time. Almost all the monarch experts had been killed by the Bone Emperor. Even the Azura sovereign, who was guarding Azura Island, had been refined to death by Gu Fei. The blood fiend Azura clan had suffered a great loss. It would probably take them several hundred years to recover. While Azura Island was in a mess, Gu Fei, He Tian, and the Bone Emperor were already thousands of miles away. He Tian was no stranger to the Blood Sea. He carried Gu Fei on his back and brought the Bone Emperor with him as they flew close to the surface of the Blood Sea. There was a blood mist on the surface of the sea, so it was not easy for them to be discovered by the blood fiend Azura clan. 10 to 12 hours later, He Tian had actually rushed out of the Blood Sea with Gu Fei on his back and entered a barren mountain. The Blood Sea was not endless. As long as a powerful creature was familiar with the Blood Sea, it would not be trapped by it. Otherwise, wouldn't the blood fiend Azura clan be trapped in the Blood Sea? This He Tian had definitely visited the lair of the blood fiend Azura clan before. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with this incomparably evil Nether Blood Sea. He Tian was extremely cunning and astute. Otherwise, with so many enemies, he would have been killed many times over. He carried Gu Fei on his back and found a secluded little valley. Then, he opened up a temporary cave abode in the depths of the valley and found a huge rock to block the cave entrance. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the newly opened cave abode. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he finally recovered some energy. Then, he said to the Bone Emperor, "Go find your master and tell him that I am here. I might need to go into seclusion for a period of time." When the Bone Emperor heard this, he did not say anything and left immediately. After the Bone Emperor left, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and entered it with He Tian. This newly opened cave abode became an empty cave abode. Once the owner of the inner world entered it, the inner world would not move. Therefore, if Gu Fei wanted to come out of the inner world, he would only appear in this cave abode. The spatial coordinates for opening and closing the inner world were fixed. There would not be a situation where one would enter the inner world from one place and then come out from another place. At least, given Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could not do this unless he had the cultivation of an almighty. Gu Fei's inner world had already grown to a radius of several dozen miles. The spiritual energy in the inner world was extremely dense, and the life aura was even more exuberant. Lush green grass and bright flowers began to appear on the originally barren land. There were even bees and butterflies fluttering among the flowers. A radius of several dozen miles was insignificant compared to the old turtle's small world, which had a radius of 1,000 miles. Within the radius of several dozen miles, there was a valley filled with spiritual energy and abnormally exuberant vitality. This valley was the source of life in this inner world. The valley was lush and verdant. In the flat central area, there was a place where countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth grew. There was a small pool that was about 1 square foot. Inside the pool, dark green spring water gurgled and overflowed with sparkling brilliance, as if it was formed by the convergence of bejeweled nectar. At this moment, a person was lying in the small pool. It was a weary-looking young man who seemed to have lost a large amount of vitality. This young man was Gu Fei. A skeleton with a black and white bone body was sitting cross-legged beside the pool. Yin and yang qi circulated above the skeleton, and the surrounding life essence was constantly gathering in its skull. This skeleton was cultivating. In order to refine the Shura sovereign, it could be said that Gu Fei had paid a considerable price. His originally exuberant vitality had almost dried up. Now that he was soaking in the pool, Gu Fei's body began to rapidly absorb the vitality essence. It was like a desert that had been suffering from a drought for a long time finally receiving dew. As Gu Fei lay in the pool, he felt that his throat was dry and cracked. He had lost a large amount of vitality, causing his entire body to collapse. He began to drink the divine spring of life. The spring water was very sweet, and it also had bursts of fragrance. It moisturized Gu Fei's throat like bejeweled nectar, leaving an endless aftertaste. This was Gu Fei's first time drinking the divine spring of life. The dried-up vitality gradually regenerated in his body. His flesh and blood slowly recovered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were slowly nourished by the vitality essence. After drinking a large amount of the divine spring of life, Gu Fei's body was filled with a vast amount of vitality. He lay in the spring water and didn't want to move anymore. He lay there for a full 6 hours. The vitality essence gradually replenished the vitality in his body. He could feel that the vitality in his body was gradually becoming stronger. At this time, Gu Fei moved his arms and legs. His body suddenly emitted a burst of crackling sounds. Soaking in the divine spring of life, Gu Fei felt very comfortable and calm. His flesh and blood were very comfortable. As he soaked in the spring water, a large amount of vitality essence entered his body through his pores. Next to the divine spring of life was a small tree that was half a meter tall. It flickered with green light and looked like it was carved out of jade. There were many magical fruits on the branches of the small tree. Each fruit had yin and yang energy curling around it. The faint fruity fragrance was enough to raise one's spirit. Although the small tree was short, its branches were vigorous and powerful. They snaked and stretched like a horned dragon. This small tree seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. It gave off a very strange feeling of vicissitudes and vicissitudes. This was the immortal god tree and immortal god fruit, which were rarer and more precious than the longevity grass. In the world of death, the immortal god fruit was also known as the divine yin-yang fruit. Gu Fei did not eat the immortal god fruit again. Even if he did not eat it, he could still recover the vitality that he had used. After an unknown period of time, the vitality in Gu Fei's body flourished again. The power of the 5 elements was boiling, rolling and surging like waves. This divine spring was too magical. It actually allowed him to completely recover his vitality in such a short time. If he had relied on his own cultivation, it would have taken him a month or 2 to recover. Gu Fei stood up and walked out of the divine spring. He waved his arms vigorously, as if there was an inexhaustible power in his body. Buzz! A beam of light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. Within the light was an ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was no longer smelted into his left hand. Instead, Gu Fei kept it in the void of his dantian and nourished it day and night with his own 5 elements yuan qi. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron that had rushed out of his dantian fell into his hand. The small cauldron that was an inch tall was small and imposing. It gave off a simple and unadorned aura. No one would have thought that such a small cauldron could actually turn a super expert of the blood fiend Azura clan into ashes. The mountain and river cauldron had been taken back, and there was also the purple gold divine sword. Where was the purple gold divine sword now? When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but frown. Gu Fei put the mountain and river cauldron back into his dantian and then sat cross-legged next to the divine spring. He continued to circulate his magic and quickly entered a state of cultivation. The surroundings of the heavenly spring was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire inner world. Gu Fei breathed in and out the spiritual energy, using the endless life essence to temper his body. Wisps of 5 elemental essence were refined from the endless spiritual energy, replenishing his dantian and the 365 acupoints in his body. Gu Fei's 5 elemental essence was increasing bit by bit, but the speed was extremely slow. Who knew how long it would take for him to fill up his dantian and the 365 acupoints? Different from the world of death, Gu Fei's inner world had day and night. A day was the same as the outside world. There were 24 hours in a day. 3 days later, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out with He Tian. After they came out of the inner world, they did not see Old Tortoise or Bone Emperor in the cave. In these 3 days, not only did Gu Fei recover to his peak state, but He Tian's cultivation had also improved greatly. There were even signs of him breaking through to the Emperor realm. He Tian used 3 days to refine the divine yin-yang fruit that Gu Fei had given him. The huge yin and yang qi not only tempered his body, but also enhanced his soul power to the Emperor realm. He Tian's strength was already on par with Gu Fei's. Demigods among human cultivators were equivalent to the king realm in the world of death. They were stronger than the Emperor realm, but weaker than the Emperor realm. Gu Fei might not be able to defeat the Emperor stage experts in the world of death, but killing king stage experts was as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, if he caught them by surprise, even Emperor stage experts would have to die at Gu Fei's hands, because he had the mountain and river cauldron. If the power of the supreme treasure was fully unleashed, it would definitely be comparable to a supreme almighty. Although it was difficult for Gu Fei to unleash the full power of the supreme treasure with his current cultivation, it was still possible for him to kill experts of a higher level. The old tortoise hasn't been here before? Gu Fei looked around and found no trace of people. In other words, since he entered the inner world, no one else had entered this cave. Pushing away the big stone that blocked the cave, Gu Fei and He Tian walked out. The sky was still dark, and the dark clouds floating in the sky almost covered the ground. It was eerie and terrifying, without a trace of life. This was the true portrayal of this world. Boss, could it be that the bone slave hasn't found his master, or? He Tian wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said expressionlessly, "Speak. Would there be an accident when the bone slave's master fought with the blood evil ancestor? Or maybe the bone slave was found by the experts of the blood evil Azura clan, and then?" He Tian analyzed. He Tian had already started to call the Bone King by the name of the bone slave. Humph. The old tortoise is even more cunning than you. What accident could happen to him? Moreover, he has an extremely powerful doppelganger. Perhaps it is as you said, the Bone King really hasn't found his master. Gu Fei said. He Tian seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he rushed into the sky and flew out of the small valley. He Tian hurriedly rushed into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Before they could walk out of this desolate mountain range, Gu Fei and He Tian were intercepted by a blood fiend Azura that looked like a demon with a pair of wings on its back, a blood color horn on its head, and fangs from the Qing Miao tribe. Understand, sir. Chapter 530. An Emperor Realm Expert? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the other party. A terrifying and evil power surged from the other party, making him feel suffocated. The soul fire in He Tian's skull also pulsed violently. Were you the ones who killed that idiot, Shura Sovereign? The horned blood fiend Shura that had intercepted Gu Fei and He Tian said darkly. His blood-red eyes shone with an evil light as he swept his gaze over Gu Fei and He Tian. Humph. Why ask if you already know? Gu Fei sneered. He was secretly on guard. The mountain and river cauldron in his dantian could rush out at any time and attack the other party with all his might. Boss, what do we do? He Tian transmitted to Gu Fei. This ruffian couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of an Emperor Realm elite. You charge forward and fight him. Then I'll find a chance to suck this guy into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei transmitted. Boss, no way. Aren't you trying to harm me? He Tian cried. Although his cultivation had increased, he hadn't reached the point where he could fight an Emperor Realm elite alone. Humph. Don't even think about escaping. I'm not an idiot like Shura Sovereign. The horned blood fiend Shura said coldly. He seemed to have sensed Gu Fei and He Tian transmitting. This guy wasn't as strong as Shura Sovereign, but he was arrogant. He looked down on Shura Sovereign and called him an idiot. You seem to be very arrogant. You should know that even Shura Sovereign died at our hands. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, Gu Fei said harshly. Otherwise what? The horned blood fiend Shura said disdainfully. He didn't care about Gu Fei's threat at all. Otherwise, we'll reluctantly send you to see the Shura Sovereign. He Tian's skull emitted a soul power fluctuation. Haha. The horned blood fiend Shura laughed in extreme anger. This is the funniest joke I, Crimson Demon, have ever heard. Very good, since you let me hear such a funny joke as repayment, I will let you die more comfortably. With that, the single-horned blood fiend Azura Scarlet Demon spread its fingers. Chi! 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 His slender fingers, which looked like a layer of blood-colored skin wrapped around his bones, suddenly shot out 5 beams of blood-colored demonic light that enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian. Roar! He Tian let out an enraged roar. Dazzling yin and yang divine light radiated from all over his body, and 2 beams of divine light, one black and one white, shot out from his eye sockets at the same time to meet the oncoming blood-red devilish light. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 soft sounds, the blood-red devilish light broke through the 2 beams of yin and yang divine light that shot out from He Tian's eye sockets. Its momentum did not diminish, and it continued to pierce through He Tian's skull. There was a great disparity between the strong. He Tian hurriedly left behind an afterimage on the spot. He used a mystical footwork technique and dodged to the side. Once he used this mystical footwork technique, Taoist rhymes flowed under He Tian's feet. At the same time, the 3 beams of blood-red devilish light that shot towards Gu Fei were also dodged by Gu Fei. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the offensive battle technique of 8 steps 8 kills. With 1 step, it was as if he had teleported. He instantly appeared in the sky above the Crimson Demon, and then stomped down on the Crimson Demon. Boom! The space under Gu Fei's feet seemed to suddenly collapse. The entire space was trembling, and an extremely terrifying and ferocious power spread under his feet, shattering everything. Child's play. The Crimson Demon did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw a punch upwards, and a glaring blood-red light exploded from his fist, illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a crimson-red color. Bam! The fist and the leg collided, and a muffled sound that could cause one to vomit blood was heard. This was a head-on clash between 2 powerful forces. There were no fancy tricks involved, and it was a clash of pure strength. A part of the void was spread out from the point where the 2 extremely powerful forces collided, and the powerful force that was released tore the void apart. Gu Fei was sent flying into the sky by a powerful force. The first step of the 8 steps 8 kills was dispelled by the powerful force of the Crimson Demon just like that. The Crimson Demon did not have it easy either. He was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei, and with a boom, he was smashed into the mountain below, and a cloud of dust was kicked up. Gu Fei was not an ordinary demigod. Instead, he had attained the cultivation of a demigod through his martial arts. The toughness of his physical body had reached a terrifying level. After his physical body had undergone another transformation, Gu Fei was no longer afraid of any weapons, magic treasures, or weapons. His physical body was able to resist them, and he could even shatter them with a single punch. Although the Crimson Demon was an Emperor stage cultivator, the toughness of his physical body was definitely no match for Gu Fei's. The consequence of underestimating Gu Fei was that he had been stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. The Crimson Demon had suffered a loss, and he was enraged. He let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Boundless blood mist burst out from his body, enveloping the heaven and earth as he charged towards Gu Fei. Azura's extermination. The Crimson Demon bellowed furiously, and the boundless blood mist seemed to have transformed into a towering blood wave, which surged towards Gu Fei. The entire sky was shaken by this extremely powerful force. Within the boundless bloodlight, countless blood-colored demons could be vaguely seen, and they let out heart-palpitating demonic howls. "I'll fight it out with you." Gu Fei also let out a furious roar, and his long hair danced in the wind. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and he dove down from the sky like a meteorite. As his hand seals changed, a five-colored light wheel that emitted boundless five elements yuan qi appeared in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the five elements light wheel. "Boss!" He Tian exclaimed. From Gu Fei's stance, it seemed like he really wanted to fight it out with the Crimson Demon. He used a mystical footwork technique and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, intending to lend a hand. However, He Tian's rescue seemed to be a little too late. "You're courting death." The Crimson Demon saw that Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad, and was desperately stirring the yuan qi in his body to fight it out with him. This was exactly what he wanted. However, just as the blood-colored wave of destruction was about to collide with Gu Fei's five elements light wheel, the five elements light wheel, which was emitting a terrifying energy wave, instantly collapsed. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. Boom! An energy wave that caused the world to lose its color erupted like a volcano. A simple and unadorned cauldron instantly grew to the size of a mountain. The mouth of the cauldron was like a bottomless black hole, and it produced a terrifying energy that could devour the heavens and earth. It instantly enveloped the Crimson Demon and sucked him into the cauldron. The cauldron spewed out primordial chaos energy, sealing the mouth of the cauldron and suppressing the Crimson Demon. Chapter 531. Haha! Boss, good job. He Tian rushed over and laughed. An emperor had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. This meant that the disgusting scarlet demon would only have one fate, to be refined by the mountain and river cauldron and have his soul destroyed. He Tian came to Gu Fei's side and secretly let out a sigh of relief. "I was lucky." Gu Fei was still shocked. If he had made the slightest mistake, it would have been hard to predict what would have happened to him. If he were to face an emperor cultivator head-on, Gu Fei knew that he had no chance of winning. Even with the mountain and river cauldron, he would only be able to protect himself. It goes without saying that although the Scarlet Demon was weaker than the Shura Sovereign, he was still a terrifying cultivator. Luckily, the Scarlet Demon was too arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain-sized mountain and river cauldron shrunk rapidly and flew back into his hand. The 1-inch-tall cauldron floated above his palm and a misty primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron. No matter how hard the Scarlet Demon tried, he could not escape from the cauldron. "Despicable bastard! I will tear you apart!" The Scarlet Demon's furious roar came from the cauldron. One could see flashes of blood-red light coming from the cauldron. F***CK. He's still so arrogant even when he's about to die. "Boss, refine him to death." He Tian was displeased when he heard the words. This guy really doesn't know his place. Bang! Boom! Clang! The mountain and river cauldron let out a series of clashing sounds as it shook from the Scarlet Demon's attacks. The Scarlet Demon was too strong. Even among the Emperor cultivators, he was definitely an expert. Refine him to death? Gu Fei also wanted to do so, but now was not the time. That day when he refined the Azura Sovereign, he had nearly died from exhaustion and his yuan qi had almost been sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei really did not want to experience that feeling of extreme exhaustion right after he had just recovered his yuan qi. That feeling was truly unpleasant. Roar! What's the point of plotting against me? Let me out if you have the ability to. Scarlet Demon's sorrowful and indignant roar came from the mountain and river cauldron again. Seeing that he couldn't break the cauldron, he couldn't help panicking. He had heard from some clansmen that those fellows had used this cauldron to refine the Azura Sovereign to death. At this moment, Crimson Demon was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He should have killed those two guys right from the start. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Haha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. In return for letting me hear such a funny joke, I'll have my boss refine you to death. Don't be polite. Hey Tian actually imitated Crimson Demon's tone and said the same words that Crimson Demon had said. Roar. Crimson Demon flew into a rage. He wanted nothing more than to turn Hey Tian into dregs. This Hey Tian was too hateful. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could only be ruthless inside the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Even if the real cauldron was sealed inside the mountain and river cauldron, it would be very difficult for it to break the seal and rush out. Alright, why should we lower ourselves to the same level as this guy? Let's get down to business. Gu Fei said indifferently. He then put the mountain and river cauldron back into his dantian. After hearing Gu Fei's words from inside the mountain and river cauldron, Crimson Demon almost fainted from anger. In his opinion, Gu Fei's words were even more ruthless than Hey Tian's. Boss, why don't you immediately refine this hateful guy? Leaving him alive will always be a source of trouble. Hey Tian suggested. Gu Fei glanced at Hey Tian and said calmly, Do you really think that guy still has a chance to come out of the mountain and river cauldron? This. Hey Tian was a little unconvinced. In his opinion, enemies should be ruthlessly destroyed. If they were kept alive, it would take more effort to guard against them. If they were killed, there would be no more worries. Unless I let him out myself. He's dead meat. Gu Fei said. Gu Fei thought to himself, as long as he's strong enough, even if he's a powerful cultivator, I can still put him into the cauldron and refine him. Hearing this, Hey Tian did not say anything else. After that, Gu Fei and Hey Tian walked out of the barren mountain. Under Hey Tian's lead, Gu Fei arrived at an area outside the world of death that was under the control of another force. The city of Divine Kings was a huge city in the inner region of the world of death. The pitch-black walls were tens of feet tall and the city gates could accommodate 7 or 8 carriages entering at the same time. Of course, there were no carriages in the world of death. When Gu Fei and Hey Tian arrived outside the city of Divine Kings, another day had passed. The creatures in the world of death did not seem to have any concept of time. This was because the entire world was shrouded in yin qi and the underworld fog. It was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Only outsiders like Gu Fei would have a concept of time. They could roughly estimate how long a day had passed. Outside the city of Divine Kings, Gu Fei was shocked to see a young man with flesh and blood. His vitality was as vigorous as a flood dragon. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen a normal life form in the world of death. The young man entered the city in a flash. Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that the legends about the sacred race in the outer region of the world of death were true? Was there really a life form like him in the inner region of the world of death? The sacred race in the outer region is not the sacred race here, but the divine race. The city of Divine Kings in front of us is a huge city under the control of the divine race. Hey Tian analyzed. Preposterous. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Gu Fei recovered from his shock. He couldn't help but feel displeased. His complexion was a little unsightly. You didn't ask. How can you blame me? Hey Tian said innocently. You. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel angry. Hey Tian was a ruffian. Sometimes, he really couldn't help but want to beat him up. This guy was really infuriating sometimes. Looks like I'll have to study Old Tortoise's divine ability to tamper with the soul. Gu Fei said angrily. This. Boss. I'm really innocent. I'll tell boss everything in the future. Okay? Hey Tian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If Gu Fei really wanted to plant a forbidden spell on his soul, it would be too tragic. Hey Tian was absolutely unwilling to let others control his life and death. Humph. That will depend on how you behave in the future. Otherwise, Gu Fei threatened. Got it, got it. Hey Tian quickly replied. At this time, he could agree to anything. Even if Gu Fei asked him to jump into a cesspool, he wouldn't hesitate. Will there be any problems if we go in? Gu Fei asked. He wanted to enter the giant city in front of him to take a look. Maybe he could find some information. Hey Tian thought for a moment and then said, There shouldn't be any problems, but the god race isn't a race with a large number of clansmen. Therefore, if you meet someone from the god race, I'm afraid that they will recognize your identity as an outsider. It's fine as long as we don't meet someone from the god race. Gu Fei said. He thought it would be a problem, but it was just a problem that wasn't a problem. This He Tian was really timid. However, it was also because of this that he was still alive and kicking even though he had countless enemies. Gu Fei didn't have any misgivings. He and He Tian directly walked towards the giant city in front of them. This city was obviously very old. It was as big as the giant city that Gu Fei and the others had seen on Azura Island. The city walls were made of black boulders and were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The city gate wasn't like the human world outside. There were no guards guarding the city gate. However, the layout of the giant city was exactly the same as the city of human society. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't encounter any obstruction as they entered the giant city. According to He Tian, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble in a city under the control of the god race. Although there weren't many clansmen of the god race, each of them had a formidable strength that made people tremble. Although their numbers were small, they were much stronger than the blood fiend Azura clan in the netherworld Blood Sea. Gu Fei discovered that there were a lot of undead creatures in the city. There were undead creatures similar to He Tian, evil corpses with corpse energy lingering around them, and even some powerful souls appearing in the city. In general, these undead creatures that appeared in this giant city weren't too weak. The soul light of some undead creatures wasn't weaker than the king realm. However, a yin-yang skeleton like Erebus was one of a kind. Not only was his yin-yang skeleton body different from other undead creatures, but his aura was also completely different from other undead creatures. Gu Fei could clearly feel the eagerness in the eyes of the surrounding skeletons when they looked at He Tian. It was as if they were looking at a delicious delicacy. Those powerful skeletons seemed to be very interested in He Tian. If it weren't for some misgivings, these skeletons would have already attacked He Tian. The appearance of a skeleton without a trace of death aura in the city really attracted the attention of the undead creatures in the city. Some powerful creatures even directly stared at He Tian. However, these undead creatures didn't dare to act rashly because this was a city under the control of the god race. No one dared to provoke the god race. Beside He Tian stood a god race youth. As a result, all the people who stared at He Tian didn't dare to make a move. These undead creatures didn't think that Gu Fei wasn't a member of the god race. "It seems like you're very popular," Gu Fei said to He Tian with a smile. "Damn! These guys." Looking at the undead creatures around him that couldn't wait to eat him, He Tian was so depressed that he almost fainted. It seemed like he had made a big mistake. Just as more and more undead creatures gathered around Gu Fei and He Tian, the undead creatures in front of them suddenly gave way. A blue-clothed youth appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. These undead creatures definitely didn't give way to Gu Fei and He Tian, but to this blue-clothed youth. Chapter 532. My young master invites the two of you? The azure-clothed youth was only 14 or 15 years old. He had white teeth and red lips. He was incomparably handsome and elegant. There seemed to be a Dao charm circulating around his body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He actually couldn't see through this youth's depth. Apart from his outstanding temperament, this youth actually didn't have any energy fluctuations on him. He seemed to be an ordinary person. However, to be able to appear in a huge city full of undead creatures, how could he be an ordinary person? "Who are you? And who is your young master?" Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. This was because he knew that this youth in front of him should be from the divine race. In the outer regions of the world of death, the divine race was also known as the holy race. In the outer regions of the world of death, the divine race was a legendary existence. Gu Fei learned from He Tian that even in the inner regions of the world of death, the divine race was also a transcendent race. They possessed a powerful force that caused all the races in the inner regions of the world of death to be afraid of. Although there weren't many clansmen of the divine race, no power dared to rashly provoke them. There was an ancient legend in the inner regions of the world of death. The divine race was the supreme race that protected this world. They were more ancient than any other race in the continent of death. "Come with me and you'll know." The azure-clothed youth's pitch-black eyes wandered between Gu Fei and He Tian. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise that was difficult to conceal. "Boss, we've been targeted by the divine race." He Tian transmitted a message to Gu Fei. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Gu Fei replied to He Tian in a bad mood. The other party had already come knocking on his door. This He Tian's head had really been kicked by a donkey. "Please lead the way," Gu Fei said to the youth. Since the other party had invited him politely, he wouldn't be able to refuse. Thus, he might as well go and take a look. With the cauldron of mountain and river in hand, Gu Fei's courage grew. Unless a powerful being made a move, no one would be able to truly threaten Gu Fei. The green-robed young man didn't say much and led the way. The undead creatures around them were pushed to the side. No one dared to stop them. This was because the owner of the City of Divine Kings was a member of the Divine Tribe. Gu Fei and He Tian followed the green-robed young man through a street and arrived in front of a restaurant. They then entered the restaurant. Yes, in the world of death, Gu Fei saw a restaurant that only existed in the human world. Gu Fei was very surprised that there would be a restaurant in a huge city. Most of the creatures in the undead world did not need to eat or drink because most of them did not need to eat. The restaurant wasn't big, but the layout and decorations were very ancient. It was very different from the restaurants in the human world. Moreover, when they entered the restaurant, Gu Fei didn't see the shopkeeper or the waiter. The restaurant seemed to be just a decoration. There were no customers inside, and the hall was empty. There were only a few dusty tables and chairs in the hall. The green-robed young man led Gu Fei and He Tian to the second floor. When Gu Fei stepped on the second floor, an extremely sharp gaze swept towards him. It was like lightning, instantly illuminating the entire second floor, making it hard for people to look directly at it. However, those two rays of light flashed and disappeared into the eyes of a young man. In a corner of the second floor by the window, there was a young man who was also wearing green clothes. The moment Gu Fei stepped on the second floor, the young man glanced at Gu Fei and then continued to drink by himself. On the table in front of the young man, there were 2 sets of chopsticks and a few dishes. There was also a crystal-clear white jade wine pot that emitted a faint fragrance of wine. The green-robed young man quickly came to the young man's side and said, "Young master, the person you want to see is here." The green-robed young man nodded, and the young man retreated behind the green-robed young man. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian also came to the young man. Gu Fei didn't say anything and sat directly opposite the young man. He reached out to grab the wine pot on the table and poured himself a cup. The wine that was poured out of the wine pot was actually green in color. It had a kind of viscous state, like the nectar of jade. It exuded a kind of comfortable feeling that made people feel refreshed. The green wine in the cup seemed to be flashing with spiritual light, exuding a strong aura of life. This could simply be called an immortal wine. This kind of wine was very extraordinary, and it was very beneficial to cultivators. Gu Fei picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He only felt that the wine was like cold ice water flowing from the mouth to the throat, through the esophagus, and then into the stomach. The spiritual energy contained in the wine spread out, as if there were countless cold thin lines moving up and down his body. It was so comfortable that Gu Fei almost moaned. "Good wine," Gu Fei praised. This was the best wine he had ever drunk. He Tian stood behind Gu Fei and silently watched all this. The soul fire in the skull flickered. He didn't know why the young man in front of him wanted to see Gu Fei and himself. He Tian was a little uneasy. He knew very well that the god race was synonymous with power in the depths of the world of death. Gu Fei didn't care so much and poured himself another cup. Since he had the opportunity to drink such a good wine, if he didn't drink a few more cups, he would be letting himself down. "You're from the outside, right?" Suddenly, the young man opposite to Gu Fei said, "Cough, cough." When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately spat out the wine in his mouth. He was really frightened by the young man's words. How does he know that I'm not from this world? Gu Fei's thoughts turned rapidly, but on the surface, he didn't show it, pretending to be puzzled. "What are you talking about? How come I don't understand?" Gu Fei put down the wine cup in his hand, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and said indifferently. Not only Gu Fei, but even He Tian, who was behind Gu Fei, was so frightened that he almost jumped up. The soul fire in his skull fiercely flickered a few times. The young man looked deeply at Gu Fei, then grabbed the wine pot in front of Gu Fei. As he filled the empty wine cup in front of him, he said slowly, "In front of me, you don't have to pretend." When Gu Fei heard this, he was shocked again. This person in front of him was too scary. With just a few simple words, it seemed like he had seen through Gu Fei inside and out. "Who are you?" Gu Fei could no longer maintain his calm. His biggest secret had been seen through by the other party, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. "Who am I?" The young man lowered his head and thought for a moment. "I also don't know who I am. Is my root in this hell realm, Or is it outside? Or is it in the legendary heaven realm? It's been too long, so long that the ruthless passage of time has erased the traces left behind. It's impossible to find it. Hiss! After hearing the young man's words, Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this young man was an old monster who had lived for more than 100,000 years? If this was true, then the person in front of him was probably the legendary Supreme Almighty. You know about the Hell Realm? Gu Fei asked tentatively. The undead creatures of this world didn't know about this, but this young man seemed to know about it. How could I not know about the Hell Realm refined by the Buddha Lord? My clan has been trapped in this damn place for who knows how many years. The young man said indifferently. It didn't seem like he was talking about the big secret that made Gu Fei and He Tian dumbfounded. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Gu Fei was still shocked by the young man's words. Can you tell me your name? Gu Fei saw that the young man didn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards them, so he asked. If he could make friends with someone from the god race, he might have some unexpected gains. My name is Saint Li. The young man didn't hide anything. My name is Gu Fei. Nice to meet you, said Gu Fei. He was trying to calm the shock and excitement in his heart, but his voice was still trembling. The young man looked at Gu Fei and said, You're very interesting, kid. I'm very curious how you entered the Hell Realm. As far as I know, even with an extreme weapon, it's difficult to break the seal of the Hell Realm and the barrier between the Hell Realm and the outside world. I'm not the only one who entered this world. Gu Fei did not directly answer Saint Li's question, but instead said such a thing. I see. Saint Li seemed to understand. Gu Fei's cultivation wasn't a secret in his eyes. With his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter the Hell Realm. In fact, Saint Li was hiding one thing, and that was that entering the Hell Realm from the outside was far easier than exiting the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm was such a world. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. And Gu Fei definitely wouldn't tell his secret to someone he just met. He didn't intend to let Saint Li know that he had the mountain and river cauldron. One mustn't have the heart to harm others, but one mustn't be without the heart to guard against others. Just as Gu Fei and the young man were chatting happily, there was a sound from the stairs, and a golden skeleton appeared at the top of the stairs. The young man in green who was standing behind the young man hurriedly walked over. Gu Fei and He Tian also looked at the top of the stairs. This golden skeleton had golden bones that glowed with golden light. Even the soul fire in the skull was golden. An Emperor Realm expert? Sensing the powerful soul waves emanating from the golden skeleton's skull, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Were experts so worthless in the inner regions of the world of death? Were Emperor Realm experts everywhere? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. After crossing the reincarnation bridge and entering the depths of the Hell Realm, he'd seen no less than 8 or 9 Emperor Realm experts. It should be known that in the entire outer regions of the world of death, there were only 3 Emperor Realm experts. The golden skeleton conversed with the young man for a while, then bowed to the young man and left. The young man returned to the young man's side. Young master, the people from the Blood Fiend Azura clan are here. They want to see Gu Fei, the young man said respectfully to the young man. What? When Gu Fei and He Tian heard this, they immediately paled. How did the people from the Blood Fiend Azura clan find out about their whereabouts so quickly? And they even found this place. Gu Fei had a bad feeling. Chapter 533. Tell them to F***CK off. I don't want to see those guys who reek of blood. A sliver of disgust and disdain appeared on Saint Li's face. It was obvious that he did not care about the bloody massacre Azura clan at all. In the world of death, the Protoss had a transcendent status. No other clan could surpass the Protoss. To a certain extent, the Protoss were the most powerful clan in the world of death. For a very long time, the Protoss had ruled over the endless regions within the world of death. Even now, the Protoss still controlled the depths of the world of death. Yes. The green-robed young man accepted the order and left. Humph. Gu Fei, you've refined my clan's Azura king to death. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever unless you hide in the city of divine kings for the rest of your life. A cold voice sounded from outside the restaurant. How dare you? The young man's voice was transmitted into the restaurant. Following that, a weak collision sound was transmitted into Gu Fei's ears, and the entire restaurant seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, the outside world quieted down. Very soon, the green-robed young man appeared at the staircase and walked towards Saintly. Gu Fei noticed that there was a tear on the young man's right sleeve. It was obvious that the young man had fought with the bloody massacre Azura clan cultivators outside for a short while. Gu Fei was very surprised. The young man looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. There did not seem to be any energy ripples coming from his body, but he had managed to chase away the bloody massacre Azura clan cultivators outside without batting an eyelid. "Young master, the guy outside has left." The green-robed young man arrived before Saint Li and said in a low voice with a calm expression. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling from his face. Saint Li nodded, then suddenly smiled. He said to Gu Fei, "I didn't think you'd refine the Shura sovereign to death. I'm very curious. How did you do it?" Gu Fei's cultivation was no secret to Saint Li. He could see through it with a single glance. Saint Li found it hard to believe that he had actually refined the Shura sovereign to death. Gu Fei's cultivation was still a distance away from the Emperor realm of the world of death. According to Li Shang's knowledge, the Azura sovereign was the strongest in the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the depths of the Netherblood Sea besides the Blood Fiend ancestor. Li Shang knew that even if he were to kill the Shura sovereign himself, it would take him a lot of effort to succeed. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that guy is too stupid, Gu Fei said. He did not want Saint Li to know about the existence of the mountain and river cauldron. Since this sage Li knew about the origins of the world of death and the existence of the Buddhist master in the Hell realm, it was hard to say that he did not know about the mountain and river cauldron. If this sage Li coveted the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei would not be able to keep his own life, let alone the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei could not see through Sage Li, but he knew that this Sage Li was definitely the most powerful person in the world of death. If Sage Li wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Haha. This is the first time I've heard someone say that an expert who has surpassed the Emperor realm is too stupid. Sage Li could not help but laugh. You're an interesting kid. With that, Sage Li stood up. Gu Fei followed suit and stood up. I still have some matters to attend to. Let's part ways here. But before I leave, I still want to remind you that if you don't want to be killed by the experts of the Blood Azura clan, stay in the city. They won't dare to act presumptuously in my territory. Thank you. Gu Fei did not say much else. All right. We'll meet again, if you can escape the pursuit of the Blood Azura clan. Sage Li looked at Gu Fei meaningfully, then with a wave of his sleeve, he and the green-robed youth disappeared into the void in an instant. What a powerful great void shift. He Tian, who had been standing behind Gu Fei without making a sound, finally emitted an extremely shocking soul wave from his skull. Even the void where they were located did not vibrate, and Sage Li and the youth disappeared into the void. This kind of magical power was unimaginable. Gu Fei sat down thoughtfully and said, "Do you know where this Sage Li came from?" There was no one else around him, so he asked He Tian. The divine clan has always been mysterious. They don't show themselves easily, but every time they do, I'm afraid something big has happened. He Tian said after some thought. You're saying that Sage Li's appearance in the City of Divine Kings wasn't a coincidence? Gu Fei was startled. Could something big really have happened in the world of death? That's just a guess. He Tian said. There's an annoying guy guarding outside the city. I can't even go out for a walk. How annoying. Gu Fei sighed. He knew that in the City of Divine Kings, all the creatures of death had their reservations and did not dare to attack him. He and He Tian were considered safe. Boss, why don't we find a way to destroy that annoying guy? The soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered. He was up to something again. How? Sage Li, oh Sage Li, you've really left me with a huge problem. Gu Fei lay on the chair, feeling very depressed and unhappy. Sage Li was so powerful. Why didn't he just kill the guy outside the city? What was his purpose in leaving that guy behind? Gu Fei could not figure it out. Could it be that Sage Li wanted to use the guy outside the city to trap him in the City of Divine Kings? How do we get rid of that guy? Do you have a way? Gu Fei said. He did not want to be trapped in this city. He wanted to know what would happen in the world of death. I'll have to think of a way. He Tian's soul waves were strange and gloomy. This guy was definitely thinking of something extremely evil. Aren't you talking nonsense? Gu Fei said impatiently. Boss, don't you have the mountain and river cauldron? If you do that, You might be able to destroy that guy outside the city. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. As Gu Fei listened, the worry on his face gradually disappeared. Gu Fei and He Tian temporarily stayed in this shabby restaurant. It seemed to be a special place. No undead creatures were willing to go near it. However, countless pairs of eyes in the city of divine kings were staring at the run-down restaurant. Many powerful creatures of the dead appeared nearby, and there were even Emperor Realm super experts among them. Fortunately, these undead creatures did not really dare to go near this shabby restaurant. Gu Fei and He Tian stayed in the restaurant for a few days. When the sky and earth were shrouded in a gloomy fog, He Tian sneaked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the darkness. Just as He Tian disappeared outside the restaurant, a few black shadows rushed out of the darkness and followed him. Damn! Those guys are so troublesome. He Tian spent a lot of effort to get rid of the undead creatures behind him. He hid in the shadows of the city of divine kings. Outside the city, a blood-red light flashed in the gloomy clouds. That guy is so patient. He is still waiting outside the city. In that case, don't blame me. He Tian did not hesitate and left the city of divine kings quietly. He Tian came to a valley 10 miles away from the city of divine kings. Then, he carefully carved on the ground of the valley. For 3 days and 3 nights, there were dark lights flashing in the valley. Traces of gloomy qi were gathering and a force was gradually taking shape. On the 7th day, there was no more movement in the valley. It returned to peace as if nothing had happened. He Tian walked out of the valley and disappeared into the darkness. In the restaurant of the city of divine kings, Gu Fei was sitting with his legs crossed. He was recuperating his yuan qi. His qi and blood were vigorous like a dragon. They overflowed from his body and formed a faint layer of colorful light outside his body. The abundant spiritual qi in his inner world was constantly nourishing his body. It nourished his body. Strands of 5 elements true essence were generated in the air of his 365 meridians. However, the 365 meridians were like 365 bottomless pits that could not be filled. They were devouring the 5 elemental energy in his body. It was too difficult to transform his body again. Was he going to be stuck in the demigod realm? No, absolutely not. How could he stop at the demigod realm? Since he had embarked on the difficult path of cultivation, he had to move forward bravely. There was no turning back. Gu Fei would not give up. He could not give up. Right, I have countless spiritual qi. I don't believe that I can't fill up the 365 meridians. Gu Fei wondered how long it would take him to fill up all 365 acupoints if he were to blindly cultivate on his own. However, he had the heavenly spring and countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. The spring contained the essence of life. It was not impossible to fill up the meridians in his body. At this moment, He Tian had already arrived in front of Gu Fei. Is it done? Gu Fei opened his eyes and glanced at He Tian. A layer of colorful light quickly disappeared from his eyes. Hee. It's done. However, we'll have to wait for 49 days. If that guy outside the city goes, He Tian said hesitantly. Gu Fei smiled. You don't have to worry, that guy definitely won't leave. Moreover, he might even summon more helpers. We'll give them a ruthless blow so that they won't be able to return. Gu Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He Tian nodded. That's true. We refined the Shura sovereign to death. The blood fiend Azura clan wants nothing more than to kill us. How could they let us go so easily? It's good that you know. Since we have to wait for 49 days, let's enter the inner world and cultivate for 49 days. As Gu Fei spoke, he reached out and drew a line in the void in front of him. A space passage immediately appeared in front of him. After Gu Fei and He Tian entered the inner world, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the spring. He waved his hand and a spiritual qi flew from a distance and fell into his hand. It was a ginseng with 9 palms. It was dark green like divine jade and had leaves with a faint green spiritual light. It looked like a baby with a head, a face, hands, and feet. This was the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng Gu Fei obtained from the virtual sky world. 9-leaf mysterious ginseng was a rare spiritual qi. It could only grow 1 leaf every 1,000 years. This ginseng had 9 leaves. In other words, this spiritual qi was at least 10,000 years old. Chapter 534. After Gu Fei swallowed the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, his entire body surged with the power of the metal element. Rays of golden divine light rushed out of his body and circled around Gu Fei's body like golden dragons. The 9-leaf mysterious ginseng actually contained the spiritual qi of the metal element. At this moment, Gu Fei's flesh, internal organs, and bones were sparkling and translucent, shining with a golden light. The colorful jade bones seemed to be completely covered by the golden light. It was like a magnificent work of art, dazzling and dazzling. His skin also flickered with a golden luster as the power of the metal element slowly circulated, refining the spirit essence, condensing the essence of life, refining the 5 elements, advancing to the supreme martial army. The golden light on Gu Fei's body flickered for a full day and night before gradually fading away. The vast spiritual qi of the metal element was continuously devoured by Gu Fei's 365 meridians. One 9-leaf mysterious ginseng couldn't satisfy the needs of all 365 meridians. However, after refining the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, Gu Fei's martial body had been tempered by the power of the metal element. His qi and blood were even more vigorous. The qi and blood flowing in Gu Fei's body were like a surging river. He felt that every inch of his muscles contained endless divine power, as if he could shatter the void with one punch. After refining the 9-leaf mysterious ginseng, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the heavenly spring of life. Then, he waved his hand and a scarlet coral-like spirit essence flew over from afar and fell into Gu Fei's hand. It was a strange spirit herb that was half a foot long. The shape of its leaves was very strange. It looked like a fire phoenix that was about to take flight. On the head of the fire phoenix, there were 2 fiery red fruits the size of mung beans. The 2 fruits were like the 2 eyeballs of the fiery phoenix. 2 eyeballs that were wreathed in spiritual qi that resembled crimson divine fire. One had to admit that the heaven and earth were filled with the wonders of creation. This spirit herb was actually like the legendary divine phoenix. This spiritual extract was the fire windgrass that had long been extinct in the Tenglong continent. Legend has it that the fire phoenix grass contained the spiritual energy of fire within the 5 elements. It was nurtured from the blood essence of the divine phoenix. Even in the ancient times, it was a rare spiritual essence. The fire phoenix grass was burning hot in his hand. Gu Fei felt as if he was holding a ball of red-hot divine iron. Even though he had a demigod martial body, he could still feel the heat coming from the fire phoenix grass. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei placed the fire phoenix grass in his mouth and chewed it. Then, a stream of air that was as hot as molten iron flowed from his esophagus into his abdomen. Gu Fei's abdomen gradually emitted a bright scarlet flame. The medicinal power of the fire phoenix grass melted in Gu Fei's body. His clothes turned into ashes in an instant. The scarlet, fiery radiance completely submerged Gu Fei. A vast heat was emitted from Gu Fei's body. The heavenly spring of life began to boil. The spring water turned into a white mist that lingered around Gu Fei's body. The high temperature of the spring water from the heavenly spring of life turned it into a spiritual mist that enveloped Gu Fei and even the heavenly spring. In the spiritual mist, the power of fire surged violently. Flames flickered and there seemed to be shadows of fire phoenixes dancing in the air. This kid. Could it be that he wants to use this method to quickly increase his strength? He Tian, who was standing beside the heavenly spring, had been paying attention to Gu Fei and sensing the changes in Gu Fei's body. First it was the power of metal, and now it was the power of fire. The heavenly essence that Gu Fei had consumed and refined were all of the 5 elements, which were extremely rare in the world. The terrifying power of fire surged out of the heavenly spring, evaporating the heavenly spring of life. The spiritual mist lingered in the air. Even a quasi-emperor realm expert like He Tian felt unbearably hot. He Tian retreated to a distance. Standing in the middle of the heavenly essence, he couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, this guy is really ruthless." He actually absorbed all the heavenly essence within several miles of the heavenly spring into his inner world. The mighty aura coming out of the heavenly spring was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei was operating his secret art to refine the fire phoenix grass. Seeing that Gu Fei had entered a deep state of cultivation, He Tian sneakily came to the immortal divine fruit tree next to the heavenly spring. He secretly plucked an immortal divine fruit and quickly fled. He found a place in Gu Fei's inner world and put the immortal divine fruit into the fire of soul in his skull. He Tian's fire of soul had been completely purified by him using some unknown method, washing away the endless death qi contained in the fire of soul. He Tian's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He was only one step away from advancing to the Emperor realm. Therefore, he secretly plucked the immortal divine fruit in order to learn from Gu Fei, and used the power of the immortal divine fruit to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. As long as he could break through to the Emperor realm, He Tian would no longer have to fear the Emperor realm experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan guarding outside the City of Divine Kings. Soon, the place where He Tian was located was filled with terrifying soul fluctuations and the power of yin and yang. Gu Fei and He Tian disappeared from the rundown restaurant in the City of Divine Kings. However, the people outside did not know that they had entered the inner world. The rundown restaurant was a special existence in the City of Divine Kings. The undead creatures in the city did not dare to approach the restaurant. Even the Emperor realm experts did not dare to get too close to the restaurant. Gu Fei and He Tian did not know the reason behind this. Perhaps the undead creatures were not afraid of the restaurant itself, but the person behind it. 49 days was like the blink of an eye for a cultivator. Some old monsters could cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or even hundreds of years. This was especially true for demigods who had broken through the life and death realm. It was possible for them to stay in seclusion for 1,000 years. The formation that He Tian had set up in the valley 5 kilometers away from the City of Divine Kings was gathering power. He was not strong enough, so he could only use the force of the world to gather power. 49 days later, the formation in the valley would be activated. This time, it was different from summoning the reincarnation bridge. Although the mysterious ancient formation that summoned the reincarnation bridge was powerful, it was not a true killing formation. If the 9 Nethercorpse King had the strength of an Emperor realm expert, the summoning formation would not have been able to trap him, let alone kill him. Fortunately, the 9 Nethercorpse King was still a step away from the Emperor realm. Therefore, the 9 Nethercorpse King was tragically refined to death by He Tian and the ancient formation. He Tian and Gu Fei were now plotting against an Emperor expert. The formation that He Tian had set up in the valley was definitely a killing formation that could threaten an Emperor expert. 49 days passed by in a flash. In the shabby restaurant, a spatial crack appeared without any warning. Immediately after, 2 figures walked out from the spatial crack. Chapter 535. The people who walked out of the crack in the void were none other than Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The 49 days were up. He Tian's ultimate killing formation had gathered enough power. It was time to teach the experts of the Bloody Fiend Azura a lesson. Boss, I want to test how strong I have become, He Tian said to Gu Fei. After eating the second fairy god fruit, this guy had actually taken the final step and become an Emperor expert. Of course, the ruffian He Tian could only be considered an early emperor. Having just broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation, he was extremely excited and thought that he was invincible. At this time, even if Old Tortoise came, he would dare to wave his fist at him. This guy had become a little arrogant. Gu Fei was very disdainful of this because he knew very well that there were strong and weak emperor experts. As an early emperor, He Tian might still be mercilessly killed by those emperor experts. Alright then, go and test the strength of that guy outside the city. It's best if you can lure all those people outside the city to that place and kill them all, Gu Fei said in a low voice. Being trapped in the City of Divine Kings by the Emperor experts of the Bloody Fiend Azura made Gu Fei very unhappy. This was too sullen. He wanted to teach the people of the Bloody Fiend Azura a lesson. Yes. He Tian accepted the order happily and was about to turn around and walk out of the shabby restaurant. Wait. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped He Tian, who was about to leave. What's wrong, boss? He Tian asked. He had broken through to the Emperor realm and was looking for an Emperor expert to practice with. Therefore, he was a little anxious as he waited for Gu Fei to continue. Wait here for 2 hours. I'll go to that place and make some arrangements. After 2 hours, you can go out and lure those people outside the city to that place, said Gu Fei. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he went all out. Then. All right. He Tian nodded. Although his entire body was brimming with energy and his yin-yang divine bone was shrouded in yin-yang essence qi and his soul energy was extremely powerful, he still resisted the urge to rush out for the sake of the bigger picture. Then, Gu Fei quietly left the shabby restaurant. Saint Li and his green-robed servant did not appear during this period. They seemed to have really left the city and gone somewhere else. Even so, the experts from the Bloody Fiend Azura clan outside the city did not dare to barge into the City of Divine Kings to kill Gu Fei and He Tian. It could be seen that the experts of the blood evil Azura clan were also very fearful of the Shen clan. Especially after Saintly had sent someone to send word, the experts of the blood evil Azura clan did not dare to enter the city of God Kings easily. In the inner region of the world of death, no force was willing to offend the divine race. The divine race was high and mighty, overlooking the world of death. Any race that dared to challenge the authority of the divine race had been completely obliterated by the divine race. "I'll let you live for another 2 hours," He Tian said coldly. He felt aggrieved being trapped in the city of divine kings. Now that his cultivation had increased, he wanted to rush out and fight. At this moment, a few powerful soul waves swept towards the shabby restaurant unscrupulously. When the soul waves swept past He Tian, they immediately retreated like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Humph! These annoying people still haven't given up and are still loitering around? He Tian sneered and disappeared into the void. "Run!" A panicked and anxious shout came from outside the shabby restaurant. Then, a few figures rushed out from the dark corners at almost the same time and fled in all directions. "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." A figure surrounded by black and white yin-yang light appeared in the sky above the shabby restaurant and said coldly. Swoosh! He Tian took a step in the void and there seemed to be a Dao rhyme under his feet. With just one step, he instantly caught up with the person who was fleeing towards the east of the city. To be more accurate, it should be an evil corpse. Most of the creatures in the world of death looked like humans, regardless of whether they were evil corpses, undead skeletons or ferocious souls that existed as souls. He Tian didn't say anything. He punched out, and the terrifying power of yin and yang surged out from his bony fist, rushing forward. Roar! The evil corpse was shocked. He never thought that He Tian would dare to attack in the city. He quickly turned around and his hands emitted dense death chi to block the attack. Bang! Without any suspense, the evil corpse's hands instantly exploded, and it was sent flying with a blood-curdling screech. Boom! It smashed into an ancient pavilion. Bang! The evil corpse immediately rushed out from the collapsed pavilion and ran for his life. He Tian was too powerful. If he did not run, he would die. If he ran, the result would be the same. Swoosh! Taking another step forward, Erebus appeared behind the evil corpse as if he had teleported. You can die now. Erebus' cold words were transmitted directly into the evil corpse's mind through soul fluctuations. No, you can't kill me. Fighting is forbidden in the city of divine kings. The evil corpse roared crazily. He had already lost all hope and was about to collapse. The rules of this city only apply to you. It doesn't apply to me. Bang! He Tian directly pointed his finger and exploded the evil corpse's head. The headless corpse fell from the sky and He Tian's figure disappeared into the void the moment he killed the evil corpse. He Tian had only taken 2 steps and killed a powerful evil corpse with a thunderous method. It was not that the evil corpse was not strong enough, but He Tian was stronger than the evil corpse. He Tian killed the evil corpse in the blink of an eye. The figures of the other undead creatures had not disappeared into the darkness yet. It had to be said that the mysterious footwork that He Tian had displayed was definitely not inferior to Gu Fei's extreme speed 8 steps. With just 1 step, he had crossed 7 or 8 miles and appeared behind another undead creature that was running away. It was a purple skeleton. The soul fire in the purple skeleton's skull was beating violently. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. When the purple skeleton saw that He Tian was behind it, it was scared out of its wits and quickly begged for mercy. Too late. He Tian raised the butcher's knife again like an emotionless killing god. You and I are of the same race. How can you? The purple skeleton roared. However, a black and white divine light flashed and the purple skeleton was split into 2 halves from top to bottom. The soul fire in the skull was also crushed by the yin and yang divine light and turned into specks of spiritual light that drifted in all directions. You and I are not of the same race. Erebus uttered these words indifferently. Then, he used a mystical footwork technique and charged towards another guy who was fleeing for his life. He Tian was no longer a true undead creature. This was because his bones and even the soul fire in the skull did not carry a trace of death aura. On this day, the city of divine kings was in an uproar. Several powerful king realm experts were killed by an undead creature with a black and white skeletal body. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in the city of divine kings. Fighting was prohibited in the city. This was the rule of the City of Divine Kings. The person who made this rule was the God race expert, Saint Li. No one knew how powerful Saint Li was. However, no one dared to disobey the rules set by Saint Li. Something like this had happened in the City of Divine Kings before. There was a super expert at the peak of the Emperor realm who killed an enemy in the City of Divine Kings. After Saint Li knew about this, he immediately went to find the super expert at the peak of the Emperor realm and attacked him. The Emperor realm expert was no match for him and turned to escape. Saint Li actually chased him for thousands of miles and killed the super expert at the peak of the Emperor realm on the spot. From then on, even the Emperor realm expert would not dare to act presumptuously in the City of Divine Kings, let alone kill other undead creatures. In the eyes of the undead creatures in the City of Divine Kings, He Tian's actions were like a direct challenge to the City Lord of the City of Divine Kings. No one attacked He Tian because all the undead creatures believed that He Tian was doomed. It was only a matter of time. However, He Tian did not seem to care. After killing the guys who were spying on him from outside the restaurant, he swaggered back into the shabby restaurant. While He Tian was causing a huge uproar in the City of Divine Kings, a white-clothed young man appeared in front of a valley 10 miles away from the City of Divine Kings. The valley was filled with yin qi, but there was no fluctuation of energy. He Tian is quite capable, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then, he kicked a rock beside him into the valley. The rock was only the size of a fist. With the help of Gu Fei's divine power, it was like a small meteorite streaking across the sky. The rock flew at an extremely fast speed, causing friction with the air and leaving a bright trail of light wherever it passed. Swoosh! Just as the rock shot into the valley, a streak of black light suddenly appeared out of thin air without any warning and smashed the rock into smithereens. Very good. Gu Fei could not help but nod when he saw this. The power of the formation on the outside seemed weak, but it was only a smokescreen to lure the enemy in and numb the intruders. Those who barged into the formation would feel that the power of the formation was weak, so they would relax their vigilance. Once the real killing move in the formation was activated, the intruder would be caught off guard and receive a head-on blow. Chapter 536. Gu Fei walked into the valley and disappeared into the gloomy fog. However, very soon, he walked out of the valley and hid on a small hill beside the valley. As Gu Fei had sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth, his aura did not leak out at all. Therefore, even a super expert in the Emperor realm could not sense the existence of Gu Fei. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, no one would be able to sense that Gu Fei was hiding nearby unless he was a legendary expert in the human world. 2 hours passed very quickly. The dusky sky was strangely calm. The gloomy wind and the gloomy fog that usually appeared were nowhere to be seen. It made people feel an inexplicable pressure. At this moment, a terrifying soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from the City of Divine Kings. Then, a black and white divine light rushed out from the City of Divine Kings. Haha! Bastards from the Blood Fiend Azura clan, your grandpa He Tian is here. A powerful soul fluctuation reverberated in the sky and spread far away. He Tian was like a supreme expert who had just been born. He was arrogant and extremely arrogant. He did not take the experts from the Blood Fiend Azura clan seriously at all. The black and white divine light surged on his bones. The soul fire in his skull was as bright as the sun in the sky. The black part was like a black sun, and the white part was like a blazing sun. The yin and yang qi on He Tian's body was extremely strong. The black and white soul fire in his skull actually formed 2 spheres of light and slowly rotated. Humph! You're just an early emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? A sneer came from the gloomy clouds in the sky. It seemed that the person did not take He Tian seriously at all. Swoosh! A blood-red evil light broke through the gloomy clouds and flew directly towards He Tian in the sky. In the evil blood light, there was a figure that was also blood-red. The figure had a pair of wings on its back and a horn on its head. It had a green face and fangs, and it held a stick that seemed to be soaked in blood. With the appearance of this guy, a terrifying and tragic aura spread out in the sky. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Gu Fei seemed to vaguely smell a trace of blood. Gu Fei hid on top of the short mountain. When he saw the blood-colored figure, his pupils involuntarily contracted. It was an extremely powerful single-horned blood fiend Azura. Furthermore, this blood fiend Shura had a weapon in his hand. The 3-tipped, double-edged scarlet blood demonic trident emitted a murderous aura and a tragic aura. It seemed to be even stronger than the blood fiend Shura that wielded the demonic trident. The demonic trident was enveloped in a layer of hazy bloody light and emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. This was definitely an evil treasure or a demonic artifact. The Blood Fiend Azura clan had always been known for their speed. The Blood Fiend Azura that wielded the scarlet blood demonic trident flashed a few times in the void and appeared in the sky in front of He Tian. "You're unlucky to have met me, Kabo. I'm going to use your soul to refine my demonic artifact." The Emperor, realm expert of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, looked down at He Tian and said coldly, "Shameless boasting." He Tian was enraged when he heard this. "The one who will die will be you." As he spoke, He Tian stretched out a pair of skeletal hands and tore at Kabo. The power of yin and yang was mighty and enveloped in all directions. He Tian's skeletal hands enlarged rapidly and directly enveloped Kabo, who was in the sky opposite him, under the black and white skeletal hands. "Humph! A puny early emperor dares to compete with me, Kabo. You really don't know what's good for you." Kabo sneered. His hideous and terrifying face was even more frightening when he smiled. The expert of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, Kabo, held the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand and pierced towards He Tian below. He simply ignored He Tian's attack. Boom! As soon as the scarlet blood demonic trident moved, a dazzling and evil bloody light suddenly erupted from the trident. A terrifying evil power surged from the trident, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble. It directly shattered the bone claws that He Tian was grabbing and directly pierced towards He Tian's head. The scarlet blood demonic trident in Kabo's hand displayed a great evil power and directly shook the void. He Tian was shocked. Without thinking, he immediately used his magical footwork and rushed towards the valley where Gu Fei was at. He avoided the scarlet blood demonic trident that was piercing towards him. Wherever the scarlet blood demonic trident passed, the void was silently annihilated. It was unstoppable and seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. F***CK. Why am I so unlucky? He Tian was extremely depressed. They had just exchanged blows and he was already at an absolute disadvantage. This guy called Kabo was already a super expert of the Emperor realm. Now, with the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand, it was impossible for He Tian to contend against him. He originally wanted to come out and show off his strength, but in the end, he was being chased from behind. He Tian would never have thought that it would be like this from the beginning. Moreover, he had to escape because the scarlet blood demonic trident in Kabo's hand made him tremble from the depths of his soul. With the trident in his hand, Kabo definitely had the ability to kill him. Without even asking, he knew that the scarlet blood demonic trident was definitely an important treasure of the Blood Fiend Azura clan. "Where do you think you're going?" Emperor Kabo spread his wings and held the trident in his hand. His entire body was shrouded in blood-red evil light. Like lightning, he chased after He Tian with a murderous aura. The Shura Emperor and Emperor Kabo were the two terrifying experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, who were second only to the Blood Fiend ancestor. The Shura Emperor had been refined to death by Gu Fei using the mountain and river cauldron. Therefore, in the Blood Fiend Azura clan, Emperor Kabo was the only one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Blood Fiend ancestor's level. This He Tian is really useless. Only one guy came out and he's already running for his life. Gu Fei, who was hiding on a short mountain next to the valley, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Gu Fei sensed that there were two other experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, who were no weaker than Emperor Kabo hiding in the sky above the city of Divine Kings. They did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. "I've only lured one over. I've made a mistake this time," thought Gu Fei. He Tian and Emperor Kabo's speed was extremely fast. It was almost as if they were teleporting through the void. With his amazing footwork, He Tian escaped to the sky above the valley and then rushed down into the valley that was filled with yin qi. "Humph! You can't escape." Emperor Kabo sneered. The trident in his hand kept piercing forward. The blood-red evil light shot out from the trident and stabbed towards He Tian. The evil bloodlight broke through the layers of yin qi and He Tian's figure instantly disappeared from the valley. With the scarlet blood trident in his hand, Emperor Kabo did not care about what was in the valley. He directly rushed into the valley. Cries of surprise immediately rang out from the valley. Boom! A muffled sound came from the valley. This muffled sound was like a signal. Endless black light rushed up from the valley and then shot back, forming a destructive demonic light that penetrated somewhere in the valley. The calm valley suddenly had a great fluctuation that made the world pale. The ground was shaking and the sky was shaking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 537. Roar! Emperor Kabu roared again and again in the valley. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. There was actually a terrifying formation in the valley. As soon as he rushed into the valley, the scenery in front of him immediately distorted. Emperor Kabu only felt an unfathomable force enveloping him, distorting the void and directly teleporting him into the center of the killing formation. As soon as he entered the center of the formation, Emperor Kabu's expression immediately changed. Rumble! A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and black gas surged. Pitch-black rays of light descended from the sky, each as thick as a water bucket. Like divine punishment, they tore through the void and bombarded Emperor Kabu in the formation from all directions. The aura of destruction filled every inch of the spatial formation. Seeing this scene, even the Emperor Realm expert Emperor Kabu could not help but be moved. He brandished layers of blood-colored demonic light, blocking the bombardment of black demonic lightning. The entire void shook under the scarlet blood demonic trident in Emperor Kabu's hand. Around Emperor Kabu, there seemed to be layers of blood waves surging violently, going against the sky and sweeping towards the bombardment of the terrifying lightning. Boom! 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 The sky-defying blood waves instantly collided with the pitch-black demonic lightning descending from the sky, causing a deafening explosion that shook the entire valley. It had to be said that Emperor Kabu's combat strength was unparalleled, like the reincarnation of a war demon. Wielding the scarlet blood demonic trident, a vast and mighty blood-colored energy directly blocked the demonic lightning that filled the sky. A hazy evil blood mist was emitted from his body, causing Emperor Kabu's figure to become a little blurry. However, the mighty and terrifying aura that emanated from his body made Gu Fei, who was hiding on the short mountain next to the valley, extremely fearful. With his strength, it was still difficult for him to compete with a true Emperor Realm expert. During those 49 days, Gu Fei had been sitting cross-legged in the divine spring of life in his inner world, guiding the endless life essence into his body every day, and constantly consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that contained the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's cultivation had significantly improved. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had become even more terrifying, like a precious body. Unless it was a divine weapon, magic treasure, or an extreme treasure, it would be difficult to pose any threat to Gu Fei's martial body. Furthermore, after experiencing the baptism of the boundless life essence and the 5 elements energy, not only did Gu Fei's martial physique improve, but the 365 acupoints in his body also underwent changes. In the void of the acupoint, the multicolored light condensed by the essence of the 5 elements had already grown to the size of half a finger. Like a star in the pitch-black night sky, it flickered in the void of the acupoint. Ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the demigod realm, his body seemed to have broken some kind of shackles, and the void of 365 meridians appeared in his body. The 365 void meridians were like 365 small worlds, and in each of these small worlds, there was only one star. When that star grew to the point where it could fill the void of the meridians, Gu Fei's cultivation would make another breakthrough, and his martial body would transform again, entering a higher realm and level of cultivation. Even so, the essence in Gu Fei's body was extremely vigorous, and the strength of his martial body was already comparable to the strength of He Tian, the beginning emperor. However, Gu Fei realized that his realm seemed to be still at the demigod realm, and he had not improved. He had a feeling that he was bound to the demigod realm. Should he break through the shackles, break the eternal curse, and become a god through martial arts, or should he be forever stuck in the demigod realm? Even Gu Fei himself was not sure. It was too difficult to become a god through martial arts. In Gu Fei's opinion, to fill the void of 365 meridians was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, after becoming a demigod, a cultivator would break the boundary of life and death, and life would no longer be limited by time. Gu Fei had enough time to cultivate, and slowly fill the 365 bottomless holes in his body. If there were no accidents, he could do it, but even if there were no accidents, it would still take a long time. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, 2 terrifying and evil energy waves suddenly came from the distant sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was as if 2 blood-red meteors broke through the dusky sky, and flew in the direction of the valley. A vast, evil, and bloody power spread between the heavens and the earth. Within the blood-red light, There were two terrifying figures that emitted dazzling blood-red demonic light. They had a pair of wings on their backs, and a single horn on their heads. The two powerful existences that had suddenly appeared were the other two Emperor, realm super experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan. When Gu Fei sensed these two extremely powerful auras, he hurriedly and carefully retracted the aura on his body, and carefully hid on the short mountain beside the valley. The flying speed of the Emperor realm super experts was even faster than lightning. In an instant, the two Emperor realm Blood Fiend Azuras arrived in the sky above the valley. Like blood demons descending, the two emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan released endless blood-red light, illuminating the entire world. At this moment, the valley was surging with yin qi, and the underworld fog surged. It was as if it had already turned into an extremely tragic Shuraba with a murderous aura. Bolts of black lightning continuously descended from the sky, and the power of the heavens and the earth within a 1,000-mile radius gathered, forming an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Emperor Kabu, do you need help? One of the Emperor realm Blood Fiend Azura shouted loudly. He did not immediately make a move. Emperor realm super experts were more or less prideful. If Emperor Kabu did not ask for their help, they would not make a move. Of course, if Emperor Kabu was at a critical juncture of life and death, they would still make a move regardless of everything. Don't interfere! Emperor Kabu's furious roar rang out from within the valley. Rumble! Endless power of lightning gathered, and a terrifying lightning net interweaved in the sky above the valley. It seemed as if it would never stop, and it bombarded downwards. Every bolt of black lightning contained a terrifying destructive power. Wherever the black lightning passed, the void would shatter and tear apart, and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty between the heavens and the earth. This was only the phenomenon produced by the absolute kill formation from the outside. Inside the formation, it was a completely different scene. Apart from the black demonic lightning descending from the sky, there was also the sky-burning demon fire rising from the ground. This absolute kill formation had also drawn out the sky-burning demon fire from the ground. The void was scorched intensely by the pitch-black demonic fire, and it was distorted and deformed. Roar! Despicable ant, do you dare to come out and fight? Emperor Kabu was truly enraged. There was a terrifying demonic lightning above and a terrifying demonic fire below. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. The great momentum formed by the formation had sealed off the entire void. If Emperor Kabu did not have the Scarlet Blood Demonic Trident, he would have been injured by now. It had to be said that the Scarlet Blood Demonic Trident in Emperor Kabu's hand was definitely an important treasure of the Blood Fiend Azura clan. The mighty power of the Scarlet Blood Demonic Trident had actually blocked the demonic lightning descending from the sky and the sky-burning demon fire surging from the ground. Hei Tian, who was hidden in the formation, stared coldly at Emperor Kabu, who was trapped in the formation. No matter how Emperor Kabu cursed at him, Hei Tian did not say a word. Damn it! I didn't expect the Scarlet Blood Demonic Trident to be so powerful. It seems like it will be difficult to kill this guy unless I use that treasure. The soul fire in Hei Tian's skull flickered violently. He was calculating. Although the power of the formation was great, it did not seem to be enough to deal with Emperor Kabu, who had a great treasure in his hands. Moreover, it was impossible for them to trap Emperor Kabu for too long and slowly kill him. There were still two powerful fellows outside the valley. The valley was less than 5 kilometers away from the city of Divine Kings. The moment the formation was activated, the powerful creatures in the city of Divine Kings sensed the mighty energy fluctuations coming from the valley. The powerful undead creatures in the city of Divine Kings soared into the sky and arrived nearby. They hid themselves and watched from the side. There were many among them who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The 3 emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura have all appeared. Who dares to challenge the 3 emperors? One of the emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan has been trapped. This formation. All the undead creatures sensed the aura of the 2 emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the sky above the valley. They did not dare to get too close. They pointed and discussed from afar. It should be known that super experts of the Emperor realm were powerful and terrifying even in the inner region of the world of death, which was filled with experts. Although there were also super experts of the Emperor realm among the undead creatures who were watching in the dark, these experts of the Emperor realm were not willing to offend the Blood Fiend Azura clan. This was because the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the Netherblood Sea was a powerful clan in the inner region of the world of death. The Blood Fiend Patriarch was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. He was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. In the world of death, He was an invincible expert who had the strength to enter the core region of the world of death. However, the Blood Fiend Patriarch did not enter the core region of the world of death like the invincible experts who surpassed the Emperor realm in the legends. Legend had it that it was the source of this world. It was the world of origin of the world of death. Whoever controlled the world of origin would be able to control the entire world of death. However, the world of death had existed for countless years, but no invincible expert who surpassed the Emperor realm had ever controlled this world. The invincible experts who entered the world of origin might have died, or they might have been trapped inside and could not come out. In short, the invincible experts who went to the world of origin had all disappeared. Perhaps that was the reason why the Blood Fiend Patriarch was unwilling to enter the core region of the world of origin. A clan that had an invincible expert who surpassed the Emperor realm was undoubtedly an extremely powerful clan in the world of death. No one would dare to provoke such a clan. Chapter 538. Boss, hurry up and kill Emperor Kabu, then escape. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei, who was on the hill beside the valley. There are still 2 fellows who haven't entered yet. Let's wait a little longer. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. He didn't want to make a move yet. F***CK. Isn't this fellow's appetite a little too big? He Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart. He still wanted to kill the 2 Emperor stage powerhouses outside the valley. That was simply impossible. Gu Fei wanted to kill the 2 Emperor stage experts from the Blood Fiend Azura clan outside the valley after they entered the formation. However, it did not seem realistic at this point. Emperor Kabu was trapped in the ultimate kill formation in the valley. Even though he had the precious treasure of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, it was difficult for him to break through the great momentum of the world formed by the formation. How could the 2 Emperor stage powerhouses from the Blood Fiend Azura clan dare to enter the valley so easily? Half an hour passed. There were more and more dead creatures watching from the vicinity of the valley. The 2 Blood Fiend Azura clan powerhouses in the sky above the valley also became anxious. Emperor Kabu roared angrily again and again. The entire valley shook. He seemed to have encountered great trouble in the valley. Blood-red light shot into the sky from the formation, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. However, no matter how much Emperor Kabu struggled or attacked, he couldn't break through the seal of the formation. Moreover, the more he attacked, the more the great formation's great power was stimulated. Kabu, I'll help you. Finally, one of the Emperor from the Blood Fiend Azura clan in the sky above the valley couldn't help but make a move. As he shouted, the Emperor powerhouse's body surged with a soaring blood-red light. It was as if layers of monstrous waves of blood were rapidly forming. They surged and surged majestically, as if a sea of blood had appeared in the sky above the valley. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the sea of blood, shaking the entire world. The dead creatures nearby retreated in panic. A nauseating smell of blood rushed into Gu Fei's nose, making him feel dizzy. Gu Fei hurriedly used his world energy to isolate this extremely unpleasant smell. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. This bloody smell seemed to have some kind of strange power that could confuse one's mind. It was like a sea of blood that had gathered all the filthiest things in the world, and it was capable of defiling all living things. Magic treasures, weapons, and so long as they were tainted by this boundless filthy energy, they would immediately lose all their spiritual energy and become scrap metal. Since the smell was already so formidable, then the consequences would be unimaginable if one were to be enveloped by this sea of blood. The expert from the Blood Fiend Azura clan wanted to use the tainted energy to break the formation in the valley. It should be known that all formations, be it righteous or evil, required an array diagram to form the power of heaven and earth in order to operate. As long as the array diagram was tainted, the formation would collapse on its own. Rumble. The Emperor expert from the Blood Fiend Azura clan seemed to be controlling a sea of blood that descended from the sky. The terrifying sea of blood enveloped the entire valley, and the evil power descended mightily. It actually blocked the demonic lightning that had gathered in the sky above the valley. The sea of blood was even able to dissolve the power of the demonic lightning into nothingness. At this moment, Emperor Kabu could not care less about his pride. He did not speak up to stop the Emperor expert from the Blood Fiend Azura clan from attacking. Boss, if you don't attack, we can only start running. He Tian's anxious voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a voice transmission through soul power, and it directly affected Gu Fei's mind. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed in a low voice. Then, He suddenly rushed out of his hiding place and entered the formation at the foot of the short mountain. No one would have thought that there would be someone hiding on the short mountain beside the valley. All the undead creatures were shocked by Gu Fei's sudden appearance. Before the undead creatures could regain their senses, Gu Fei had already entered the formation and was quickly moving towards where He Tian was. After seeing He Tian in the formation, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged. The purple flame brand on his forehead immediately appeared on his skin. Boom! Suddenly, the entire array shook violently. Then, the ground that was spewing out the sky-burning demon fire suddenly caved in. Countless runes rushed out from the ground, and a pitch-black vortex of death appeared beneath Emperor Kabu's feet. The vortex produced a terrifying suction force, wanting to pull Emperor Kabu into it. Roar! Emperor Kabu was shocked. However, he did not panic. With a roar, he held the demonic scarlet blood trident in his hand and pierced towards the black whirlpool below. He wanted to break through the black whirlpool below. Chi! The demonic scarlet blood trident shot out a dazzling bloody light that shattered the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. However, a scene that left Emperor Kabu dumbfounded happened. He saw that the bloody demonic light that shot out from the demonic scarlet blood trident had actually disappeared into the black whirlpool. The usually successful attack had lost its effectiveness at this moment. Then, Emperor Kabu felt his hand shake. The demonic scarlet blood trident in his hand actually flew out and was swallowed by the black whirlpool below. What's going on? Emperor Kabu was shocked. However, at this moment, the entire formation began to collapse. The black whirlpool below suddenly soared into the sky and sucked Emperor Kabu in. The black whirlpool seemed to have the power to swallow the heavens. Even Emperor Kabu was sucked into it. Rumble! An ancient cauldron rose from the valley. The cauldron was as big as a mountain. The mouth of the cauldron was the black whirlpool that had swallowed the demonic scarlet blood trident and Emperor Kabu. Scarlet Demon, why are you here? Emperor Kabu's terrified voice rang out from within the cauldron. Kabu, you! An extremely weak voice rang out from within the cauldron. The voice was also filled with indescribable fear. All the undead creatures who were watching were completely stunned by the scene before their eyes. A super expert of the Emperor realm was actually sucked into a cauldron. This was too unbelievable. The cauldron directly broke through the terrifying sea of blood that had descended from the sky. At the same time, the Emperor realm expert within the sea of blood was sent flying. What is this? Not only were the experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan shocked, but the countless undead creatures who were watching from afar were also extremely shocked. A weapon that could suck in an Emperor realm expert's weapon was at least an ancient treasure that was comparable to a precious treasure. Let's go! Gu Fei let out a low shout as he rushed out from the mountain valley with He Tian. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was still in a state of shock, Gu Fei and He Tian directly rushed into the giant cauldron. Then, the giant cauldron emitted a misty primordial chaos energy as it rapidly shrank and flew into the distance. Chapter 539. Roar! The two Emperor stage super experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan roared angrily when they saw the cauldron take away Emperor Kabu. They turned into two rays of Blood Fiend demonic light and chased after it. Emperor Kabu was the Emperor of the Blood Fiend Azura clan. The other two Emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan did not dare to not save Emperor Kabu. After all, if Emperor Kabu died, the Blood Fiend Azura clan would lose another Emperor stage super expert. Swoosh! Suddenly, the space in front of the mountain and river cauldron shook. A large hand shrouded in black chi appeared from the void and grabbed at the mountain and river cauldron. The pitch-black hand was the size of a small mountain. It emitted a vast and terrifying energy wave that enveloped the void. It wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron away. The experts who were watching in the dark finally made their move. Hum! The mountain and river cauldron only shook a little, but the entire world shook violently. The void almost collapsed. Cracks in the void near the mountain and river cauldron extended into the distance. The mountain and river cauldron displayed great power. It directly shattered the pitch-black hand and rushed over. A muffled groan came from the darkness. Someone was flying backwards. Spells and divine powers were broken by the mountain and river cauldron. The caster would also be affected, especially those spells and divine powers that were driven by divine will. The experts who were preparing to intercept the mountain and river cauldron in the dark were shocked when they saw this. As they hesitated, the mountain and river cauldron had already gone far away in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! Blood-red light shocked the sky. The two Emperor Stage super experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan emitted a vast and terrifying energy wave. They tore through the dark sky and flew quickly. The aura of an Emperor Realm super expert was simply too powerful. It caused the entire world to tremble, and the weak undead creatures had long since prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. Only the stronger ones were still standing. However, following the departure of the two Emperor Stage super powerhouses from the Blood Fiend Azura clan, the terrifying pressure that filled the heavens and earth also quickly disappeared. Where did that ancient cauldron come from? Amazing. That should be an incredible ancient treasure. It can actually suck in Emperor Stage super experts. Who are those two fellows? To actually dare provoke the Blood Fiend Azura clan? Could it be the divine race? The ancient cauldron and the two emperors of the Blood Fiend Azura clan disappeared into the distance. All the creatures of death were guessing who dared to attack the Blood Fiend Azura clan. Gu Fei was a living being with flesh and blood. His appearance was no different from the divine race. Many undead creatures regarded Gu Fei as a divine race member. Furthermore, someone even said that when Gu Fei appeared in the City of Divine Kings, Saintly had sent someone to find him and invite Gu Fei over. For a time, there were many different opinions, but in the end, no one knew where Gu Fei came from. Young Master, is it because of the mountain and river cauldron that you value Gu Fei so much? Behind the young man stood a handsome young man in green. The young man hidden high up in the sky was the mysterious and unfathomable Saint Li. The green-clothed young man behind Saint Li was his little follower. That's not it. Saint Li rubbed his chin and his eyes were extremely deep. This Gu Fei isn't simple. He's different from us. Perhaps he can break the curse that has been in place for thousands of years. What? Saint Li's little follower was shocked when he heard this. He's different from us? The little follower said in disbelief. Only the divine race knew almost all the secrets of the world of death. The divine race was actually the descendant of a supreme almighty from ancient times. They were not native creatures of the world of death. Like Gu Fei and the others, they came from the outside world. Unlike Gu Fei, the divine race did not enter the world of death willingly. Therefore, the divine race wanted to leave the world of death very much. There was an ancient legend among the divine race that the divine race was looking for a way to leave the world of death. Gu Fei seems to have cultivated the martial ancestor, a supreme almighty from ancient times, said Saint Li. A supreme almighty. The little follower's expression changed. All right, let's follow and take a look, Saint Li said. Without waiting for the little follower to reply, he disappeared into the void with him. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed into the mountain and river cauldron. The space inside the mountain and river cauldron was extremely large, making Gu Fei and He Tian feel as though they had entered another world. Roar! An angry roar came from in front of them. The entire void shook and misty primordial chaos chi surged. A blood-colored demonic light broke through the barriers of time and the void. With terrifying energy fluctuations, it pierced towards Gu Fei's chest in an instant. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. With a thought, the void in front of him suddenly distorted. The demonic blood-colored light that pierced Gu Fei's chest disappeared as though it had entered the void. I'll return it to you. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the space in front of him trembled again. A blood-colored demonic light, like a supreme demonic artifact, pierced through the path it came from. He actually reversed the void in an instant and transferred Emperor Kabu's killing move back to him. This is infuriating. Emperor Kabu roared. With the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand, he looked like a blood demon that had come into being. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he charged towards Gu Fei. The void within the mountain river cauldron was vast and boundless. There was nothing in front, behind, left, right, up and down. Primordial chaos energy lingered in this void. Gu Fei did not use the primordial chaos energy. Emperor Kabu used the scarlet blood demonic trident to shatter the blood-colored demonic light that shot back at him. Like a madman, he charged towards Gu Fei like a demon from hell. In my place, you'd better accept your fate, Gu Fei said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, Emperor Kabu was immediately swatted away by Gu Fei like a fly. He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's ferocity. Boss, since you're so strong, why did you let go of those two guys that reek of blood outside? Strong my ass. This is because I'm inside the mountain and river cauldron. I can only use some of the mountain and river cauldron's power. Gu Fei analyzed. Emperor Kabu was enraged that he had been easily swatted away by Gu Fei. With a roar, an endless blood-colored light surged from his body. Like a blood-colored rainbow, it pierced through the void and shot towards Gu Fei from all directions. "You're no match for me here." Gu Fei took a step forward and directly pressed his right hand forward. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and the entire void trembled violently. Then, the countless blood-colored rainbow that shot towards Gu Fei shattered and dissipated in an instant. Emperor Kabu felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His body flew backwards for thousands of feet before he could stabilize his body. How could this be? Emperor Kabu held the scarlet blood demonic trident in his hand and muttered to himself. This was too unbelievable. The kid in front of him did not have the cultivation of the Emperor realm, but he had completely suppressed him. "In the mountain and river cauldron, I am the supreme," Gu Fei said in a deep voice as he continued to press towards Emperor Kabu. "Unless you're an almighty, there's only one ending for you, and that is death." Gu Fei seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. His body emitted a dazzling divine light, and he was like a supreme god that had descended. He was extremely powerful. "Roar! You ant, what right do you have to kill me? Go to hell." Emperor Kabu was completely enraged. He had gone crazy. He brandished his trident and shot out terrifying blood-colored demonic light that tore through the void and shattered the heavens and earth. He rushed towards Gu Fei. He was fighting with his life on the line. Blood-colored demonic fire emanated from his body. Emperor Kabu was burning the energy in his body to raise his strength to its peak. If he did not fight with his life on the line, he would lose his life. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and directly teleported in the void of the cauldron of mountain and river. He seemed to really control this endless void and became one with it. It was difficult to grasp his movements. Emperor Kabu had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, but it was impossible for him to track his movements. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly appeared behind Emperor Kabu and then punched the back of Emperor Kabu's head, knocking him down from the void. "Despicable and shameless ant, fight me head-on if you have the guts." Emperor Kabu cursed and soared into the sky with the scarlet demonic trident in his hand. Like a cockroach that could not be killed, he rushed towards Gu Fei. Such hard bones, such a strong body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The punch just now was a punch that he had used all his strength, but it actually could not break Emperor Kabu's head. Could it be that this Emperor Kabu's head was even harder than the profound heroic divine metal? Gu Fei quickly retreated and avoided Emperor Kabu's aggressive attack. At the same time, his hands danced again and again. 5-colored divine light shot out from his hands and pierced towards Emperor Kabu. Puff! 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 The 5-colored divine light hit Emperor Kabu's body, but it could only scatter the blood-colored light on Emperor Kabu's body. It could not break through Emperor Kabu's body that contained the vast power of blood. The Blood Fiend Azura clan was born in the Netherworld Blood Sea. Their strong bodies and speed were the strengths of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, especially the Emperor Realm Blood Fiend Azuras. Their bodies were so strong that they were comparable to the profound heroic divine metal. Unless Gu Fei risked his vitality to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to refine Emperor Kabu to death. At this time, He Tian was also fighting with the Scarlet Demon. Ever since the Scarlet Demon had been absorbed into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, he had been slowly refined by the power of the mountain and river cauldron until he was on the verge of death. However, even a dying emperor was incomparably terrifying. Knowing that he was going to die, the Crimson Demon fought with his life on the line, forcing Erebus, the beginning emperor, to continuously retreat. Chapter 540. Preposterous. He Tian was forced to retreat repeatedly by the Crimson Demon. He felt extremely aggrieved. It was not because his cultivation was not strong enough, but because the Crimson Demon's desperate attacks had caused him to panic. Roar! Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show off my power? He Tian bellowed angrily. A dazzling divine light erupted from his hands as he retreated. Boundless yin and yang energies converged on his hands. A terrifying energy fluctuation surged and shook the nearby void. On the left was yin and on the right was yang. A ball of black light appeared on He Tian's left hand. It looked like a black sun, illuminating half the sky in pitch-black darkness. On the other hand, a ball of dazzling white light appeared on He Tian's right hand. It was like a bright moon in the sky, illuminating the other side of the sky in a snowy white. The yin and yang energies surged majestically on He Tian's skeletal body. Reverse yin and yang, overturn the heavens and earth. He Tian let out a furious roar. His hands moved as if he was hugging the Tai Chi. Two balls of dazzling divine light formed a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in front of him. A terrifying energy fluctuation surged from the yin-yang eye on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, stirring up the heavens and earth and reversing the universe. It formed a terrifying force field that enveloped the crimson demon. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the yin and yang energies intertwined. It was as if the void of the world had been turned upside down. The terrifying energy formed a terrifying destructive storm that could tear and pulverize everything. The crimson demon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had merely relied on his ferocious spirit to fight against He Tian. Once his ferocious spirit had passed, he would not be able to continue. Without any suspense, He Tian's yin-yang divine art immediately enveloped the crimson demon. The yin and yang energies sealed off the surrounding area before rushing in together. Bang! The crimson demon's body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. However, He Tian wasn't happy because of this, because it wasn't that easy to kill an Emperor Realm super expert. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul wouldn't be destroyed. Sure enough, in the midst of the blood mist, specks of demonic blood-colored light quickly converged. Then, a fist-sized blood-colored ball of light condensed in the void. Humph! It's just a last-ditch struggle. He Tian sneered. His hands moved, and the power of yin and yang surged out from his hands, forming a Taiji yin-yang diagram that pressed down on the blood-colored ball of light. Swoosh! The blood-colored ball of light was as fast as lightning as it charged towards He Tian. Boundless blood-colored light radiated from the ball of light, enveloping He Tian. The ball of light was the crimson demon's soul. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul wouldn't be destroyed. The boundless blood-colored light contained the crimson demon's extremely powerful spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged toward He Tian's skull. The crimson demon was trying to use his soul attack to destroy He Tian's spiritual fire and replace it. This was an extremely overbearing art of sacrifice. It was a battle of spiritual energy. If one party was no match for the other party would completely destroy the other party and their souls would be destroyed. It was extremely dangerous. The movement of the crimson demon's soul was extremely fast. There was no way He Tian could dodge it. He Tian, who was illuminated by the blood-colored light, immediately clutched his head and screamed. The spiritual fire in his skull had been dyed red. Let's perish together. The crimson demon's voice rang out in He Tian's soul. The crimson demon's spiritual light was emitting boundless blood-colored light like a burning blood-colored flame. In reality, he was burning his soul in an attempt to perish together with He Tian. Of course, if the crimson demon was unable to kill He Tian after burning his spiritual energy, the crimson demon's soul would be destroyed and he would completely disappear from this world. You're the only one who will perish. Erebus felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. The pain that came from his soul was more terrifying than any pain he could feel from his physical body. He Tian sat cross-legged in the air and circulated the yin-yang force with all his might. He was trying to force the crimson demon's spiritual energy out of his skull. However, the crimson demon's spiritual energy continued to burn. The crimson demon's spiritual energy in the air was gradually shrinking and its light was gradually dimming. At this moment, the spiritual fire in He Tian's skull was also weakening. The crimson demon's suicidal method of burning his soul had caused He Tian's soul to be severely injured. The spiritual fire in his skull had also dimmed. You're not the only one who will fight with your life on the line. He Tian roared angrily. Then, the spiritual fire in his skull that was gradually weakening suddenly released a vast wave of spiritual energy. The wave of spiritual energy could be described as extremely terrifying. It was like a dam that had been blocked by a mountain torrent and had suddenly broken through. It was unstoppable. Boom! The entire sky shook violently. Some kind of seal seemed to have been broken in He Tian's soul, allowing the terrifying wave of spiritual energy to be released. Roar! I can't accept this. The extremely powerful wave of spiritual energy that had surged out from He Tian's skull immediately dispersed the spiritual energy that Crimson Demon had invaded He Tian's skull. In a short while, He Tian's entire body emitted a black and white divine light. The spiritual fire in his skull was extremely powerful and Crimson Demon's spiritual energy was rapidly being devoured by He Tian's spiritual energy. In the end, Crimson Demon's soul was completely destroyed by the terrifying wave of spiritual energy that had erupted from He Tian's skull. Even when his soul was destroyed, Crimson Demon still could not understand why He Tian's spiritual energy had suddenly increased to a terrifying level that was at least 10 times stronger than before. A powerful spiritual energy could not last for long. After Crimson Demon's soul was destroyed, the terrifying wave of spiritual energy gradually quietened down in He Tian's skull. He Tian, this ruffian's soul, seemed to be strange. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and Emperor Kabu had also reached its climax. Gu Fei's body had merged with the mountain and river cauldron. In the world within the mountain and river cauldron, he was like an existence of the mountain and river cauldron. Although he could only mobilize a very small portion of his power, it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and left a series of afterimages in the void as he attacked Emperor Kabu continuously. Bam! 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 Emperor Kabu was hit consecutively. No matter how strong his physical body was, he still felt the pain that he had not felt in a long time. Even his bones were starting to crack. Blood flowed from the corner of Emperor Kabu's mouth. The crimson blood trident in his hand continuously pierced towards Gu Fei. However, it did not even touch the clothes on Gu Fei's body as he used the 8 desolation steps to evade the attacks. Roar! Emperor Kabu roared in anger as his body continuously emitted strong light. He used this ancient treasure to continuously shoot out rays of demonic bloodlight that pierced towards Gu Fei. Chapter 541. Gu Fei was inside the cauldron of mountain and river, continuously drawing in the power of the cauldron. His fists emitted a dazzling 5-colored divine light, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of the power of the 5 elements. He directly smashed the demonic bloodlight that shot towards him and pressed towards Emperor Kabu. Although he wasn't an emperor, and didn't have the strength of an emperor, at this moment, he used his martial body to communicate with the cauldron of mountain and river, borrowing the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. With a wave of his hand, the entire world was shaken by a vast and mighty power. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. The 5-colored divine light was like a 5-colored dragon that circled around his body. He was like a god that had descended, displaying his unparalleled battle strength. 8 desolation steps. 8 extremely fast steps. Gu Fei approached Emperor Kabu in an instant as if he was taking a stroll in a park. Then, he threw a punch, and the power of the 5 elements surged out from his fist. Like a surging river, it surged forward. The entire endless void was shaken by this punch. The entire cauldron of mountain and river trembled slightly. Roar! Emperor Kabu let out a loud roar. The demonic scarlet blood trident in his hand exploded with endless evil bloodlight, illuminating the void within the cauldron of mountain and river. The terrifying power of the Emperor realm surged out from the demonic scarlet blood trident, shattering the void. The trident turned into a demonic blood dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force and the boundless blood-red light unleashed by the demonic scarlet blood trident collided in an instant. The 2 extremely powerful forces collided head-on, and the terrifying power that erupted tore through the void, breaking through the barrier of space and turning the void into nothingness. Gu Fei and Emperor Kabu were sent flying backwards. Next, the 2 of them charged forward and began fighting again. Communicating with the cauldron of mountain and river and receiving the great power, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of Emperor Kabu at all. If it was outside the cauldron of mountain and river, he definitely wouldn't be Emperor Kabu's opponent. However, this was inside the cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei continuously waved his fists, directly clashing with the trident in Emperor Kabu's hands. It was like 2 pieces of divine metal colliding violently, clanging sounds incessantly. It was hard to imagine just how strong Gu Fei's physical body was to directly resist the treasure of the blood fiend Azura clan with a pair of fists. Emperor Kabu was even more shocked, because he knew how powerful the blood fiend demonic scarlet blood trident was. He knew that the blood Azura was the trident. It was originally the blood fiend patriarch's weapon. However, Emperor Kabu was the emperor of the blood fiend patriarch's bloodline and could be said to be the blood fiend patriarch's successor. Thus, the blood fiend patriarch bestowed the scarlet blood demonic trident to Emperor Kabu. When Emperor Kabu saw that Gu Fei could actually directly resist the fiend blood trident with his physical body, how could he not be shocked? The cauldron of mountain and river shook violently, and the cauldron's soul was also alarmed. A powerful soul fluctuation, like that of a supreme powerhouse, came from the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river. This. Sensing this soul fluctuation, Emperor Kebu's expression changed instantly. His mind was in a mess, and Gu Fei immediately seized the opportunity to send him flying with a punch. Boss! Stop playing around. Hurry up and kill that guy. At this time, He Tian, who had already killed the Scarlet Demon, came to Gu Fei's side. He Tian knew that if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Emperor Kebu, it would be a piece of cake. In the cauldron of mountain and river, he was the supreme. This was not a false statement. In the cauldron of mountain and river, even the emperor was not a match for Gu Fei. But leaving him alive will always be a disaster. He Tian said after thinking for a while. This Emperor Kebu was indeed a good practice target. If he could frequently engage in life and death battles with him, it would definitely improve his strength significantly. However, in the eyes of a ruffian like He Tian, Emperor Kebu was still an enemy. If he could kill an enemy, then he would kill him. If he couldn't, then he would hide. Since he could kill him, why not? Do you think that he still has a chance to escape from the cauldron of mountain and river? Gu Fei sneered. At this time, Emperor Kebu once again released a monstrous blood mist. Like a bloody evil spirit, he rushed towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Roar! Roar! Another two earth-shattering roars came from the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river. The entire space was shaking, and the rolling sound waves were deafening. A white tiger the size of a mountain and a black tortoise with a dragon head rushed out from the depths of the cauldron. Then, a huge fire surged out from the depths of the cauldron. Within the fire, a divine bird was flying. The four divine beasts. When He Tian saw the four extremely powerful existences that rushed out from the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river, he was instantly petrified. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The four ancient divine beasts released a boundless and terrifying divine power that surrounded Emperor Kebu. The four ancient divine beasts were not real divine beasts. They were just four beast souls without a real body. However, even so, Emperor Kebu was not a match for them. The four ancient divine beasts used their supreme divine power to directly attack Emperor Kebu, who was holding the blood-killing demonic trident. Emperor Kebu did not even have the strength to fight back. The four ancient divine beasts did not directly kill Emperor Kebu. Instead, after suppressing him, they brought him into the depths of the cauldron of mountain and river and imprisoned him. From Gu Fei's point of view, besides using Emperor Kebu as a whetstone for him to reach a higher cultivation level, there might be a time when he could use this fellow. How extravagant! This supreme treasure actually imprisoned the beast souls of the four ancient divine beasts. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe it, He Tian murmured. The four great ancient divine beasts were supreme existences. Even almighty experts might not be a match for the four great ancient divine beasts. It was hard to imagine how powerful one's strength and cultivation must be in order to kill the four great ancient divine beasts and imprison their souls in an extreme way treasure. Just as He Tian was sighing, boom! The entire cauldron of mountain and river suddenly shook violently. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He knew that someone was attacking the cauldron of mountain and river from the outside. The person who could shake the cauldron of mountain and river could not be an emperor. If a super expert in the emperor realm could shake the cauldron of mountain and river, the two emperors of the blood-evil Azura clan would have intercepted the cauldron long ago. Who is it? He Tian exclaimed. Let me see. As he spoke, Gu Fei sat down in the void and closed his eyes. The purple flame brand immediately appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows and shone with purple divine light. A powerful soul wave surged out from Gu Fei's Naiwan palace and communicated with the cauldron's soul. It was as if his body had become a cauldron. Using this method, Gu Fei could feel what the cauldron's soul could feel. Of course, he could also see who was attacking the cauldron. Boom! There was another violent tremor. The primordial chaos chi that was floating in the endless void inside the cauldron actually showed signs of gathering. Damn, which ruthless person is attacking the cauldron of mountain and river? Could it be that those old fellows are unwilling to be left out and have jumped out? The ball of soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered rapidly. The ruthless person who could shake the cauldron of mountain and river was definitely one of those old fellows who had surpassed the emperor realm and entered the invincible realm. Gu Fei felt his soul power gradually fusing with the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, he felt a strange sensation. The moment his soul power fused with the cauldron of mountain and river, he felt as if he had transformed into the cauldron of mountain and river. He saw what the cauldron's soul saw. He saw that the cauldron's soul was surrounded by a blood-red demonic light, as if it had fallen into a boundless sea of blood. The blood waves surged and a terrifying and evil power spread between heaven and earth. Within the blood light, there were countless runes faintly discernible. Those runes formed a formation that trapped the cauldron of mountain and river. Outside the blood-red formation, 1,000 zhang tall blood-red figure was swinging its huge fist, which was like a small mountain, towards the cauldron of mountain and river. Boom! The blood-red fist fiercely smashed against the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron of mountain and river immediately shook violently. The countless ancient beast carvings on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life, and the beast's souls were faintly discernible. Endless blood-red waves continuously surged from all directions, trying to drown the cauldron of mountain and river and then refine it. The blood-red waves were the most evil and filthy qi that had been born in the Netherblood Sea for thousands of years. It could contaminate any cultivator's magic treasures and weapons, causing them to lose all their spiritual qi and turn them into a piece of scrap metal. However, the filthy qi that was born from the Netherblood Sea could not contaminate an extreme treasure like the cauldron of mountain and river. The mighty power that came from the cauldron blocked all the surging blood-red waves, and not a single trace of the filthy qi touched the cauldron of mountain and river. Blood fiend ancestor? Gu Fei was shocked. He had already recognized the ruthless person outside the blood-killing formation. The blood fiend ancestor was a super old guy who had the ability to trap the cauldron of mountain and river. The blood fiend ancestor kept attacking the cauldron of mountain and river, and Gu Fei could feel it. His soul trembled, and the power of the blood-killing formation surged towards the cauldron of mountain and river from all directions, actually stopping the cauldron of mountain and river. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river shook continuously, and the endless blood-red runes were collapsing. The entire blood-killing formation shook violently, and it actually showed signs of collapsing. It was true that the blood fiend ancestor could trap the cauldron of mountain and river, but he had trapped the cauldron of mountain and river that was not controlled by anyone. It was hard to say if the cauldron of mountain and river was controlled by someone. Humph! You still want to escape? The blood fiend ancestor's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Boundless blood-killing power surged from the demon's body and poured into the blood-killing formation continuously. Under the infusion of the blood fiend ancestor's power, the entire blood-killing formation gradually stabilized. The unpredictable power that was formed attracted the surrounding forces of heaven and earth, and firmly trapped the cauldron of mountain and river. Chapter 542. What a powerful old demon! Gu Fei was shocked. His soul power had merged with the soul of the mountain and river cauldron, so he could see everything that was happening outside. Seeing that Patriarch Bloodfiend was able to trap and suppress the mountain and river cauldron with a demonic formation, he found it unbelievable because the mountain and river cauldron was not ownerless. Gu Fei was confident that under his control, the mountain and river cauldron could not display its full power, but it was much more powerful than when the mountain and river cauldron fought against Patriarch Bloodfiend on its own. I don't believe that you can trap me. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river cauldron, could not help but be aroused by Patriarch Bloodfiend. Then the purple flame mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of seven-colored divine light, which merged into the mountain and river cauldron. This was the power of a powerful soul. On the path of martial arts, there was no essence soul, no Dao core, and no Dao nascent. However, this did not mean that a martial artist could only rely on the strength of his body to fight. The more powerful a martial artist was, when the power of his body was constantly developed, the life soul in his Naiwen palace would also transform and condense a life mark. Even though Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the demigod realm, he had not yet reached the level of condensing a life mark. However, the life soul in his Naiwen palace was extremely powerful. His soul power could rush out of his Naiwen palace and even form outside his body. The seven-colored soul power continuously entered the mountain and river cauldron, and the void inside the mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook. The clouds of primordial chaos chi that were floating in the void began to gather. Boss is going to go all out. What is going on outside? He Tian stood behind Gu Fei, the soul fire in his skull beating violently. He did not know that Patriarch Bloodfiend had already arrived and trapped the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the void shattered. The boundless blood-red light and filthy chi that covered the sky and the earth were all shattered and dissipated. Countless blood-red spell symbols disappeared in the void. A layer of blurry, inconspicuous light emerged from the mountain and river cauldron. An aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. As if the heavens and earth were being split apart, the space within a 10-mile radius was completely shattered into nothingness. A terrifying energy swept through the heavens and earth, as if a huge hole had suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth. The entire Blood Fiend Great Formation shook violently. The momentum of the world that had gathered almost collapsed. A 10,000-foot-tall scarlet demon figure roared in the bloody light. The Blood Fiend Patriarch retreated. Even someone as powerful as him had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Roar! Blood Fiend Patriarch roared angrily. He repeatedly sent out beams of evil blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, runes could be seen faintly. He wanted to replenish the runes that had been destroyed. He wanted to gather the power of the world once more and completely suppress the mountain and river cauldron. Endless blood-red runes were like demonic marks formed by the condensation of endless blood. They emitted terrifying energy waves and stirred up the power of the world. The Blood Fiend Great Formation expanded rapidly. The shattered Blood Fiend demonic marks were quickly repaired. It covered a radius of 100 miles and trapped the mountain and river cauldron within the formation. However, just as Blood Fiend Patriarch displayed his unparalleled ferocity and used his great magic to reconstruct the Great Formation, a stone turtle shell the size of a fist silently flew from the sky and then smashed into Blood Fiend Patriarch's head. Bam! Blood Fiend Patriarch immediately fell from the Great Formation in the sky. Boom! He smashed into the mountains below and a cloud of dust rose up. Although the stone turtle shell was only the size of a fist, it seemed to be as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. It actually smashed the defenseless Blood Fiend Patriarch down. Boom! In the mountains, suddenly, a blood-red light shot into the sky. All the mountains collapsed in an instant. An extremely terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to tremble. Roar! Blood Fiend Patriarch roared madly. His voice shook the sky and the dark clouds and fog in the sky dispersed. He rushed out of the mountains like a madman. His body emitted a bright blood-red light and he was like a peerless demon that had descended. It's you. I know it's you. You despicable and shameless bastard. Get out here. Blood Fiend Patriarch was enraged. His blood-red eyes swept in all directions, trying to find the person who had plotted against him. Swoosh! Blood Fiend Patriarch suddenly sensed something. 2 beams of Blood Fiend demonic light shot out from his blood-red eyes. They pierced through the void and swept towards somewhere in the sky. Haha! Blood Fiend, we meet again. A loud laugh sounded. The void distorted and a figure walked out of the void. The person stretched out his hand and directly shattered the 2 beams of Blood Fiend demonic light. He calmly walked towards Blood Fiend Patriarch. Go to hell! As soon as Blood Fiend Patriarch saw this person, he immediately turned into a beam of blood-red light and rushed towards that person with a murderous aura. Hee hee! Blood Fiend, why are you so angry? Anger will harm your body. The person grinned and looked at Blood Fiend Patriarch, who seemed to have gone mad. However, he had already clasped the fist-sized stone tortoise shell in his hand. Blood Fiend Patriarch was so angry that he could not speak. He directly responded to that person with action. Endless blood-red light condensed into 2 Blood Fiend demonic hands that were as large as mountains and tore towards that person. The terrifying power directly tore through the void, forming a destructive storm that could destroy everything. It was as though the heavens and earth were being torn apart. Sigh! I hate fighting and killing the most. The person said helplessly. However, although he said so, his hands did not slow down. He directly smashed the stone tortoise shell in his hand forward. Boom! The stone tortoise shell shook violently and transparent ripples appeared in the void. It quickly grew bigger and bigger. Bam! It directly smashed into the 2 blood-red hands that were tearing at it. There was no blinding light and no terrifying energy fluctuation. The stone tortoise shell that had grown to the size of a small mountain displayed a mysterious power. The 2 Blood Fiend demonic hands were smashed by the stone tortoise shell and turned into 2 clouds of blood mist that drifted in the void. Moreover, after the stone tortoise shell smashed the demonic hands that were formed from endless Blood Fiend force, its momentum did not decrease. It continued to smash towards Blood Fiend Patriarch who was charging towards it. Damn it! Blood Fiend Patriarch roared and punched the stone tortoise shell that was smashing towards him. When the stone tortoise shell was smashed away, he could not help but be sent flying hundreds of feet away by the force of the stone tortoise shell. The person waved his hand and the stone tortoise shell that was smashed away by Blood Fiend Patriarch flew back into his hand. Apart from the old turtle, there was no other person in the world who would use a stone tortoise shell as a weapon. The person who had come was the cynical old turtle. Sigh. Blood Fiend, why don't we find a place to drink some tea, eat some buns, and have a chat? The old turtle said helplessly. I really don't want to fight with you. Chat my foot. Blood Fiend Patriarch seemed to have an irreconcilable feud with the old turtle. Once again, endless blood-red light surged and he charged towards the old turtle. In this dead world, the only person who dared to launch a sneak attack on the Blood Fiend Patriarch and succeeded in doing so was probably the old tortoise. His magical stone tortoise shell was known as a divine object that could smash anything. Boom. At this moment, the Blood Fiend formation that covered a radius of 100 miles in the sky suddenly shook violently. Endless Blood Fiend demonic patterns emitted dazzling Blood Fiend light, illuminating the entire world. It was as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was attacking this demonic formation. In the middle of the Blood Fiend Great Array, there was a monstrous energy fluctuation. An ancient cauldron was shaking violently. The terrifying energy coming from the cauldron caused the entire Great Array to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Swoosh! The old turtle soared into the sky. He did not intend to be entangled with the Blood Fiend Patriarch. He directly rushed into the Blood Fiend formation and attacked repeatedly. With supreme demonic power, he forcibly erased countless Blood Fiend demonic patterns. The power of the Blood Fiend formation was greatly reduced. Blood Fiend Patriarch, who was chasing behind the old turtle, could not help but grit his teeth when he saw this. He did not know where this guy came from, but he was specifically going against him. Now he was going to ruin his plan. This made the Blood Fiend Patriarch so angry that he wanted to tear the old turtle into pieces. Blood God Slash! The Blood Fiend Patriarch roared and waved his hands. Rays of Blood Fiend saber light rushed out from his hands and slashed at the old turtle. Each Blood Fiend saber light was thousands of feet long. Like a heavenly saber, they emitted endless power fluctuations, splitting the void, breaking the world, and enveloping the old turtle under the overwhelming saber light. Humph! Don't blame me if you don't accept my kindness. When the old turtle saw the Blood Fiend Patriarch chasing after him, he could not help but feel angry. Then, he directly opened his inner world, and a tall figure rushed out of it. Above the tall figure, a domineering and violent aura swept out, and the whole world shook violently. The man was like a god of war. Extremely powerful. Whoosh! The man walked directly in the void and waved the black rod in his hand. The countless Blood Fiend saber lights that covered the sky and the earth were immediately smashed by the terrifying power that came from the black rod. The tall figure rushed out from the exploding bloodlight and waved the black rod at the Blood Fiend Patriarch. After seeing the figure holding the black rod, the Blood Fiend Patriarch was shocked. He seemed to be very afraid of this person and quickly retreated. The domineering expert holding the black rod was the second doppelganger of the old turtle, the invincible corpse general. That day above the Nether Blood Sea, the old turtle and his corpse general doppelganger fought endlessly with the Blood Fiend Patriarch. The invincible corpse general showed its invincible strength and joined forces with the old turtle to drive the Blood Fiend Patriarch away. Chapter 543. The old turtle's outer body incarnation was refined from an indestructible martial body. It was extremely powerful and its physical strength could shake the heavens and the earth. With the rod in hand, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. The Blood Fiend ancestor was forced to retreat again and again, but the corpse general's incarnation pressed on. It shattered the heavens and the earth, shattered the void, and turned all tangible and intangible things into nothingness. This was the terror of a supreme warrior. Even if they had died countless years ago, their bodies were still immortal and still contained terrifying power. As long as this power was guided out, it could reproduce the unparalleled combat power of a supreme warrior. While the corpse general's incarnation was fighting with the Blood Fiend ancestor, the old turtle had used his supreme demonic power to erase countless Blood Fiend demonic tattoos. The entire formation gradually showed signs of collapsing. The Blood Fiend formation was formed by the Blood Fiend demonic tattoos connecting the heavens and the earth. When the demonic tattoos were erased, the formation would be broken. In the end, with an earth-shattering noise, an ancient cauldron rushed out from the sky full of bloody light. The chaotic aura emanating from the cauldron was vast and mighty. The mountain and river cauldron shook continuously and the entire Blood Fiend formation collapsed. Endless bloody light rushed in all directions. The old turtle's body bloomed with endless demonic light. He broke through the layers of blood fiend chi and rushed out. Haha! I got it without any effort. Just as the blood fiend formation collapsed, a loud laugh came from the dark sky. Then, a figure appeared in the void and strolled over. The person seemed to have teleported and came close in a few steps. He stretched out his hand and a huge golden hand rushed out from his hand and grabbed at the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron. Humph! How dare you steal from me? You don't know what's good for you. When the old turtle saw that the person was going to take the mountain and river cauldron, he was furious. The old turtle threw the stone turtle shell at the person. After the stone turtle shell was thrown, it quickly enlarged and rushed towards the person like an ancient divine mountain, shaking the heavens and the earth. Ha! The person seemed a little surprised and then said, I didn't expect to see the mystic turtle shell here. I, saintly, am really lucky. That person reached out another hand and formed a huge golden hand with supreme magic power. He grabbed the old tortoise's stone tortoise shell. He actually wanted to take the stone tortoise shell as well. The two golden hands emitted terrifying energy ripples that shrouded the sky and locked down the heavens and earth. A brilliant golden light lit up the entire sky. Hearing Saint Li's words, Old Tortoise was shocked. He thought to himself, who is this person? How does he know the origin of my stone tortoise shell? Could he be someone from the ancient times? One has to admit that Saint Li's cultivation level has reached an unbelievable level. The giant golden hand formed from chi grabbed the cauldron of mountain and river and the stone tortoise shell, trying to take the two treasures away. Boom! At this moment, the mountain-river cauldron suddenly shook. Primordial chaos energy erupted from the mountain-river cauldron like a volcano, shaking off the golden hand that was grabbing onto the mountain-river cauldron. Saint Li was shocked. He did not expect the cauldron of mountain and river, under Gu Fei's control, to be able to shake off the golden hand that he had formed with supreme magic. Just as the cauldron shook off Saint Li's hand, the stone tortoise shell that was grabbed by the other giant hand also exploded with an extremely powerful force and rushed out of Saint Li's palm. Treasures are indeed treasures. Saint Li's eyes shot out two beams of divine light. His chi retreated and the golden hand disappeared into the sky. He did not attack again. Whoosh, whoosh. Two silhouettes rushed out of the cauldron of mountain and river. Then the cauldron of mountain and river quickly shrank and was kept back by Gu Fei, who rushed out of the cauldron. Saint Li, what is the meaning of this? After Gu Fei put the cauldron of mountain and river back into his elixir field, he said this to Saint Li. Gu Fei was very unhappy. Saint Li had actually wanted to take away his cauldron of mountain and river. Hee, so it's you. I did not expect the cauldron of mountain and river to be refined by you. I am very curious as to how you did it. Saint Li looked at Gu Fei and said calmly. How Gu Fei and He Tian had set up a killing formation outside the City of Divine Kings to ambush the experts of the blood-evil Shura clan. How he had used the cauldron of mountain and river to subdue Emperor Kabu and so on, everything was under Saint Li's control. How I did it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Gu Fei said. Even though Saint Li was extremely powerful, Gu Fei was not afraid of him because of this. Saint Li smiled nonchalantly. At this time, Old Tortoise also walked over. He had already put away the stone tortoise shell. He felt a dangerous aura from Saint Li. Who are you? Old Tortoise was very direct. He looked at Saint Li and his body was surrounded by rays of demonic light that resembled divine rainbows. A powerful aura surged from his body and pressed toward Saint Li. Saint Li glanced at Old Tortoise. Under the extremely powerful aura of Old Tortoise, he was still smiling as if he was not affected at all. Are you the son of a dragon? Saint Li did not answer but asked such a question instead. When Old Tortoise heard this, his expression instantly changed. His aura surged even more and his demonic aura soared to the sky. Vaguely, the shadow of a dragon appeared around him. Who are you? Old Tortoise took a step forward. He already had the intention to kill Saint Li. This guy had actually revealed his biggest secret and he knew nothing about this guy. Old Tortoise felt that he was at a disadvantage and had lost the initiative. Old Tortoise. Sensing the cold murderous aura from Old Tortoise, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Saint Li was from the Divine Clan and his strength was a mystery, but there was no doubt that he could compete with Old Tortoise. Moreover, Gu Fei did not want to offend the most powerful clan in the world of death, The divine clan. Hee hee. Don't be so nervous. I'm just a pitiful person who wants to escape from this world. Saintly said calmly as if he did not feel Old Tortoise's murderous aura. Old Tortoise's mind raced and his expression changed several times. He then stared at Saintly and said, "What do you want from us? What's your purpose?" This old tortoise had lived for God knows how long. He was simply a super antique. He soon realized that Saintly definitely had something up his sleeves. Moreover, this matter was related to them. I want to cooperate with you," Saintly said after some thought. Cooperate? Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he heard this. The divine clan was extremely powerful and had a transcendent status in the world of death. What could they not solve? Why does Saintly want to cooperate with us? Why does he need to cooperate with us? Humph. Old Tortoise laughed. If you want to cooperate, then show some sincerity. As he said this, Old Tortoise pointed at the blood fiend ancestor who was fighting with the corpse general clone in the distance. Chapter 544. Saintly's sudden appearance and a few simple words shocked Old Tortoise. Saintly seemed to know many secrets of ancient times. Old Tortoise could not help but be shocked. In this world of death, there was actually someone who knew the secrets of ancient times. It was unbelievable. Saintly did not have any intention of attacking Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Instead, he told Old Tortoise and Gu Fei of his intention to cooperate with them. To show your sincerity, you don't mind killing that guy who reeks of blood? Old Tortoise said as he pointed at the blood fiend ancestor, who was fighting with his invincible clone in the sky. Saintly looked at Old Tortoise deeply, rubbed his chin, then said, "You're giving me a difficult problem. It's not impossible to kill a powerhouse like the blood fiend ancestor, but it'll be very difficult." Hee hee. Since you've made a request for cooperation, then you should show us some sincerity. Old Tortoise chuckled. He was testing Saintly. If Saintly made a move, then Old Tortoise would know Saintly's true strength. If Saintly did not make a move, then it meant that the so-called cooperation he mentioned was an insignificant matter. Old Tortoise wanted to know how much importance Saintly placed on this cooperation. Only then would he know how much bargaining chips his side had to contend with Saintly. You think so too? Saintly suddenly said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had been silent all this while. When Saintly suddenly asked him, he could not help but be startled. Then without thinking too much he nodded. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Old Tortoise definitely had his reasons for doing this. This Old Tortoise who could not die for 10,000 years. Only he could take advantage of others. Moreover, killing the blood fiend ancestor did not seem to be a bad thing. After all, Gu Fei had already refined the Shura sovereign to death. He Tian had killed the half-dead scarlet demon. Gu Fei had also imprisoned Emperor Kabu in the mountain and river cauldron. They had already become the blood fiend Azura clan's mortal enemies. If Saintly could kill the blood fiend patriarch, the threat that the blood fiend Azura clan posed to them would plummet. If that's the case, then I will reluctantly do it, Saintly said indifferently. Then, without any warning, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he had already appeared in the sky above the blood fiend ancestor and the corpse general's clone. Then, a small golden mountain rushed out of his body, and terrifying waves of metal elemental dermic powers filled the air. After the small golden mountain rushed out from Saintly's body, it quickly enlarged, becoming the size of a mountain. It released a boundless golden light, illuminating the dark world. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook violently. That golden mountain looked like it was made of gold. Boundless metal elemental energy surged out from it. It triggered the metal elemental energy in the heavens and earth and pressed down on the ground. Saintly had made a move, which proved that Saintly valued the cooperation with Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. Above the golden mountain, there seemed to be golden dragons circling and dancing. Gu Fei was shocked to find that there was a trace of the aura of the Great Path emanating from the golden mountain. This Saintly! Gu Fei was shocked. He had once briefly merged with the supreme seal of the Great Path in his heart, so he naturally knew the aura of the Great Path. This Saintly's cultivation was so high that he had probably already touched the Great Path. Boom! The heavens shook. Like an ancient divine mountain, the golden mountain emitted boundless metal elemental energy and pressed down. The heavens and the heavens below the golden mountain were like exquisite porcelain. Cracks appeared in the heavens and earth. Then, they instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. The corpse general was Old Tortoise's second clone. The clone and the main body were connected. With a thought from Old Tortoise, the corpse general wielded the black rod and forced the blood fiend ancestor back, then rushed out from under the golden mountain. Roar! Saintly, are you trying to provoke a war between the blood fiend Azura clan and the God clan? The blood fiend ancestor shouted loudly. His hands danced, and crimson light soared into the sky. The rays of crimson light turned into crimson rainbows and pierced through the golden divine mountain that was pressing down from the sky. The blood fiend ancestor recognized Saint Li. He was very wary of Saint Li. Boom! 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 Rays of blood fiend demonic light collided with the golden divine mountain, causing the golden light to dance wildly. However, the golden divine mountain did not move at all. It continued to press down on the blood fiend ancestor. Humph! You think too highly of your blood fiend Azura clan. You actually want to start a war with the God clan? What a joke! I alone am enough to destroy your blood fiend Azura clan. Saint Li's aura was unparalleled. He stepped on the golden divine mountain and descended from the sky. His entire body radiated with dazzling golden light. It was as if a golden god of war had descended. He was extremely powerful. Boom! The golden divine mountain pressed down, and the endless crimson light dissipated. The blood fiend ancestor turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retreated, wanting to avoid the suppression of the golden divine mountain. However, he realized that it was too late. The terrifying mana emitted by the golden divine mountain sealed the surroundings and locked onto him firmly. No matter where he fled to, the golden divine mountain above his head would instantly chase after him and suppress him. It was impossible for him to avoid it. Roar! I'll fight you to the death! The blood fiend ancestor roared crazily. He had no other choice but to attack crazily. Monstrous energy waves surged from his demonic body, stirring up layers of crimson waves that rose against the sky. He wanted to use his supreme power to fill the golden mountain with blood. The nether blood sea was filled with filthy aura that had gathered for countless years. It could contaminate Dharma treasures and weapons. However, the golden divine mountain shook continuously and emitted a terrifying metal elemental power. It was as if there was a golden sea rippling around the divine mountain, blocking the surging blood fiend demonic chi outside. Bang! The golden divine mountain broke through the layers of crimson waves and directly smashed the blood fiend ancestor down from the sky. Then, the divine mountain descended from the sky. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as it fiercely suppressed the blood fiend ancestor to the ground. The ground within a radius of hundreds of miles undulated violently like waves. More than a dozen mountains collapsed in an instant. A terrifying power spread from the divine mountain, turning the area into nothingness. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian who witnessed all of this were extremely shocked. This Li Shang was so powerful that he could so easily suppress a terrifying expert like the blood fiend ancestor, who was in the Emperor realm. This Li Shang could definitely kill creatures of death that surpassed the Emperor realm. It was hard to imagine what kind of realm Li Shang's cultivation had reached. Rumble! The golden divine mountain trembled and emitted a brilliant golden light. The blood fiend ancestor, who was suppressed by the divine mountain, was not killed. Beneath the golden divine mountain, an extremely powerful wave of blood fiend demonic power spread. Beneath the divine mountain, there seemed to be a flash of crimson light. The entire ground was cracking and trembling. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Humph! What's the point of struggling before death? Li Shang stepped on the divine mountain. The power of the way surged from his body. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body and entered the divine mountain. The golden divine mountain gradually stopped shaking. Li Shang's power had completely overwhelmed the blood fiend ancestor's power. Endless metal elemental power burned like golden divine fire. The heavens and the earth were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Around the golden divine mountain, cracks of unfathomable depth appeared. It was like a terrifying abyss that made one's heart palpitate. Below the golden divine mountain, there was a scream of terror. The blood fiend ancestor was still struggling. However, Li Shang was too powerful. His strength had probably reached a terrifying level where he could compete with the ancient almighties. Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not help but look at each other. This Li Shang was already so powerful. What could trouble him? Why did he still want to cooperate with them? Gu Fei and the old tortoise felt a trace of unease. Li Shang was using his supreme power to refine the blood fiend ancestor. However, although Li Shang could suppress the blood fiend ancestor with the golden divine mountain, he could not refine the blood fiend ancestor to death in a short time. To kill a terrifying existence that surpassed the emperor realm, one had to use a special method. This kind of existence was very difficult to kill. If one did not refine it until its soul was scattered, it could not be considered dead. In the end, Li Shang had already sat cross-legged on the golden divine mountain. He used all his power to refine the blood fiend ancestor. The blood fiend ancestor's voice gradually weakened. After about 3 days, Gu Fei could barely sense the blood fiend ancestor's aura. The blood fiend ancestor was already on the verge of death by Li Shang. His soul could scatter at any time. However, just as the blood fiend ancestor was about to be refined to death by Li Shang, a terrifying soul fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the world of death. Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not help but be moved. This soul fluctuation was extremely powerful and tyrannical. The newcomer was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the emperor realm. Soon, a pitch-black dragon shadow broke through the layers of dark clouds and appeared in the distant sky. It rushed towards the position where Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and the others were. Gu Fei realized that it was a demon dragon. A demon dragon with 3 heads. This 3-headed demon dragon was not a normal life form, but a terrifying undead creature. 3 balls of demonic light were like 3 black suns fixed in the dragon's head, emitting a terrifying soul fluctuation. Each head of the demon dragon was the size of a small hill. Its pitch-black dragon bones meandered like mountain ridges, surrounded by layers of pitch-black demon chi. Just as Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and the others were inexplicably shocked, another evil and powerful aura came from another direction. Endless death chi covered the sky and the earth, and a terrifying figure was faintly discernible in the death chi. Another terrifying existence that surpassed the emperor realm. This time, even Li Shang, who was sitting cross-legged on the golden divine mountain, opened his eyes and glanced at the 3-headed demon dragon and the terrifying figure in the death chi. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the distant sky. The rolling sound waves shook the heavens and the earth. It almost roared Gu Fei and He Tian, who had the weakest cultivation, down from the sky. A third terrifying existence that surpassed the emperor realm appeared in the distant sky. Chapter 545. Sage Li, hurry up and release Xueqi. Sage Li, are you trying to start a war? Sage Li, you've gone too far. The 3 terrifying existences that had surpassed the emperor realm immediately shouted at Saint Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the divine golden mountain, the moment they arrived. Moreover, they pressed towards Saint Li from 3 different directions, forming an encirclement. The gigantic skeletal body of the 3-headed demon dragon swam in the black gas like a winding pitch-black mountain range, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. This was a terrifying demon dragon. Although it only had a skeletal body, it was still as powerful as a real demon dragon. The 3 soul fires in its skull were like black suns, emitting endless demonic light. In another direction, a terrifying figure was faintly discernible amidst the endless death chi. An eerie and terrifying aura filled the air. 2 beams of blood-red evil light continuously shot out from the death chi, sweeping towards Li Shang. The third terrifying expert had been hiding in the gloomy fog all along. He did not reveal his true body. However, from the powerful aura that spread out from the gloomy fog, one could tell that this person's strength was definitely not below that of the 3-headed demonic dragon and the terrifying figure in the gloomy fog. 3 experts comparable to almighties appeared at the same time. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise immediately became nervous. The 3 fellows surrounded Sage Li. Gu Fei and the others were also in the encirclement. If these fellows were to fight, they would definitely be affected. Old Tortoise was fine. His strength was comparable to that of these fellows who had appeared out of nowhere. He also had the stone turtle shell, so he could protect himself. However, Gu Fei and He Tian were in danger. Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to break through the shackles of the demigod realm, while He Tian was merely an insignificant beginning emperor. If these big shots wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Go back to where you came from, Sage Li said in a deep voice as he glanced at the demon dragon and the other 2 super experts. Even in the face of 3 super experts, he was still domineering. Rumble! The golden divine mountain was shaking. Endless metal elemental power was constantly being drawn over. It was as if there was a vast golden ocean around the divine mountain. Saintly continued to refine the blood fiend patriarch, who was suppressed by the god mountain, as if there was no one else around. He did not care about the three terrifying existences. Humph! Sagely, this world of death no longer belongs to the god race. You'd better put away your arrogance. The skull of the mystic dragon transmitted a chilling soul fluctuation. There's absolutely no benefit in becoming enemies with us, the terrifying figure within the deathly aura said in a deep voice. Let go of Xueqi, and everything can be discussed. A gloomy and hoarse voice came from the Yin-Chi fog. Humph! Li Shang sneered. It seems like the undead spirit clan, the demonic dragon clan, and the nether ghost clan have joined forces with the blood fiend Azura clan. But so what? After saying that, Saintly stood up from the divine gold mountain. Golden light swirled around him and a shocking will to fight erupted from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind and his eyes shone like the stars, making it hard for others to look at him directly. It can't be! The four strongest clans in the depths of the world of death, second only to the god race, have joined forces? He Tian exclaimed. What's going on? Gu Fei asked He Tian through telepathy. Old Tortoise also looked at He Tian. At that time, he had sent his doppelganger to guard him with the black stick. The depths of the Naraka realm seemed to be more complicated and chaotic than he had imagined. He Tian then briefly explained the situation in the depths of the world of death to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. It turned out that the depths of the world of death were the same as the outer regions of the world of death. Both were divided by warlords. Unlike the outer regions of the world of death, the situation in the depths of the world of death was more complicated and cruel because it was very close to the origin of this world. Moreover, the depths of the world of death never lacked experts, even super experts. The undead spirit clan, the demonic dragon clan, the nether ghost clan, and the blood fiend Azura clan were the strongest clans among the countless clans in the depths of the world of death, second only to the god race. Due to some unknown reason, He Tian's cultivation had plummeted. He was forced to leave the cruelest, most dangerous, and most chaotic region in the depths of the world of death. Although it had been thousands of years since He Tian left, the power structure in the depths of the world of death did not seem to have been broken. The god race was still the strongest clan. Although they were few in number and rarely seen, every member of the god race was an expert. It was rumored that the god race still had a distant ancestor who was in a deep sleep. After thousands of years of development, the four major clans gradually eliminated the other weaker clans and became even more powerful. Therefore, these clans were unwilling to be suppressed by the god race and wanted to resist. The arrival of the super experts of the demonic dragon clan, the undead spirit clan, and the nether ghost clan was not a coincidence. Sagely, what do you mean by this? The extremely powerful soul fluctuations of the three-headed demonic dragon emitted a murderous aura. This demonic dragon had endured for so long and was on the verge of exploding. Sagely smiled and then stomped his foot. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavens and earth shook. Endless metal elemental power gathered at the foot of the golden sacred mountain. A gust of wind and thunder came from the foot of the golden sacred mountain. The last trace of soul fluctuations of the blood fiend ancestor was completely extinguished. The blood fiend ancestor's soul was instantly dispersed and completely disappeared from the world. You! Sagely! Roar! The three-headed demonic dragon and the others were enraged. Their murderous aura soared. Sagely had actually killed the blood fiend ancestor in front of them. This was simply not putting them in his eyes. You actually... The three-headed demonic dragon was the most agitated. It had a deep friendship with the blood fiend ancestor. Now that the blood fiend ancestor had died at the hands of Sagely, it was infuriated. Humph. I just wanted to buy time so that I could refine the blood demon. That's why I said so much to you. You are just a bunch of trash that was born from the death chi, Sagely said arrogantly. Sagely, I'm going to tear you apart. The three-headed demonic dragon roared and charged at Sagely. A pair of dragon claws reached out from the demonic clouds and grabbed at Sagely, who was standing on the golden sacred mountain. It was a pair of pitch-black bone claws that were the size of a small mountain. They emitted rays of dark light and tore through the void. Endless demonic power surged from the bone claws and enveloped the surroundings. You're courting death. Sagely leaped up and a ray of golden divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. It pierced through the bone claws of the demonic dragon. Boom! The golden divine light was indestructible. In an instant, it collided with the bone claws of the demonic dragon. There was a loud explosion and a painful soul fluctuation came from the skull of the three-headed demonic dragon. Then, the pair of bone claws that were the size of a small mountain were crushed by the golden divine light. The golden divine light contained an unparalleled sword chi. It tore through the heavens and the earth and lit up the entire dark world. Like a golden dragon, it charged towards the head of the three-headed demonic dragon. Sage Li was unstoppable. With a wave of his hand, the golden sacred mountain below rapidly shrank and flew into his hand. At this time, the super expert from the undead spirit clan also made his move. Endless death aura covered the sky and shrouded Sage Li. The aura of death filled the space between heaven and earth, corroding all life. Although the death aura did not touch Gu Fei, he still felt that his life was being sucked out by an unfathomable force. Let's go! The old tortoise directly took Gu Fei and He Tian into his inner world. He then rushed out of the encirclement of the three super experts. The corpse general avatar held the black staff and brought up the rear. The terrifying force field formed by the three super experts had sealed the void. Even if the old tortoise could teleport, he could not do so under such circumstances. He could only break through the force field and rush out. Teleportation techniques were useless in a battle between super experts of this level. Experts of this level could seal a part of the void with just a thought. Fortunately, the three-headed demonic dragon and the other super experts did not attack the old tortoise. They could sense that the old tortoise and the others were not people of this world. They were outsiders. Experts of this level could already distinguish the unique aura of this world of death. It could also be said that this was a brand that only the creatures living in this world had. Neither the old tortoise nor Gu Fei had a brand of this world. The three-headed demonic dragon was also impressive. It was worthy of being a super expert of the demonic dragon clan. When the golden divine light arrived, a black light rushed out from each of its three skulls. Each of the black light was wrapped in a weapon. Among the three demonic weapons, one was a demonic blade that emitted a heavy demonic aura, another was a pitch-black demonic stone, and the last was a withered bone. It was a demonic bone that had been eroded by the wind and had holes in its surface. Clang! The golden divine light directly shattered the demonic blade, which turned into specks of black light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Then, the golden divine light flashed and split the demonic stone that was emitting endless demonic aura in half. The golden divine light emitted a shocking golden sword aura. Within the golden light was a golden divine sword. This golden divine sword was indestructible, and it broke through the two demonic weapons like a hot knife through butter. However, to everyone's disbelief, the seemingly ordinary withered bone that could be seen everywhere in this world of death had blocked the divine light formed by the golden divine sword. It was unbelievable that a withered bone that had almost been eroded by the wind was able to block Saint Li's divine sword. However, this unbelievable scene had happened. The three-headed demonic dragon retreated in a panic when the demonic bone blocked the golden divine sword. At that moment, the other two super experts also attacked Saint Li. However, they were no match for Saint Li. The super expert from the undead spirit clan was sent flying thousands of meters away by Saint Li's golden divine mountain. As for the super expert from the nether spirit clan, his ghostly body was destroyed by Saint Li's ninth heaven divine thunder. His ghostly body reformed in the distant sky in a sorry state. Even though it was 1 against 3, Saint Li still had the upper hand. The aura of an expert who looked down on the world was clearly displayed. Chapter 546. Sage Li, you'll regret what you've done today. The super expert from the undead spirit clan said and retreated into the distant sky on his grey death chi. The three super experts could not do anything to Sage Li even when they joined forces. They knew that they were no match for Sage Li and no one wanted to be the second blood fiend ancestor, so they retreated decisively. The super expert from the Nether clan did not say a word. He rode the dark clouds and retreated into the depths of the world of death. You two bastards! The three-headed demon dragon was furious when it saw that its two allies had left without it. It tried its best to activate the demon bone to block Sage Li's golden divine sword as it retreated into the distant sky. Although the four major clans had formed an alliance, the relationship between the clans did not seem to be that strong. At this time, Old Tortoise had already opened his inner world and released Gu Fei and He Tian. They watched the battle from afar. They were very surprised by this unexpected situation. They thought that an earth-shattering battle would break out, but now, only the three-headed demon dragon was fighting Sage Li alone. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were very surprised. Not only was Sage Li's Tao profound, but he had also cultivated a golden divine sword. This was the sword Immortal Tao. However, what puzzled everyone the most was that the three-headed demon dragon had blocked Sage Li's golden divine sword with a piece of almost weathered pitch-black bone. It was too shocking and unexpected. The piece of bone did not emit any energy fluctuations and was almost rotten. It was full of holes, as if it would turn into bone powder and scatter into the air with a gentle touch. However, the three-headed demon dragon's two powerful devil chi were easily destroyed by the golden divine sword, and the golden divine sword was blocked by a piece of demon bone. "What bone is that?" Old Tortoise murmured. The more ordinary something was, the more extraordinary its power was. Old Tortoise could not help but frown. "Where did you get the true demon bone?" Sage Li's face was as calm as still water. A golden sword radiance swept across the sky and the earth, dispersing the endless devil chi and forcing the three-headed demon dragon to retreat. Sage Li seemed to know the origin of the small piece of bone. True demon bone? Old Tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this, and his face changed. How is it possible? How can there be a true demon's bone here? What is a true demon bone? Gu Fei asked quickly when he saw Old Tortoise's incredulous expression. Your demon dragon clan actually dares to have designs on the land of sealed demons. You truly deserve death. Saintly seemed to be enraged. With a wave of his hand, a golden divine mountain flew up from his hand, growing to the size of a mountain. Boundless metal elemental power descended from the sky, suppressing the three-headed demonic dragon. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged from beneath the golden divine mountain. Destructive divine light flickered, and the void shattered. Wherever the divine mountain passed, everything was destroyed. It was unstoppable. I don't know what you are talking about. The three-headed demonic dragon roared again and again. He wanted to escape, but Saintly had long since prevented him from escaping. He used his supreme power to form a domain that was similar to that of a domain, sealing off a part of the world. Humph. You don't need to admit it. Since the true demon bone has appeared in your body, the demon dragon clan should no longer exist. Saintly said coldly. He seemed to have sentenced the demon dragon clan to death. Bang! The golden divine mountain descended from the sky like an ancient divine mountain. It broke through the layers of demon chi and directly smashed the huge dragon body of the three-headed demonic dragon from the sky. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose from the ground, and the body of the bone dragon, which was like a winding mountain ridge, smashed out a deep valley that was thousands of feet long on the ground. Clang! At the same time, the golden divine sword fiercely slashed the pitch-black bone, and there was a sound of metal colliding. The bone was slashed away, but it was still not damaged in the slightest. True demon bone, demon sealing land. Old Tortoise muttered to himself. The expression on his face was like a horse lantern, constantly changing. No one knew what he was thinking about, but his entire person became somewhat dazed. Old Tortoise. When Gu Fei saw Old Tortoise in this state, he hurriedly shouted in his ear. This shout was infused with primordial chi from Gu Fei, and it was shouted with a mysterious technique. It had the effect of a severe warning. Old Tortoise's body trembled slightly, and he immediately regained his senses. Unexpected. I really didn't expect the 1,000-year-old Buddha to be so monstrous. If I'm not mistaken, the 1,000-year-old Buddha killed a true demon and sealed its body in this world of death. The old tortoise sighed with emotion. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. There was actually a true demon's body sealed in this world? As for what a true demon was, Gu Fei still knew. He had read the most ancient books collected by his lineage. According to the ancient records, the so-called true demon was a connate demon that was born from the filthy chi between heaven and earth at the beginning of the world. Gu Fei thought that it was an ancient legend, but now it seemed that it was not a legend. In ancient times, there really were true demons running amok between heaven and earth. The connate demons born from heaven and earth were the most powerful existences in the world. However, the Millennium Buddha was actually able to seal the body of a true demon in the Hell Tao. How could Old Tortoise and Gu Fei not be shocked? Even though the true demon's bone had been sealed for countless years, it was still difficult for it to decay. A small piece of the true demon's bone could withstand the slash of a divine sword that was comparable to a supreme almighty. It was really hard to imagine how powerful the legendary ancient true demon was. He Tian, who was standing behind Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, did not seem to feel the slightest bit shocked. From then on, he did not say a word and calmly watched the battle in front of him. Within He Tian's skull, the soul fire was also very calm. It did not flicker violently, nor did it emit any strong soul fluctuations. There was no suspense in the battle in the distant sky. Saintly was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. He had already completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. The three-headed demon dragon was no match for Saintly at all. At this moment, Saintly had already gained an overwhelming advantage. The golden sacred mountain descended from the sky and emitted a dazzling golden light that pressed down on the three-headed demon dragon on the ground. Above the golden sacred mountain, the mighty and terrifying metal elemental power was like a golden heavenly blade. It cut through the void and shattered the heaven and earth as it slashed towards the three-headed demon dragon. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The three-headed demon dragon's bone dragon body, which was like a winding mountain ridge, was slashed and sparks flew everywhere. The demon dragon's bones were extremely hard. Roar! The three-headed demon dragon roared. Its three skulls, which were as big as small mountains, emitted a dazzling black light as it struggled violently. However, although the golden sacred mountain had not yet pressed down on its body, the mighty pressure that descended from the sacred mountain was as heavy as 100,000 mountains. The three-headed demon dragon was suppressed to the point that it could not move its body. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were both shocked. Saint Li's cultivation had already reached a terrifying level where he could kill super experts who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Saint Li withdrew his golden divine sword and flew up to the golden sacred mountain. He stepped on the sacred mountain and descended from the sky like an otherworldly immortal. The three-headed demon dragon was unwilling to be destroyed by Saint Li, just like the blood fiend patriarch. Just as the golden sacred mountain was about to press down on its body, the three-headed demon dragon's three mountain-sized dragon heads exploded with a loud bang. Three balls of black light, which were like three black suns, rushed out and fled in three different directions. The three balls of black light emitted a terrifying soul power that shook the void and even caused the golden sacred mountain, which was descending from the sky, to tremble. The extremely powerful soul power broke through the domain that Saint Li controlled. The three balls of black light tried to escape. The three balls of black light were the three-headed demon dragon's divine soul. As long as one of the balls of black light escaped, the three-headed demon dragon would not be considered dead. Of course, if two of the three-headed demon dragon's soul fires were destroyed, its strength would be greatly reduced. It would definitely be difficult for it to recover without a few thousand years. This demon dragon was also a ruthless character. It had actually used the brave soldier's broken arm technique to escape. In order to escape, it had given up its incomparably powerful dragon bones. Humph! You should just obediently accept your death. Saint Li sneered. With a wave of his hand, dozens of large flags flew out from his hand. In an instant, they rushed in front of the three-headed demon dragon's soul fires and froze in the void. They emitted endless Tao power and sealed the void within a radius of 1,000 miles. Every single large flag rapidly grew in size. In an instant, they had become thousands of feet tall. Mysterious runes rushed out from the surface of the flags. They emitted endless Tao power and formed a large formation. Bam! 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 The three balls of soul fires, which were as resplendent as three black suns, collided with the large flags and were repelled. They were unable to break through the seal of the large flags. I've already said that you should obediently accept your death. Don't struggle pointlessly. Saint Li sat down on the golden sacred mountain. The golden sacred mountain descended from the sky. With a boom, it suppressed the demon dragon's skeleton on the ground. Then, he activated the formation. The dozens of large flags immediately shrank in from all directions. The three balls of soul fires were forced to struggle left and right, but they were unable to break out. Saint Li, I am willing to serve you as my master. Please show mercy. At this time, the three-headed demon dragon had no choice but to admit defeat. It said in a panic. I've already said that anyone who dares to have designs on the land of sealed demons, no matter who it is, must die. Their race must also be erased. Saint Li said coldly. You are so ruthless. The three-headed demon dragon knew that it would be difficult for it to escape. Moreover, it would bring disaster to its entire race. It despaired. What alliance of the four races? At this moment of life and death, those fellows ran faster than anything else. It was impossible to count on the 4 races to join forces to resist the Shen race. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. The 3-headed demon dragon roared crazily. Then, the 3 balls of soul fires trapped in the formation suddenly emitted endless black light. Then, they exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 547. The 3-headed demonic dragon exploded its fire of the soul, not hesitating to self-destruct and scatter into ashes. The terrifying power of the soul erupted like a volcano, shattering the entire void. The formation formed by dozens of flags shook violently. Countless divine runes of the immortal Tao rushed out from the flags, trying to imprison the mighty and terrifying power of the soul. Rumble. Like a sudden clap of thunder, heaven and earth collapsed. The formation set up by Saintly expanded rapidly due to the explosion of the destructive power of the soul. Dozens of flags shook violently, and the entire formation was expanded to cover the entire world. The destructive divine light formed by the power of the soul danced wildly in the formation. Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others immediately retreated into the distance. The flag formation was expanded like a balloon by the power of the soul, and they were almost affected. The terrifying power of destruction was vast and mighty in the formation. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the chaotic energy destroyed everything. It was as if a hole had been poked in the sky. So what if it's self-destruction? Saintly stood up from the golden divine mountain and performed a series of hand seals with both hands, shooting beams of divine light at the formation in the sky. Dozens of flags emitted even more terrifying waves of Tao power. Endless power of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, and the entire world suddenly changed color. The dozens of flags seemed to communicate with the entire world, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to seal the terrifying energy released by the detonation of the 3-headed demonic dragon's fire of the soul. So powerful! The old tortoise witnessed this scene from afar and was shocked. Saint Li's cultivation was almost on par with the old tortoise when he was at his peak. The Naraka realm is just one of the 6 realms refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. How can there be such a powerful existence here? Old Tortoise was shocked and could not help but feel a little uneasy. It seemed that wanting to seize the source of this world and refine it was just his wishful thinking. Since there was an existence like Saintly in this world, if he could refine this world, these guys would have controlled this world long ago. Old Tortoise was shocked and could not help but feel a little uneasy. The God race. What kind of existence is it? Are they really gods? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Saint Li's strength was shocking and frightening. The God race is said to be the first living beings to appear in this world. Hei Tian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sent out such soul vibrations. Hei Tian was an undead creature with a yin-yang bone body. His words could only be replaced by soul fluctuations. These fellows. Don't tell me they're related to the Millennium Buddha Lord. Old Tortoise looked at Saint Li, who was standing on the golden divine mountain in the distance, and his eyes sparkled. Since the 1,000-year Buddhist Lord had refined the 6 Das, he must have sent some people to manage the 6 Das. Could it be that the deity race in the Hell Path was left behind by the 1,000-year Buddhist Lord to manage the Hell Path? Old Tortoise, I think it's impossible to refine this world with the deity race here. Should we find a way to get out of this damned place? Gu Fei said in a deep voice. The Hell Path was filled with the aura of death and there was no vitality. For cultivators, it was definitely not a good place. If they stayed for a long time, their physique would be changed by the death world and they would become a member of this world. Of course, Gu Fei controlled an inner world and had also collected a divine spring, so he didn't have to worry about the power of the death world changing his physique. Boss, you actually have a way to get out of this world? Hei Tian was extremely excited when he heard this. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. What does it have to do with you whether we can get out or not? Gu Fei glanced at Hei Tian and said expressionlessly. Hearing that Gu Fei wasn't willing to take him out of this world, Hei Tian couldn't help but cry. Boss, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Don't leave me behind. You're not from the outside world. Gu Fei said. Boss, I'm originally from the outside world. Maybe because of some reason, I ended up in this death world. Boss, please have pity on me. Hei Tian begged. Part of his past life memories had been awakened. He subconsciously knew that he didn't belong to the native creatures of this world. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Gu Fei was getting impatient. Boss, you have to take me out. You have to. I don't want to stay in this damned place. He Tian seemed to be very disgusted with this world that was filled with the aura of death. He Tian was just short of crying and begging Gu Fei. All right. When we leave, just follow us. At this moment, Old Tortoise spoke. Thank you, Senior. He Tian quickly bowed to Old Tortoise. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He Tian suddenly shivered and quickly thanked Gu Fei with tears of gratitude. Thank you, boss. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. As long as he could get out of this world, he was willing to do anything. There was a reason why He Tian was so eager to leave this world. He had painstakingly washed away the endless aura of death in his body and made his yin-yang bone body flawless. However, he found that in this world filled with the aura of death was constantly attacking his bone body. This caused He Tian's bone body and even his soul fire to be in danger of being assimilated by this death world. He Tian didn't want to become like those undead creatures that were surrounded by the aura of death. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard in the distance. The entire world shook violently. Then, a boundless golden light illuminated the world and a terrifying metal elemental power surged. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian quickly looked forward. In the distant land, Saint Li was standing on a golden mountain. He was going against the sky and his entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Gu Fei and the others could hardly keep their eyes open. Saint Li displayed a supreme immortal path divine technique. It was as if he had turned into a golden sun. He stepped on the golden mountain and rushed into the formation in the sky. Rumble. Thunderous sounds came from within the formation. Immortal path divine inscriptions rushed out from dozens of large flags and interweaved into an inescapable net. They emitted endless Tao power and gradually compressed the extremely chaotic soul power that was sealed within the formation. Then, the golden mountain under Saint Li's feet emitted a mysterious suction force and continuously swallowed the surrounding soul power into the divine mountain. Soul power was also a type of power. Saint Li actually wanted to use the divine mountain to refine the soul power of the three-headed demon dragon. It had to be said that Saint Li was really too powerful. He was comparable to a true almighty. Soon, the extremely huge soul power was completely devoured by the divine mountain. Then, Saint Li directly absorbed the divine mountain into his body. The golden mountain was a magic treasure that Saint Li had refined. This magic treasure was refined from metal elemental divine iron and contained endless metal elemental power. It could kill the blood fiend ancestor and crush the three-headed demon dragon's powerful bone body that was comparable to a divine weapon. Although it was not a rare treasure, it was definitely an impressive divine weapon. After Saint Li used the divine mountain to devour the terrifying soul power released by the detonation of the three-headed demon dragon's fire of the soul, the immortal path divine inscriptions that rushed out from the dozens of large flags immediately flew back to the dozens of large flags and disappeared into the flags. The dozens of divine flags that were thousands of feet tall quickly shrank and flew back to Saint Li from all directions. They all disappeared into Saint Li's body. Powerful martial cultivators could open up a void within their bodies to store magic treasures and other things. Experts like Saint Li had probably already opened up an inner world. With Saint Li's cultivation, it was not difficult for him to develop chaos and open up a world. After putting away the formation flags, Saint Li disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. The next moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed an extremely faint fluctuation in the void in front of him. Then, a figure appeared in the void. I wonder if you think I've shown enough sincerity? Are you willing to cooperate with me? Saint Li stood in front of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise with a smile and said indifferently, "What's the harm in cooperating with you? However, we want to know why you want to cooperate with us and what benefits you will get from working with us." At this moment, Old Tortoise's playful and frivolous expression changed to one of extreme seriousness. Saint Li's gaze swept across Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and He Tian's faces one by one before saying, "Straightforward enough. I only have one goal, and that is to leave this damned world." You also want to leave this world? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. He was very surprised. Why did Saint Li also want to leave the world of death? According to Old Tortoise's guess, the Protoss in the world of death might be the controllers of the world of death left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord to manage the Naraka realm. Could he have guessed wrong? My race has been trapped in this world for too long. It's time to leave. Saint Li sighed and his expression was somewhat gloomy. As far as I know, as long as you refine the source of this world, you will be able to control this world. Isn't it a piece of cake to want to leave? Old Tortoise said. The source of the world? Hee hee. Li Shang laughed bitterly, then said with some sadness, the experts of my clan have been thinking about refining that thing all the time. However, my clan's experts have fallen one by one. This world is not something that just anyone can control. What? Old Tortoise and Gu Fei could not help but look at each other. It seemed that this trip was really in vain. Even the experts of the Protoss had no way to refine the source of the world of death, let alone them. Moreover, from Saint Li's words, it seemed that refining the source of the world of death was extremely dangerous. Even the experts of the Protoss would fall. I'll tell you the details when I return to my place of seclusion. I still have to invite a few experts of my race to solve the problem of the demonic dragon clan. They actually dared to have designs on the land of sealing the demons. They really deserve to die. Saint Li said and waved his hand. A small piece of dried-up bone flew out of nowhere. Saint Li took out a jade box and put the flying piece of true demon's bone into the jade box. Then, he operated his Taoist power and placed dozens of intertwined runes on the jade box, sealing it. 78546523456412357. Chapter 548. Saint Li solemnly sealed the almost decayed true demon bone with runes interwoven with divine markings of the immortal path. Then, he teleported Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others to a fairyland-like place. It was a vast oasis with a radius of 10 miles. An oasis had appeared in the world of death, which shocked Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The world of death was filled with death qi. It was difficult for ordinary creatures to survive, let alone normal life forms such as flowers, plants, and trees. The oasis was lush and full of vitality. Although it was only 10 miles wide, streams and towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. There were also small lakes that were as calm as mirrors dotted the mountains and among the green trees and flowers. A few spiritual peaks were shrouded in a faint mist. Pavilions could be vaguely seen on the spiritual peaks. It was as if one had entered a fairyland with dense spirit qi. The oasis was not dim. On the contrary, it was as bright as the outside world. This was because there was a ball of light above the oasis that emitted a bright brilliance like the sun. The ball of light was only about 10 feet in diameter, but the light it emitted illuminated the entire oasis. Saint Li brought Gu Fei and the others to the tallest spiritual peak in the oasis and walked into a pavilion. The pavilion was not decorated with dazzling decorations. Although the layout of the pavilion was simple, it did not lose its grandeur. When everyone entered the pavilion, the green-clothed servant beside Saint Li came out to greet them. "Young master, you're back." The servant glanced at Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. He did not seem to care about them and only bowed to Saint Li. "Li Feng, these are my guests. You have to treat them well." Saint Li could not help but feel displeased when he saw that the servant seemed to look down on Gu Fei and the others. "Yes." The green-clothed servant named Li Feng glanced at Gu Fei and the others. "All right, stay here for now. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you." Saint Li said to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Li Shang didn't put He Tian in his eyes, so he directly ignored him. He Tian was an undead from the world of death. With Li Shang's status, he didn't care about He Tian. "Light," Old Tortoise said. Ever since he agreed to cooperate with Saint Li, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer showed any trace of a ruffian's aura. Li Shang nodded at Gu Fei and walked out. "Follow me." After Saint Li left, the green-robed manservant, Li Feng, led Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others to the guest room of the pavilion. He then ignored Gu Fei and the others and left. F***CK. What the hell is this? How dare he be so arrogant? Erebus said in a very displeased manner. Is this how the Protoss treat their guests? Gu Fei was also a little displeased. Not to mention a sumptuous banquet, they didn't even give him a cup of tea. This was too much. The guest follows the host's wishes. Old Tortoise sat cross-legged on the bed in the guest room and only uttered those 4 words. No one knew when he had become a man of few words. The spiritual energy in the oasis was very thick. Gu Fei sensed that the place with the thickest spiritual energy was the center of the oasis. There was a small lake about a few hundred feet in diameter. After Gu Fei opened the window of the guest room, he could see the whole lake. The lake was very calm, and the surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of spiritual mist. The spiritual energy in the entire oasis was emitted from the lake. The source of the spiritual energy in the oasis. I didn't expect there to be a heavenly spring of life here. Gu Fei said. It was obvious that the heavenly spring of life in the center of the oasis was able to form this oasis with a radius of 10 miles. The spring water converged into a lake to nourish the entire oasis. Coupled with the sun-like ball of light that was fixed above the oasis by force, Saintly had made this place into a spiritual land. A spiritual land with exuberant life appeared in the world of death. Although it could not be said to be unique, it could be regarded as shocking. Saint Li's place of seclusion was really good. Although it was not comparable to the grotto heavens in the outside world, it was not much worse. If a cultivator cultivated in such a place for a long time, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's boring here with nothing to do. Why don't we go to the lair of the demonic dragon clan and watch a good show? He Tian suddenly suggested. In less than 2 hours, this guy could not sit still anymore. What kind of show? Gu Fei looked at He Tian with some surprise. Being able to breathe spiritual energy here made Gu Fei feel as if he had returned to the Pill Cauldron Grotto heavens. It made him feel very comfortable. Boss, have you forgotten so quickly? Isn't Saint Li going to destroy the demonic dragon clan? He Tian said. At this time, Old Tortoise also opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. Saint Li said that he had something to deal with, so it should be about this matter. Let's go and take a look. Before Gu Fei could say anything, Old Tortoise had already made a decision. Then why aren't you leading the way? Gu Fei glared at He Tian, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. This He Tian and Old Tortoise were both unable to sit still. Since Old Tortoise said that he wanted to go, Gu Fei could not refuse. Moreover, he was also a little curious. He wanted to see the other experts in the Protoss besides Saint Li. The three of them immediately left the guest room, soared into the sky, and left the pavilion. Under He Tian's lead, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise rushed out of the oasis. Where are those guys going? On the peak of the spiritual peak where the pavilion was located, a Saiyan figure sat cross-legged. The departure of Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others was watched by this person. Humph. It's good that they left. Li Feng, the Saiyan manservant, thought to himself. He did not want to deal with these outsiders, so he ignored the departure of Gu Fei and the others. After leaving the oasis, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise once again felt the endless aura of death emanating from this world. He Tian led Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, who had no idea where to go, and walked in the dark world of death. After flying in the air for about an hour and nearly 10,000 miles away from the oasis, a towering black mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. The huge mountain was very tall. From a distance, the summit could not be seen at a glance. It was like an ancient divine mountain standing between heaven and earth, giving people a strong sense of oppression. At this time, there was a constant flash of divine light on the huge mountain, and there was a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the huge mountain ahead. It seemed that Saint Li and the others had already made their move. The lair of the demonic dragon clan is in front, said He Tian. In fact, there was no need for He Tian to say it. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had already vaguely guessed it because they had already sensed Saint Li's aura. Saint Li had really brought people to destroy the demonic dragon clan. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. As Old Tortoise spoke, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Gu Fei and He Tian hurriedly chased after him. Roar! 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 Suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded from the huge mountain. One by one, pitch-black bone dragons with endless demonic aura rushed out of the huge mountain and pounced on the figures above the huge mountain. The whole world was shaken by the mighty and terrifying power. 785465234564123557. Chapter 549. The Black Dragon Mountain was the old lair of the demon dragon tribe. It was a towering mountain that reached into the dusky sky. It was so huge that one could not see it with a single glance. The entire mountain was like an incomparably huge black dragon that had descended from the sky. The dragon's head had sunk into the ground, while its tail was high up in the sky. The entire Black Dragon Mountain was surrounded by demonic energy, giving people a strong sense of oppression, as if there was a terrifying prehistoric demonic beast sleeping there. Gu Fei, Old Ghost, and He Tian stopped near the Black Dragon Mountain. They stood high up in the sky and looked in the direction of the Black Dragon Mountain. With their eyesight, They could see the situation in front of them even if they were hundreds of miles high up in the sky. It was not that they did not want to get closer, but there was a great force in front of them, blocking them and making it difficult for them to get closer. It had to be said that in order to destroy the demonic dragon clan, Saintly had really put in a lot of effort. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, whether it was in the sky or on the ground, there were immortal Tao divine runes that emitted vast Tao power looming. The god race. Don't tell me they're that person's descendants? Old Tortoise seemed to have thought of something and murmured with a puzzled expression. No way, this world of death is the hell Tao refined by that ancient Buddhist master. Why would his descendants appear here? What are you talking about? Gu Fei asked. He really wanted to know the origin of the god clan. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Moreover, it was not a bad thing to be a little more careful. You didn't notice? What Saint Li and the others displayed were all immortal Tao divine techniques. How could they be Buddhist divine techniques? Old Turtle analyzed. This. Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization. The Hell Tao was the Hell Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the Buddha, but Saint Li was not a Buddhist monk. All their previous guesses about the origin of the god clan seemed to have been overturned. Just as Old Turtle and Gu Fei were deep in thought, Saint Li and the others above Yuan Kong were already fighting with the experts of the demonic dragon clan. Terrifying soul divine light pierced through the void and shot out from the Black Dragon Mountain. However, the soul divine light was blocked by the divine runes that sealed the area after it shot out for a few hundred miles. Obviously, in order to exterminate the demon dragon clan, Li Shang had laid out an inescapable net to prevent the demon dragon clan from escaping. Boom! A white jade rui rushed out from an old man who was wearing a white robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He had white hair, white beard, white eyebrows, and an immortal-like demeanor. He became as huge as a mountain and directly smashed the bone body of a flying demonic dragon into pieces. These demonic dragons were all undead creatures. Although they only had their skeletal bodies left, they were still incomparably powerful. The soul flames in their skulls were as bright as black suns. However, the expert invited by Saint Li was truly too powerful. He directly smashed the bones of a terrifying demonic dragon of the Emperor realm into smithereens with his magic treasure. The flames of his soul dispersed, and his soul dispersed. The exploding soul force was directly devoured by the white jade rui. Using soul force to refine magic treasures was much more effective than using one's own pure Tao energy. For cultivators, soul power was an extremely pure energy that could be directly refined and absorbed. This kind of energy was of great benefit to Gu Fei. Gu Fei discovered that Li Shang had invited a total of 3 celestial race powerhouses. Of the other 2, one was a middle-aged Taoist wearing a very ancient Taoist robe and a Taoist crown, while the other was a white-clothed youth who looked somewhat similar to Li Shang. The 3 divine race experts were surrounded by divine light. Their auras weren't any weaker than Li Shang's at all. They were like god kings or immortals. Every movement they made was filled with power. Countless demonic dragons died under their hands, and endless soul force was endlessly collected by them. The middle-aged Taoist held a horsetail whisk in his hand. As he casually waved it, the strands of white silk seemed to transform into divine dragons that were thousands of feet long. They surged towards the incoming demonic dragons and tore them apart. The young man who looked somewhat similar to Saint Li held a scarlet divine cauldron in his hand. Endless divine fire gushed out from the cauldron, forming a monstrous fire that burned the surrounding demonic dragons. The divine fire in the cauldron was extremely terrifying. It seemed to have the supreme power to burn everything. All the demonic dragons that were enveloped by the divine fire were instantly burned to ashes. Their soul flames were sucked into the cauldron. Using the divine runes of the immortal Tao to set up a large formation and seal off an area, it was difficult for the demonic dragons to escape. They were like wild beasts that had fallen into a hunter's trap. They were at the mercy of others. On top of Black Dragon Mountain, Saint Li and the others were constantly harvesting the spiritual energy of the demonic dragons. More and more demonic dragons rushed out of Black Dragon Mountain, gathering into extremely powerful soul fluctuations that shook heaven and earth. In the sky, in the void, and on the ground, countless divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared. These divine runes connected with heaven and earth, condensing the power of heaven and earth to completely seal off the area around Black Dragon Mountain. Endless soul fluctuations constantly battered the formation that enveloped the area, causing the divine runes to shine with dazzling light. Tao energy flowed through each rune. These fellows. Can they be the descendants of that ruthless person from the primordial desolation? What the hell? The more the old tortoise watched, the more shocked he became. Saint Li and the others were all divine runes of the immortal Tao. Moreover, they were the most authentic divine runes. These people had obviously obtained the teachings of that ruthless person from the primordial desolation. Ruthless person from the primordial desolation? Who is that person? Is he more powerful than the eternal Buddha? Gu Fei asked as he watched the battle in front of him. He Tian had been standing behind the old tortoise and Gu Fei, not saying a word. The fire of the soul in his skull was constantly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even the eternal Buddha could not defeat that person. That ruthless person was a supreme figure from the same era as the eternal Buddha, the old tortoise said calmly. The era of the eternal Buddha was even older than the ancient era that the old tortoise lived in. Even in ancient times, the eternal Buddha was a legendary existence. There were not many supreme figures who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the eternal Buddha. However, after the baptism of countless years, the blue sea could also become mulberry fields. The names and deeds of many great figures had also disappeared in the long river of history. When Gu Fei was in the Taishan sect, there was a period of time when he received the chores of cleaning the sutra depository. In his spare time, he had read many ancient books collected by the sect. However, he did not know how many supreme figures had appeared in ancient times, let alone who they were. However, the old tortoise definitely knew who those invincible supreme figures were, but the old tortoise was unwilling to say more. The old tortoise did not tell Gu Fei what he wanted to know the most. He continued to watch the battle. Gu Fei had no choice but to once again focus his attention on the battle in front of him. At this time, countless demonic dragons were killed. The pitch-black bones of the demonic dragons continued to fall from the sky, as if it was raining dragon bones. Saint Li displayed the supreme way of the immortal sword. A golden divine sword turned into a divine rainbow thousands of feet long. The sword Qi soared into the sky, sweeping across the sky and the earth. Wherever it went, the void was split. One by one, the demonic dragons were directly killed by the divine rainbow formed by the golden divine sword. It was unstoppable. Saint Li's golden divine sword was also devouring the power of the soul. At the same time, the sword light formed by the golden divine sword became even more dazzling. The golden sword light that it emitted seemed to illuminate the dark world. Using soul power to refine magic weapons seemed to have become a habit of the Shen clan. If this was in the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent, it would be the behavior of an evil demon that angered both humans and gods. It would cause public indignation. However, in this world of death, using soul power as a sacrifice to refine magic weapons was the most common thing. If this goes on, I'm afraid the demonic dragon clan will really be exterminated. He Tian, who had been silent all this time, finally sent out such a soul fluctuation. The battle on the Black Dragon Mountain could be said to be one-sided. Those demonic dragons that were surrounded by demonic aura were not a match for Saint Li and the other experts of the Shen clan. The demonic dragons that rushed out from the Black Dragon Mountain were just sending themselves to death. However, the Black Dragon Mountain was densely packed with dragon caves. No one knew how many demonic dragons were hiding in the Black Dragon Mountain. The foot of the Black Dragon Mountain was already covered with a thick layer of demonic dragon bones. However, there were still demonic dragons rushing out from the dragon caves on the Black Dragon Mountain. Moreover, the strength of those demonic dragons that rushed out had also become stronger. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly, a loud sound came from the Black Dragon Mountain. Then, somewhere in the Black Dragon Mountain, a large part of the mountain collapsed. A monstrous demonic aura rushed out from the collapsed mountain and instantly enveloped the entire sky. Asterisk roar. Asterisk an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly sounded. The rolling sound waves shook the heaven and earth. The demonic cloud surged and swept towards Saint Li and the others. Even the great formation laid down by Saint Li and the others was greatly affected. In an area of a few hundred kilometers in the surroundings, countless immortal Tao divine markings appeared, and then they emitted dazzling divine radiance and an extremely profound aura of the Tao. The energy of the heavens and the earth converged from all directions, and it sealed up an area of a few hundred kilometers in the surroundings to the point it seemed like an iron wall. The truly powerful guy has finally appeared. The old turtle and Gu Fei were excited to see this scene. The previous battle was just an appetizer. The real battle had just begun. A terrifying demonic aura spread between the heaven and earth. Even with a divine formation between them, Gu Fei still felt his heart palpitate. The demonic dragon that came out from the Black Dragon Mountain was extremely powerful. Saint Li and the others rode on their divine swords and artifacts to break through the layers of demonic aura and rushed out. At this time, they couldn't help but be moved. They seemed to have underestimated the strength of the demonic dragon clan. Since the demonic dragon clan could become one of the four most powerful undead races apart from the divine race, they must have an incomparably deep foundation. The truly invincible expert had appeared, and the real battle was about to begin. The winner and loser was still unknown. Chapter 550. The birth of a peerless demonic dragon was earth-shattering. Demonic aura shrouded the entire area, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. The terrifying dragon's roar could be heard clearly within a radius of 10,000 miles. The old tortoise decisively brought Gu Fei and He Tian away. The energy ripples from the Black Dragon Mountain were too powerful. The brutal and ruthless demonic aura caused the entire divine formation to tremble. Countless immortal Dao divine inscriptions flickered. Every divine inscription had Taoist rhymes circulating, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth and condensing the power of heaven and earth, blocking the surging energy ripples. On the Black Dragon Mountain, demonic aura surged, and a putrid stench permeated the air. A meandering figure that resembled a mountain ridge emerged from the demonic aura. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the figure. Demonic bones giving birth to flesh. Could it be? Saint Li stood high up in the sky. The golden divine sword danced around him, emitting an unparalleled sword chi that pushed away the demonic aura that surged towards him. His eyes pierced through the air and swept over the figure in the demonic clouds. His expression was extremely solemn. Mere demonic aura could not obstruct his gaze. This old dragon. The white-haired, white-bearded old man in a long robe held a white jade scepter in his hand. His face revealed a trace of shock, and his eyes flickered. The middle-aged Taoist held a horsetail whisk in his hand and did not speak. The young man with the crimson divine cauldron did not speak either. They both stared solemnly at the faintly discernible dragon figure in the demonic aura. Roar! My clan has never had any conflict with the celestial clan. Why do you want to exterminate my clan? A chilling voice came from the surging demonic aura. This was not a soul ripple, but a real voice. Saint Li and the others gasped. Could it be that the old dragon had already been reborn and cultivated the body of the demonic dragon? They felt that something was amiss. In this world of death, only the celestial clan was a normal life form with flesh and blood, not the undead creatures. They were well aware of the horror of the undead creature's rebirth. This was because in the history of the world of death, such a situation had happened before. It was an absolutely terrifying existence, and it was the most powerful form of the undead creatures. Humph. You actually have designs on the land of sealed demons. You should be exterminated. Li Shang said coldly. Although the other party was strong, there were 4 great experts on their side. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. My race has absolutely no ambition to spy on the land of sealed demons. These words came out from the demonic clouds. You still want to quibble at a time like this? The white-haired old man waved the white jade scepter in his hand and shouted loudly. Surging sound waves shook the devilish clouds in front of him to the point they roiled violently. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. The young man with the crimson cauldron suddenly said. Then, he tossed the cauldron in his hand into the air. The cauldron quickly grew larger. By the time the divine cauldron flew into the sky, it had already become as big as a small mountain. The vast divine flame above the divine cauldron illuminated the world. Boom! The divine furnace trembled, and 9 firebirds rushed out of the furnace. Monstrous flames erupted, engulfing the world and burning the demonic energy. The terrifying power of fire shook the world, and even the void distorted and collapsed from the heat. The flames of the divine cauldron seemed to have the terrifying power to incinerate all tangible and intangible things. At this time, Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and He Tian had already retreated thousands of miles away. They stood high in the sky, closely watching the situation in front of them. They saw that in the middle of the divine formation, a ball of flames suddenly erupted. The flames rapidly expanded, and the surging demonic energy that shrouded the world showed signs of dispersing. Within the monstrous divine flame, the 9 firebirds danced in the air, emitting endless divine flame. The pitch-black demonic energy was burned by the divine flame and dissipated in the void. Even though they were thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Gu Fei could still feel the monstrous divine flame emitting from the 9 firebirds. Waves of heat surged from the front. It seems that you are determined to exterminate my race. A shocking murderous intent spread out from the demonic clouds. Then, a dragon claw the size of a mountain reached out from the surging demonic energy and directly grabbed at the divine cauldron in the sky that was emitting monstrous flames. It was a dragon claw covered in rotting flesh, and pitch-black dragon bones could be seen in many parts of the dragon claw. The nauseating rancid smell became even stronger. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from the dragon claw, and the void was directly torn apart wherever it passed. The monstrous divine flame emitted from the divine cauldron dissipated under the dragon claw. Before the dragon claw could actually grab the divine cauldron, the terrifying power from the dragon claw had already impacted the divine cauldron in the sky, causing it to shake continuously. The 9 firebirds screeched and soared into the sky, rushing toward the dragon claw that was emitting surging demonic energy. The power of fire surged between heaven and earth. I didn't expect them to be primordial fire crows. Old Turtle could not help but be moved when he saw the 9 firebirds. Primordial fire crows were fire-type demonic beasts of the 5 elements. Although they were not as powerful as the vermilion bird and the fire phoenix, they were still extremely ferocious beasts of the fire element in the world. In ancient times, wherever fire crows appeared, there would be thousands of miles of red land and all signs of life would be cut off. They were regarded as ominous birds. Who would have thought that the vermilion divine cauldron would actually be refined with the souls of 9 ancient fire crows? The old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked and aghast. This was a great deal. Even in the ancient times, the souls of 9 fire crows were difficult to find. Primordial fire crows? Gu Fei could not help but be surprised when he saw Old Turtle's extremely serious expression. After all, there were not many things that could move this guy. Although Gu Fei did not know the origin of the primordial fire crows, he could not help but pay attention at that moment. At that moment, the 9 fire crows were like 9 scorching suns. They emitted thousands of divine flames and displayed a ferocious power that could burn the heavens. They collided with the terrifying dragon claw that was coming straight down. Boom! As if 2 primordial divine mountains had suddenly collided, endless divine flames and monstrous demonic energy swept out. Even the black dragon mountain that towered into the sky began to shake as countless boulders tumbled down from the mountain. Rumble! 2 extremely terrifying energies collided and cancelled each other out. Thunderous rumbles from the 9 heavens lingered on endlessly. The void, like exquisite porcelain, was shattered by the vast and mighty forces. Cracks in space extended for thousands of miles. Even the divine formation that Saint Li and the others laid down together was shaken. Wherever the cracks in the void passed, countless divine runes of the immortal Tao crumbled. The first collision between the 2 great experts seemed to have pierced a hole in the world. The center of the collision between the 2 forces turned into nothingness. It was complete annihilation. The mountain-like dragon claw that exuded terrifying demonic energy retracted and froze high in the sky. The divine cauldron that emitted monstrous flames rapidly shrunk and flew back to the white-robed young man. On the body of the vermilion divine cauldron, the images of 9 fire ravens gradually appeared. The souls of the primordial fire ravens were melted into the divine cauldron and became one with it. Unless the divine cauldron was completely destroyed, the 9 fire ravens' souls would be difficult to destroy. This old dragon doesn't seem to have completely reassembled the demonic dragon true form. Let's kill him together. Saint Li shouted. He stepped on the golden divine sword and held the golden divine mountain in his hand. He shot into the sky and charged at the terrifying demonic dragon. Kill! 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 The white-haired old man, the middle-aged Taoist, and the white-robed young man acted almost at the same time. The white jade rui in the white-haired old man's hand grew to thousands of feet and directly smashed down on the dragon in the demonic clouds. The white jade rui exploded with divine light. Endless power of the great path surged out and dispersed the heavy demonic aura. A giant dragon surrounded by demonic aura appeared before everyone's eyes. When everyone saw the true appearance of the giant dragon, they were extremely shocked. The giant dragon's body was thousands of feet long and its head was like a mountain. It spewed demonic aura from its mouth and a pair of blood-red eyes emitted a frightening evil bloody light. It looked extremely ferocious. The most frightening thing was that the dragon's body was covered in rotten flesh. The rotten flesh was still oozing a dark yellow stinky liquid, and the rotten smell was nauseating. This was simply a dragon corpse whose flesh had not completely decayed. It was even more terrifying than the evil corpses. Although its flesh was regenerating, it was not normal flesh. It was obvious that this demon dragon was undergoing the most crucial transformation. However, the sudden arrival of Saint Li and the others caused him to temporarily stop this transformation. Even so, the undead creatures that could regenerate flesh and blood and regenerate flesh from demonic bones had terrifying cultivation and strength. It had reached an unimaginable level. Boom! The golden divine mountain emitted endless golden light and flew out of Saint Li's hand. It quickly expanded and emitted a terrifying energy wave that pressed down on the demonic dragon. At the same time, whoosh! With a sword's cry, the divine sword under Saint Li's feet also turned into a golden sword aura. It shot up thousands of feet and emitted an unparalleled sword aura that slashed towards the demonic dragon. The middle-aged Taoist was also attacking with all his might. The horsetail whisk in his hand was filled with supreme power. Every strand of the horsetail whisk turned into dragon shadows that wrapped around the demonic dragon. The divine cauldron in the white-robed young man's hand spewed out monstrous divine flames, burning the demonic dragon fiercely. The 9 primordial fire crows appeared on the body of the cauldron once again, and then they transformed and flew around the young man. Roar! Under the attacks of the 4 god clans, the terrifying demonic dragon madly activated its demonic energy. It spat out demonic sky-burning fire, blocking the monstrous divine fire that swept towards it. Its eyes shot out destructive demonic light as it fought against the countless dragon shadows formed by the Taoist's horsetail whisk. A pair of dragon claws slapped repeatedly, shaking off Saint Li's golden divine sword. The dragon's tail even whipped the golden divine mountain that came crashing down from the sky, causing it to shake continuously. Golden light shot out in all directions. Old Tortoise, Gu Fei, and Hei Tian, who saw this scene from afar, were extremely shocked. This demonic dragon was too powerful. It was much more powerful than the 3-headed demonic dragon that Saint Li had killed. It was actually able to fight against the 4 god clans by itself. Even though it was 1 against 4, the terrifying demonic dragon that had embarked on the path of regenerating flesh from demonic bones was not at a disadvantage. Chapter 551. The disgusting old demon dragon that had only grown a body of rotten flesh had yet to truly transform. It was still a bit of a stretch for him to fight against the 4 Protoss powerhouses alone. In the beginning, he could still fight against Saint Li and the others with ferocity. However, as time passed, the old demon dragon was gradually unable to hold on. Roar! The old demon dragon roared again and again. Destructive demonic light constantly shot out from his eyes, sweeping towards Li Shang and the others. The terrifying blood-colored demonic light pierced through the void, creating holes in the void between heaven and earth. Saint Li and the others moved quickly in the void. Their bodies bloomed with divine light like lightning. They dodged the destructive demonic light and attacked the old demon dragon with techniques and spells. Hum! The golden sword vibrated repeatedly, emitting a crisp sword hum that resounded through the 9 heavens. The unparalleled sword light was like a 1,000-foot divine rainbow, constantly slashing at the old demon dragon. The brilliance of the divine sword lit up the heavens and the earth. The 1,000-foot sword light tore through the void and collided with the dragon claw that was emitting terrifying demonic energy. Every time they collided, a lot of rotten flesh would be cut off. Stinky dark yellow liquid splattered everywhere. The dark yellow liquid dripped on the ground, making sizzling sounds and emitting black smoke. It was obvious that this dark yellow liquid was very corrosive. Bang! The demonic dragon was unable to attend to one thing and lost sight of the other. Finally, the golden divine mountain smashed onto its ferocious dragon head, making it dizzy and disoriented. The white-haired old man, the middle-aged Taoist, and the white-robed young man immediately controlled their magic treasures and attacked the old demon dragon with all their might. The white jade scepter in the white-haired old man's hand became extremely huge. Its entire body emitted endless divine light, and there was a Taoist rhyme circulating on it. It ruthlessly swept towards the demon dragon's waist. Boom! With a loud bang, the white jade scepter heavily smashed onto the demon dragon's body. Crack! Crack! The demon dragon's mountain-like body suddenly cracked. With a roar, it directly smashed down from the sky. Bang! The entire earth shook violently. Dust flew everywhere as a deep pit was formed on the ground. Then, the white-robed young man held the divine cauldron in his hand. He pointed the mouth of the cauldron downwards and slapped the bottom. Bang! With a bang, The mouth of the cauldron suddenly spewed out a monstrous amount of divine fire, enveloping heaven and earth as it burned toward the demonic dragon below. As the divine fire came into contact with the ground, a sizzling sound could be heard. The soil on the ground sank and was burnt into nothingness by the divine fire. Roar! The demonic dragon roared. Endless demonic aura soared into the sky and actually blocked the divine fire that was descending from the sky. The endless demonic aura and the divine fire were extinguished. Terrifying energy waves spread out, shaking the entire divine formation in the periphery and shaking the heaven and earth. That demonic dragon is finished. High up in the sky thousands of miles away, Old Tortoise, who had been paying attention to the intense battle ahead, spoke. Gu Fei, who was standing next to Old Tortoise, could not help but nod in agreement. The disgusting, rotting mystic dragon was already at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Tens of thousands of silk threads extended infinitely. Each silk thread transformed into a water-blue dragon shadow. Like countless water dragons, they coiled around the demonic dragon's head. This middle-aged Taoist seemed to have cultivated an immortal art that belonged to the water element of the 5 elements. He seemed to have attracted a large amount of water to ripple around him. It was as though he was standing in a vast ocean, and the power of the water element was boundless between heaven and earth. As the middle-aged Taoist made his move, Sagely had already flown up to the golden divine mountain. He stepped on it like a primordial deity descending. He drew the power of the metal element between heaven and earth to suppress the demonic dragon below. The white-haired old man's white jade rui also emitted endless divine power as it smashed down again. The demonic dragon could not care less about its tail. It had just spat out the burning sky demonic fire to disperse the countless water dragon shadows formed by the middle-aged Taoist's horsetail whisk. The gigantic demonic dragon's body was immediately suppressed by the golden divine mountain that was shining like a primordial divine mountain. Bam! The white-haired old man's white jade rui smashed heavily onto the demonic dragon's head. Rotten flesh flew everywhere, and the skull cracked. Rumble! The earth shook. Sagely stood on the golden divine mountain and used all his power of the way. The entire divine mountain shook repeatedly, emitting a terrifying energy wave that wanted to completely suppress the demonic dragon. Kacha! 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 The gigantic demonic dragon's bones began to make bone-cracking sounds. Rotten flesh was constantly being sliced off. There was no blood, only dark yellow stinky water. The demonic dragon roared and struggled madly beneath the divine mountain. The entire land undulated violently like waves. It was actually showing signs of struggling out of the divine mountain. A deathbed struggle. The white-haired old man said coldly. The white jade rui in his hand kept smashing the demonic dragon's head. With every smash, more cracks appeared on the demonic dragon's skull. It had to be said that the old demonic dragon's dragon bones were very hard. They were much harder than divine metal. Even when the white-haired old man used all his strength to activate the white jade rui, he could not smash the dragon's head. Whoosh! 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 The middle-aged Taoist waved the horsetail whisk in his hand repeatedly. The whisk threads turned into rays of divine light that shot towards the dragon's head. They entered the dragon's 7 orifices. Endless power of the way flowed along the whisk threads into the demonic dragon's skull, trying to disperse the demonic dragon's soul within the dragon's head. The white-robed young man did not stay idle either. He descended from the sky with the divine cauldron in his hand. Endless divine fire surged out of the divine cauldron and burned the dragon's body that was suppressed beneath the divine mountain. Under the combined efforts of the 4 god clan's cultivators, the old demonic dragon finally became obedient. However, the demonic dragon did not stop struggling. A large amount of rotten flesh grew on the dragon's head. Under the white-haired old man's white jade rui attack, it had completely fallen off, revealing the skull. Within the skull, a soul fire was burning like a black sun. It emitted a terrifying soul power that resisted the middle-aged Taoist's attack. Although the whisk threads in the middle-aged Taoist's hand attacked the dragon's 7 orifices, they could not disperse the soul fire within the demonic dragon's skull. However, it was only a matter of time before the old demonic dragon's soul was destroyed. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly came from the distant sky. A frightening dragon shadow appeared on the horizon, and a powerful aura swept over. That is, everyone was shocked. However, they soon felt relieved. The dragon shadow was not very powerful. However, what was surprising was that it was not a demonic dragon in the form of an undead creature. Instead, it was a faint and illusory dragon soul that emitted powerful soul waves. If there were any undead creatures that had experienced the explosion of the Een veins of the Een mountain in the outer regions of the world of death, they would definitely be able to recognize that this dragon soul that had suddenly appeared was the dragon soul essence that had rushed out from the Een veins of the earth. On that day, the dragon soul essence had escaped into the depths of the world of death under the pursuit of a group of powerful undead creatures. However, no one had expected that the dragon soul essence had also crossed the underworld river and entered the depths of the world of death. What a powerful soul power! Old Tortoise and Gu Fei both felt the vast soul power emanating from the dragon soul essence. In particular, Old Tortoise's eyes lit up. Although the dragon soul essence was the soul of a demonic dragon that had been nurtured from the Een veins of the earth for countless years and was full of violent demonic nature, it was still an extremely powerful soul power. In particular, a dragon soul that was naturally nurtured by heaven and earth was many times purer than the soul power of those undead creatures. If one could refine it, one would obtain great benefits. Rumble! The dragon soul essence set off a monstrous demonic aura as it quickly flew toward the Black Dragon Mountain. The surging demonic aura covered the entire sky, and the powerful soul power caused the void to vibrate. Swoosh! Old Tortoise immediately disappeared on the spot. He used the teleportation technique to directly meet the dragon soul essence that was rushing toward him from afar. He wanted to collect the dragon soul essence. He directly opened his inner world and blocked in front of the dragon soul essence. He wanted the dragon soul essence to walk right into the trap and be collected into his inner world. However, at this moment, a few exclamations suddenly came from the direction of the Black Dragon Mountain. Then Old Tortoise heard a loud boom from behind him. A majestic energy surged from behind Old Tortoise in an earth-shattering manner and directly sent him flying. Gu Fei and He Tian witnessed a terrifying scene. The old demonic dragon actually self-destructed. Saint Li and the others immediately tore the void and used the greater teleportation technique to escape. Even they would be shocked if the old demonic dragon self-destructed. The terrifying energy directly collapsed the divine formation that Saint Li and the others had jointly laid out in this area. The void directly collapsed, and the Black Dragon Mountain shook violently as countless boulders rolled down from the mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. The monstrous energy produced by the old demonic dragon self-destructed. Even if the void collapsed, the earth shattered, and everything was destroyed, it still could not destroy this Black Mountain. Seeing that the situation was not right, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Although they were watching the battle from 1,000 miles away, the destructive power produced by the old demonic dragon's self-destruction definitely affected the area within 1,000 miles. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still feel the fluctuations of this terrifying power. Even though Gu Fei and He Tian saw that the situation was not good and turned into divine light to flee with all their might, they were still swept away by the energy storm that swept out. However, the dragon's soul essence still rushed toward the Black Dragon Mountain. At the moment when the old demonic dragon self-destructed, it actually opened up a spatial passage, allowing the dragon soul essence to enter the Black Dragon Mountain without being affected. Then, it disappeared into the mountain. When the dragon soul essence entered the Black Dragon Mountain, the entire Black Dragon Mountain trembled. Countless rocks and soil were constantly shaved off the mountain, as if the Black Mountain was coming to life. Powerful life fluctuations emitted from the Black Dragon Mountain, as if a terrifying demon had awakened from a deep slumber, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying aura surged out from the mountain. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Fei, who was involuntarily swept away by the mighty energy storm, to almost collapse. What's going on? Gu Fei was panic-stricken. He simply did not know what had happened. No one knew what had happened. Chapter 552. After the dragon soul essence entered the Black Dragon Mountain, the entire Black Dragon Mountain shook violently. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountain. Large amounts of soil peeled off from the mountain. In the sky above the Black Dragon Mountain, demonic aura surged. Demonic clouds rolled and the weather changed. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The earth undulated like waves. With the Black Dragon Mountain as the center, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. A huge mountain gradually rose from the ground. Endless demonic aura gathered from all directions. Very quickly, the terrifying demonic aura drowned the entire mountain. An extremely powerful, terrifying, evil and tragic aura emitted from the surging demonic aura. The terrifying pressure almost caused Gu Fei, who was blown away by the storm, to have a mental breakdown. Gu Fei and He Tian tumbled in the void. Their bodies involuntarily flew hundreds of miles away. Then, they stabilized their bodies and landed on the ground. Gu Fei looked in the direction of Black Dragon Mountain in horror. He saw that the weather had changed, and endless demonic aura surged forward from all directions. In the sky in front of him, a huge pitch-black vortex was gradually forming. Rumble. There were blood-colored lightning flashing in the pitch-black vortex formed by demonic aura. The terrifying demonic energy formed the terrifying blood-fiend demonic thunder. The sound of thunder kept coming. When He Tian saw this scene, he was shocked to the extreme. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. How is this possible? Could it be? The legend is actually true? He Tian said in disbelief. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was originally a guy who walked out from the depths of the Death Continent. He seemed to know many secrets about the demonic dragon clan. What legend? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be shocked. The Black Dragon Mountain was not ordinary. The mountain seemed to be nurturing a terrifying life. The arrival of the dragon soul essence awakened the life that was sleeping in the Black Dragon Mountain. Perhaps, someone had set up a shocking trap. The appearance of the dragon soul essence did not seem to be a coincidence. This is an ancient legend. The Black Dragon Mountain is actually the body of a fallen primordial devil dragon. He Tian's voice trembled. What? An ancient-level demon dragon? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief as he looked at He Tian. What kind of existence was the primordial demonic dragon? Could it be that the primordial demonic dragon that had been dead for countless years was about to be resurrected? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Fei mumbled. How could the primordial demonic dragon, who had been dead for countless years, be resurrected? What's impossible? Let's run. At that moment, Old Tortoise rushed over from afar. He opened up his inner world and stored Gu Fei and He Tian inside. Then, he teleported across the void and escaped into the distance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 figures walked out from the void. These 4 people were Saint Li and the other experts of the 4 celestial clans who were forced to retreat by the terrifying energy fluctuation of the Black Dragon Mountain. Preposterous! How could something like this happen? Saint Li exclaimed in shock as he stared at the demonic clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth. The Black Dragon Mountain had long been submerged by the demonic qi. Endless demonic qi gathered and formed a vortex in the sky that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Countless blood-colored lightning flashed in the vortex. The demonic qi was earth-shattering. It was as if a peerless demon was about to be born. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Isn't that a legend? The white-haired, white-browed, white-bearded old man said solemnly. That bastard Buddhist lord. He actually left behind such a powerful hidden danger. I'm afraid our clan will also be affected. The middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice. Humph. I'm afraid that the dragon's soul essence was left behind by the primordial demonic dragon. I didn't expect that the guy who died for countless years would also have a day where his soul would return. The young man who was holding a vermilion divine cauldron with traces of divine flame said coldly. It seems that we have to use that thing. Saint Li said. That's the only way. If even that thing can't suppress the demonic creature in the Black Dragon Mountain, we can only run for our lives. The white-haired old man said. As he spoke, the white-haired old man waved his sleeve. An ancient seal immediately rushed into the sky. Saint Li and the others quickly put away their magic treasures. They formed a seal with their hands and shot rays of divine light at the ancient seal. They were rousing the divine power in their bodies and continuously pouring it into the ancient seal. They wanted to forcefully activate the ancient seal. It was a simple ancient seal the size of a fist. The ancient seal was covered with cracks. It was the primordial demon seal that fought endlessly with the mountain and river cauldron and the golden sword and rushed into the depths of the world of death. The primordial demon seal had fallen into the hands of Saint Li and the others. Saint Li and the others laid down layers of restrictions on the ancient seal. They constantly isolated the ancient seal's aura and also sealed it. Even the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's body could not sense the existence of the ancient seal. Endless divine light hit the ancient seal. Mysterious runes that were formed from divine markings of the immortal path immediately rushed out of the ancient seal. The runes were all flowing with Taoist rhymes. They were completely condensed from Taoist force. They continuously flew out of the ancient seal and then dissipated into the void. As the power of the seal disappeared, a towering wave of demonic energy began to surge out from the ancient seal, dispersing the surrounding demonic energy. Saint Li and the others looked extremely serious. They did not dare to be careless. They exerted their full strength. Terrifying divine force rippled from each of their bodies. Rays of divine light circled around their bodies. Boom! The entire world suddenly shook violently. The ancient seal in the sky instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It emitted extremely terrifying demonic force ripples. Endless demonic force was emitted from the ancient seal, dispersing the rolling demonic chi that shrouded the entire world. At that moment, Saint Li and the others not only unlocked the layers of seals on the primordial demon seal, they also joined forces and used their supreme divine force to activate part of the ancient seal's power. As if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly descended, the heavens and the earth shook. The power emitted from the ancient seal did not seem to be inferior to the demonic chi emitted from the demonic mountain in the sky. Saint Li and the others were having a hard time. Beads of sweat had already appeared on the forehead of the white-robed young man. Divine power surged from his body and formed a raging divine flame outside his body. He was like a flaming deity standing in the void. Go! The four of them shouted in unison. They used their supreme divine force to drive the mountain-sized giant seal in the sky towards the terrifying vortex formed by the demonic chi. Rumble. Chapter 553. Li Shang and the experts of the three god clans worked together to drive the mountain-sized seal towards the Black Dragon Demon Mountain. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Endless demonic power surged out from the giant seal. Countless demon clan Dao patterns circled around the seal. The giant seal displayed a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. At this time, the old tortoise had already crossed the void and escaped thousands of miles away. He entered the inner world and returned to the divine palace that was suspended above the inner world. Then, he used the flickering light and shadow dazzling technique to display the scene of the Black Dragon Mountain thousands of miles away. He had already set up dazzling stones in the void near the Black Dragon Mountain. Through the dazzling stones, the old tortoise could display the scene thousands of miles away in the void. Gu Fei and He Tian were both above the divine palace, nervously watching the constantly changing scene in the void. When the old tortoise saw the giant seal with towering demonic aura, he almost fell off his throne. He looked extremely shocked. How is this possible? The old tortoise could not believe that the thing would appear in the 6 paths of reincarnation that the Buddha Lord had refined. What's wrong? Gu Fei was shocked. It was not an ordinary thing for the old tortoise to be so shocked. Could it be that the old tortoise recognized the origin of the demon seal? Gu Fei was very clear that the demon seal was definitely a supreme treasure. It was comparable to the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Although it was covered in cracks, it still had a great power that could shake the heavens and earth. How is this possible? The Tai Huang seal. It's the Tai Huang seal. How could the Tai Huang seal appear in the hell realm? The old tortoise murmured to himself, his voice trembling. He did not answer Gu Fei's question. The Tai Huang seal? Gu Fei was dumbfounded when he heard this. That demonic seal was actually the Tai sovereign seal. This was too unexpected, causing Gu Fei's train of thought to come to a halt. Inside He Tian's skull, the soul fire pulsed fiercely. The Grand Sovereign Seal. Could it be the saint weapon refined by the ancient Grand Sovereign? My Tian seemed to know the origins of the Grand Sovereign Seal. A soul ripple came from the skull. Supreme Demonic Ancestor. The old tortoise was extremely excited. That giant seal was most likely a sacred weapon refined by the ancient Supreme Demonic Ancestor. It was a sacred object of the demonic clan. No wonder the demonic aura soared into the sky. The Supreme Demon Ancestor was revered as the ancestor by all the demons in the world. He was regarded as the first demon in the world and was one of the most powerful beings in the world. The Grand Emperor of the demon race was just like the ancient Buddhist Lord. Their names had been passed down through the ages. Even though countless years had passed, the world had changed, and the seas had turned into mulberry fields, people still remembered their names. Since ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could be remembered for thousands of years. Why did the Tai Sovereign Seal appear in the Hell Dao? The old tortoise was puzzled. Could it be that the ancient Grand Emperor had fallen in this world of death? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the Millennium Buddhist Lord wouldn't be able to kill the demonic forefather Grand Emperor, because the demonic forefather Grand Emperor was a supreme expert on the same level as the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Furthermore, he possessed the sacred artifact Grand Emperor Seal. However, the Grand Sovereign Seal had appeared in the Hell Dao. This was an undeniable fact. The old tortoise used the flickering light and shadow dazzle technique to display the scene thousands of miles away in the void above the main hall. The huge seal, which was emitting endless demonic light and surrounded by demonic Dao patterns, smashed towards the Black Dragon Mountain, which was suspended in the air and exuding a vast amount of demonic chi, like an ancient divine mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain shook violently. Countless stones and sand peeled off from the top of the mountain. The entire mountain gradually turned into the shape of a black demon dragon. It was a stone dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. The dragon's body emitted an endless fiendish aura. The powerful fluctuation of life caused the world to tremble. The terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire world. All the creatures of death within a radius of thousands of miles were turned into ferocious and terrifying monsters by this demonic aura. Roar! The stone dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, the stone dragon exuded an endless amount of demonic aura as it charged towards the giant seal. Boom! As if it had been struck by the stone dragon's monstrous killing intent, the Thai sovereign seal shook violently. The stone seal, which was as large as a mountain, emitted a dazzling demonic light. Countless mysterious Taoist patterns of the demon race appeared on the surface of the stone seal, and the energy ripples it emitted were at least several times stronger than when Saint Li and the others forcibly activated it. The Grand Sovereign Seal was the sacred weapon of the Supreme Grand Emperor in ancient times. It was a supreme treasure that had derived a weapon's soul. When it was threatened, it could automatically activate its supreme power. The void of the world was too fragile in front of the Grand Sovereign Seal. The barrier of the world was shattering. Wherever the Grand Sovereign Seal passed, the void turned into nothingness. All tangible and intangible things were completely destroyed. Boom! It was as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. The towering demonic stone dragon collided violently with the Grand Sovereign Seal. In that instant, the heavens and the earth lost all sound and became silent. This period of complete silence was very short. It only lasted for a split second. Then, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread in all directions. Under the violent waves of energy, the earth and the sky crumbled and turned into nothingness. Saint Li and the others vomited blood and were sent flying. The dazzling stones that the old tortoise had set up were also destroyed. In the great hall of the divine palace, the scene that was projected by the flickering light and shadow dazzling technique also disappeared. The old tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others were extremely shocked. They were speechless for a long time. They could no longer see the earth-shattering scene that was thousands of miles away. It was as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing and the world was sinking. The Grand Sovereign Seal collided head-on with the demonic stone dragon. What would the result be? Would the Grand Sovereign Seal suppress the demonic stone dragon, or would the demonic stone dragon suppress the Grand Sovereign Seal? Everyone in the Great Hall wanted to know the answer. When the old tortoise saw the Grand Sovereign Seal appear in the Naraka realm, he could no longer sit still. He wanted to walk out of his inner world to see the outcome of the battle, but in the end, he resisted the urge. No matter how much he wanted to retrieve the demon clan's holy weapon, he did not want to take the risk at this time. The demonic stone dragon was as powerful as a mighty being. Even Saint Li and the others were no match for it. If the Grand Sovereign Seal failed to suppress the demonic stone dragon, it would be difficult for the old tortoise to escape if the demonic stone dragon targeted him. An existence of this level could break the barrier of the world with a raise of its hand. Even if the demonic stone dragon hid in the inner world, it could still find the location of the inner world based on the fluctuations of the inner world, shatter the void, and directly enter the inner world. Gu Fei and He Tian returned to their guest room and cultivated. 10 days later, the old tortoise finally could not stand it anymore. He looked for Gu Fei and He Tian, then opened up his inner world and brought Gu Fei and He Tian out of his inner world. The three-clawed green dragon Xueqi and the Qilan Demon King were both in seclusion. From the old tortoise, Gu Fei learned that Xueqi and the Qilan Demon King seemed to be at a critical juncture of breaking through the shackles of their cultivation. Gu Fei did not see them in the old tortoise's inner world. When they walked out of the inner world, Gu Fei and the others were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. The ground was covered with huge cracks that were so deep that they could not see the bottom. It was like a bottomless abyss, and there were traces of demonic qi leaking out of it. Some places with a radius of dozens of miles had sunk into bottomless pits, like sinkholes. There was still demonic qi lingering in them and had not dissipated. The ground was sinking and cracking, the mountains were collapsing, and the earth was shattered. Above the sky and in the void, there were still black holes that emitted extremely chaotic auras. Those were the shattered spaces that had yet to be repaired. After the void was shattered, it would repair itself under the effect of the power of heaven and earth. The holes and cracks formed by the shattered void would not exist forever. Of course, unless someone fixed the shattered void with supreme divine power, then the cracks and holes in the void would not disappear. What on earth happened? Gu Fei was shocked. What he saw was simply a broken world. He could not see the end of it at a glance, and it was a terrifying scene after the great destruction. The residual demonic qi between heaven and earth were still difficult to dissipate, and the shattered void had not been completely repaired. One could imagine how terrifying this battle was. "We have to find Saint Li to know what happened," the old tortoise said in a low voice. There was no doubt that everything in front of them was the result of the battle between the Tai sovereign seal and the demonic stone dragon. "Yes, find Saint Li." Gu Fei nodded. Then, the old tortoise brought Gu Fei and He Tian across the void and headed toward the place where Saint Li was cultivating. Every time the old tortoise crossed the void, he could travel hundreds of miles in an instant. He had not recovered to his peak state, and he was not even a mighty being. He was only stronger than the Emperor realm cultivators in this world. If a mighty being were to use the void traversal technique, he could appear thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. This was the true supreme power of void traversal. The area where the Black Dragon Mountain was located was thousands of miles away from the spiritual land where Saint Li was cultivating. The old tortoise crossed the void dozens of times before he arrived near the spiritual land. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were very careful. They did not rush toward the place directly, but instead hid and watched from afar. However, they were once again stunned by the scene before their eyes. The spiritual land had been completely destroyed, and it had turned into a demonic land that was enshrouded in demonic aura. There wasn't a shred of spiritual aura, and there wasn't the slightest sign of life. The ball of light that was like a small sun in the sky above the spiritual land had also disappeared. What happened? Saint Li's cultivation place had been destroyed. Could it be the doing of the demonic stone dragon? If that was the case, did the Tai sovereign seal fail to suppress the demonic stone dragon? This was troublesome. Roar! A low roar came from the depths of the area surrounded by demonic energy. They could vaguely see the silhouette of a dragon as large as a mountain in the rolling demonic energy. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian quickly retreated. Chapter 554. The Shen clan seemed to be in big trouble. Even Saint Li's place of seclusion was destroyed. The spiritual land that was originally filled with spiritual energy was now filled with demonic aura. It had turned into a demonic domain where countless demonic creatures of the dead wandered. In the middle of the spiritual land, above the lake formed by the spiritual spring, a stone dragon head as large as a mountain emerged from the demonic clouds. It opened its mouth wide and continuously swallowed the spiritual energy from the heavenly spring below. The spiritual energy from the heavenly spring of life was being forcibly sucked away. The endless life essence caused the stone dragon head to change. Under the stone scales, there seemed to be blood flowing. The stone body was actually showing signs of turning into flesh and blood. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not notice the changes happening to the demonic stone dragon because they did not dare to go near that domain. If they were discovered by a terrifying existence like the demonic stone dragon, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei did not dare to stay any longer and retreated decisively. What should we do? Gu Fei and the others stopped after they were thousands of miles away from the demonic domain. Gu Fei asked Old Tortoise. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. Saint Li and the others were no match for the demonic stone dragon, let alone them. No one expected that after the Black Dragon Mountain merged with the dragon soul essence that rushed out from the Yin vein of the earth, such a terrifying demonic stone dragon would emerge from the Black Dragon Mountain. What else can we do? We have to find the Shen clan and figure out the situation before we know what to do. Old Tortoise said in a deep voice. The current situation was out of their control. That's the only way. Gu Fei nodded helplessly. Little Hay, lead the way. We'll go to the city of divine kings first. Old Tortoise said to Hay Tian. He knew that Hay Tian was very familiar with the situation in the depths of the world of death. After all, Hay Tian had come out from this place. Got it. Hay Tian did not say much. He immediately led Old Tortoise and Gu Fei to determine the direction and headed to the city of divine kings. In this gloomy world of death, dark clouds and underworld fog covered the sky. There were no stars, no sun, and no moon. It was very difficult to tell the direction while walking in this world. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had been in this world for some time, but they still did not know how to identify directions in this world. As far as the eye could see, the world looked the same. The sky was gloomy, the earth was shrouded in yin qi, and the netherworld fog rose. Fortunately, with Hay Tian as a guide, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise would not get lost. About 2 hours later, Hay Tian brought Gu Fei and Old Tortoise to the vicinity of the city of divine kings. How could this be? Gu Fei and the others stood on a small hill and gazed at the city of divine kings. They were shocked to find that the huge city had been reduced to ruins. The city of divine kings was destroyed. The supreme legend of the divine race had been broken. Someone had destroyed the city of divine kings that was controlled by saintly. This was a challenge to the divine race. There was no trace of any undead creatures around the city of divine kings. Even Old Tortoise did not sense any soul or energy fluctuations in the ruins in front of them. The ruins in front of them were a place of absolute silence. It seems that the powerful races in the world of death are going to attack the divine race. This situation has only happened once since ancient times. This will be the second time. The soul fire in Hay Tian's skull pulsed violently. He seemed to have thought of something terrible. What's going on? Speak clearly. Gu Fei could not help but frown. Old Tortoise also looked at Hay Tian at this time. He also wanted to know what earth-shattering things had happened in this world of death. That bastard Buddhist lord actually left behind such a chaotic world. It was outrageous. Old Tortoise cursed in his heart. It was probably impossible for him to refine this world. There was once an undead creature that succeeded in regenerating its flesh and blood. It killed its way into the depths of this world and fought endlessly with the divine race. That battle almost destroyed the origin of this world and almost destroyed it. The divine race paid a heavy price to kill that terrifying existence. It was also at that time that the only surviving ancestor of the divine race began to fall into a deep sleep. Erebus told them about the crisis and turmoil that had taken place in the world of death, which had swept through the entire world. That demonic stone dragon has yet to reach the stage of regenerating its flesh and blood. Gu Fei said after listening to Old Tortoise. That demonic stone dragon is not far from regenerating its flesh and blood. Its strength is comparable to a terrifying existence that can regenerate its flesh and blood, Hay Tian said. He seemed to know a lot of secrets. Let's go and take a look at the second giant city controlled by the divine race. Old Tortoise seemed to be a little anxious to find the divine race. He then rose from the short mountain. Gu Fei and Hay Tian also rose into the sky. Hay Tian led the way while Gu Fei and Old Tortoise followed behind. Soon, they disappeared into the dusky sky. Supreme City was a giant city that was no smaller than the city of divine kings. However, at this moment, Supreme City was filled with flames and demonic aura. Countless demonic creatures swarmed in from all directions and besieged the giant city. The undead creatures that were loyal to the divine race were fighting against the terrifying demonic creatures that had already rushed into the giant city. There were no cries or roars, only collisions and fluctuations of energy. Boom! A pavilion suddenly exploded, and 2 figures rushed out from the scattered bricks and tiles. Destroy! A powerful soul force surged out from the skull of an undead creature. The undead creature's eye socket suddenly emitted 2 dazzling soul lights that pierced towards its opponent. The soul lights converged into a light of destruction that pierced through the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. The broken bricks and tiles that were swept by the divine light turned into nothingness and disappeared without leaving behind even a speck of dust. Swish! The terrifying demonic creature that was facing the undead creature stretched out its claws and grabbed towards the undead creature. It simply ignored the 2 divine lights of destruction that pierced through it. This demonic creature was in the shape of a spider. Because it had been demonized, its bones had become jet black and sparkling, just like the bones of a demon. It contained a ruthless demonic power. Its 6 claws were like 6 bone spears that pierced towards the skull of the undead creature. On the bone spears, There was a black light that was condensed from demonic power. Puff! Puff! The divine lights of destruction that were emitted from the undead creature's eye sockets directly pierced through the bones of the terrifying demonic creature, almost shattering half of its body. However, the demonic creature was still extremely fierce. The 6 bone spears were still piercing towards the skull of the undead creature, issuing chi, chi, chi. The undead creature flew back, wanting to dodge. At this time, a huge pitch-black hand with boundless demonic aura descended from the sky. Boom! Boom! The undead creature was directly smashed to the ground. After the pitch-black hand dissipated, a huge palm print that was 5 to 6 meters deep appeared on the ground. Some broken bones could be vaguely seen in the palm print. Just like that, a powerful undead creature was annihilated in an instant. In the distant pavilion, there was a figure shrouded in demonic aura. His blood-red eyes pierced through the demonic aura and swept across all directions. Once he discovered a powerful resistance, he would immediately exterminate them. One after another, pitch-black hands continued to condense in the sky above the city, emitting terrifying demonic fluctuations as they bombarded down. Every time a demonic hand fell from the sky, it would kill a powerful resistance. This demonic figure was like a demon god, harvesting the souls of the city's defenders who were loyal to the divine race. The gates of the city had long been opened. Countless demonic creatures rushed into the city like a tide, fiercely fighting against the city's defenders. Undead creatures that were guarding the city were constantly submerged and torn apart by the incoming demonic creatures. These demonic creatures didn't seem to have any intelligence. They only knew how to destroy and destroy. The houses in the city were constantly being destroyed by the demonic creatures, causing dust to fly everywhere. The undead creatures guarding the city were retreating in defeat. They weren't a match for the demonic creatures at all. The divine race didn't appear at all. It seemed that the divine race had already given up on the city. Suddenly, the demonic figure standing on the tallest pavilion in the city seemed to have sensed something. His blood-red eyes pierced through the void and swept towards the sky outside the city. Then, the pavilion under the demonic figure's feet instantly exploded. He soared into the sky, turned into a wisp of demonic aura, and rushed out of the city in an instant. Boom! Endless demonic aura suddenly erupted. A huge black hand quickly condensed from the void and blasted towards the sky. The terrifying demonic hand instantly shrouded the entire world. The terrifying demonic power was vast and mighty. The energy fluctuations that surged from the demonic hand shook the entire sky. Cracks appeared in the void. Swoosh! 3 figures appeared in the void. 2 of them quickly retreated, while a middle-aged man in a purple robe remained unmoving like a mountain. He also stretched out his palm and pressed forward. Bang! The space in front of the middle-aged man trembled violently. After that, the palm of the middle-aged man emitted a dazzling purple divine light, illuminating the entire space. An endless amount of demonic energy gushed out, welcoming the pitch-black demonic hand. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided with each other. The middle-aged man and the demonic figure were sent flying back at the same time. The vast and mighty force shattered the void, and the remaining power swept down, causing the earth to tremble. You are not a member of the god race. The demonic figure stopped retreating and said in surprise. His blood-red eyes penetrated the demonic aura and swept over the middle-aged man. Old Tortoise, how is it? Can you kill that demon? Gu Fei, who had retreated to the distance, transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. The 3 people who had been hiding in the void but were discovered by the demonic shadow and forced out of the void were Gu Fei and the others. It's a bit tricky. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice. It seems that there is only one expert of the demons nearby. Hei Tian's skull transmitted such a soul fluctuation. Kill. If necessary, I will lend you a hand. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. All right. Old Tortoise pressed forward. The demonic aura on his body soared to the sky. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The void around him was shaken by the mighty power emitted from his body. Water-like spatial ripples appeared. Even if you are not a god race, you must die. The demonic figure also had the intention to kill. A monstrous evil spirit emanated from the illusory figure. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply. The 2 experts pressed forward together, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 555. Boom! The old tortoise's body suddenly emitted a brilliant purple divine light, illuminating the dark world and dispersing the dark clouds and mist between heaven and earth. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and terrifying energy fluctuations shook the world. Chaotic sun and moon. With a loud shout, the old tortoise's hands danced. His right hand seemed to be holding a sun, while his left hand seemed to be holding a bright moon. He pressed them against the demonic figure in front of him. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, emitting a terrifying power that could turn the world upside down. Rumble. It was as if a sun and a bright moon had really descended. The vast and terrifying power crushed the world, dispelled the monstrous demonic aura, and destroyed everything. The old tortoise's strength had been restored to a level comparable to that of a mighty figure. His first move was a matchless killing move. He did not want to be entangled with this ferocious demon, and wanted to kill it in the shortest time possible. Demonic Dragon Flurry. The demonic figure roared, and a dozen surging demonic auras suddenly emerged from his body. In an instant, they condensed into a dozen black demonic dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They crazily devoured the sun and moon in front of them. Boom! 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 The sun and moon in the old tortoise's hands collided with the dozen demonic dragons in an instant, causing an earth-shattering noise. The demonic dragons were crushed by the power of the sun and moon, and exploded one after another. However, the bright brilliance of the sun and moon in the old tortoise's hands also dimmed. After the dozen demonic dragons exploded, the sun and moon phenomenon in the old tortoise's hands dimmed to the point that it almost disappeared. The two extremely powerful forces actually cancelled each other out and annihilated each other. The mighty residual power caused cracks to appear in the void. Their strength seems to be on par. In the distant sky, Xueqi could not help but feel uneasy when he saw this scene. Under such circumstances, he did not want to be entangled with the other party. Supreme City in the distance had been completely occupied by demonic creatures. Demonic creatures continued to gather toward Supreme City from all directions, filling every corner of the giant city. Sounds of buildings collapsing could be heard coming from the city. Dust and smoke billowed in the air as the monsters wantonly destroyed everything in the city. Xueqi and He Tian watched this scene coldly. They did not make a move. There were simply too many monsters, so many that Xueqi felt his scalp go numb. Supreme City was finished. It wouldn't be long before the entire city would be completely destroyed by the countless demonic creatures and become a wasteland. Xueqi finally knew how the city of God Kings was destroyed. Swoosh! The old tortoise soared into the sky and pressed down on the demonic shadow below. Boom! The entire world shook violently. Then, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, the demonic figure fell to the ground. Roar! The demonic shadow roared again and again as a monstrous demonic aura surged out from his body. A terrifying demonic aura filled the space between the heavens and earth. Before the demonic shadow landed on the ground, he stopped his descent. Vast waves of power emanated from the demonic shadow. Amidst the surging demonic aura, 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow clearly appeared, as if a great ancient demon had descended. Go to hell! The demon hidden in the demonic aura roared. Then, the 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow moved. A fist the size of a small mountain directly smashed toward the old tortoise. Although it was only a demonic shadow, the power of the punch was so great that the old tortoise's expression changed. Wherever the giant fist passed, the void collapsed and the world shook. Endless demonic power surged out from the giant fist and directly shattered the void. Like a primordial demonic mountain, it smashed toward the old tortoise. Humph! The old tortoise sneered. A stone tortoise shell appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He then directly smashed the stone tortoise shell forward. After the stone tortoise shell was thrown out, it rapidly expanded. There was no brilliance, nor did it emit any mighty fluctuations of power. It was completely like an ordinary stone tortoise shell that could change size at will. However, when the stone tortoise shell collided with the fist of the 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, the fist that contained unparalleled demonic power actually exploded with a bang. Moreover, the momentum of the stone tortoise shell did not decrease. After smashing the giant fist, it directly smashed into the 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow and actually caused it to dissipate. The stone tortoise shell had a great origin. It was the mystic tortoise divine armor. According to legend, the mystic tortoise was the first tortoise born at the beginning of the world. It was the ancestor of all tortoises. Although the mystic tortoise divine armor was simple and unadorned, it was said to be able to smash anything. The 1,000-meter-tall demonic shadow was smashed by the mystic tortoise divine armor, and the demon hidden in the surging demonic aura also suffered a great impact. Demonic blood dripped from the demonic clouds. Just as Old Tortoise was about to retract the mystic tortoise divine armor, a ball of black light that looked like a black sun broke through the layers of demonic aura and flew towards the stone tortoise shell. That ball of demonic light was extremely fast. Bam! It ruthlessly smashed into the stone tortoise shell. The terrifying demonic power shook the stone tortoise shell and caused it to vibrate. It was a devil bead that emitted a faint black light. It contained great demonic power and emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. The stone tortoise shell was almost smashed away. Old Tortoise had a stone tortoise shell, and the demon also had a precious demonic treasure. Old Tortoise hurriedly waved his hand and the mystic tortoise divine armor immediately flew into his hand. The devil bead, under the control of the demon, emitted a bright demonic light and flew towards Old Tortoise. It was like a black sun colliding with Old Tortoise. The terrifying power caused heaven and earth to tremble. Just as the devil bead smashed in front of Old Tortoise, swoosh! A tall figure directly walked out of the void in front of Old Tortoise without warning. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed, and after that person walked out of the void, he swung his rod at the demonic bead that was flying towards him. A terrifying aura that could dominate the world erupted from that figure, and the aura of an expert that looked down on the world was completely revealed. Boom! A loud sound was heard and the entire world trembled as if it was about to collapse. The black rod directly swept the devil bead. The extremely domineering power directly smashed it away. The corpse general avatar was an indestructible martial body that contained great martial power. Coupled with the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in its hand, it could be said to be invincible. After smashing the demonic bead, the corpse general doppelganger swung its staff at the demonic aura in front of it. The boundless demonic aura instantly dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. The figure of the demon appeared in front of everyone, revealing its true appearance. It was a skinny guy who looked like a mummy. His eyes were bloodshot and sunken into his eye sockets. His skin was tightly attached to his bones, and there seemed to be no flesh at all. It was as if he was a skeleton wearing human skin. This was a devil corpse. Two experts that were comparable to almighties? Seeing that the situation was not good, the devil corpse immediately wanted to retreat. He definitely had no chance of winning against the two of them alone. Moreover, the two of them had great treasures that he was afraid of. Old Tortoise and the corpse general avatar closed in on the devil corpse. This was equivalent to two old tortoises fighting the devil corpse. In a battle of the same level, Old Tortoise could be said to be invincible. The devil corpse recalled the devil bead that was smashed away by the corpse general avatar. After that, he did not attack Old Tortoise or the corpse general avatar. Instead, he immediately turned around and fled. Chapter 556. No one had expected that the terrifying demonic zombie, which was as powerful as an almighty, would actually escape. Everyone was greatly surprised. The demonic zombie turned into a streak of black light and instantly disappeared into the dusky world. It was so fast that even the Old Tortoise could not stop it in time. The Old Tortoise did not chase after it. He did not want to be entangled with it in the first place. He opened his inner world and stored the corpse general avatar inside before flying towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Humph! That demonic brat is so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. The Old Tortoise said disdainfully. Could that guy have gone to look for help? Erebus said, feeling a little uneasy. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Gu Fei said in a low voice as he glanced at the countless demonic creatures that almost filled the entire city below. This was simply an army of demonic creatures. They were like locusts that destroyed everything in their path. The giant city was collapsing. From time to time, the sound of buildings collapsing could be heard, and smoke and dust billowed. With so many demonic creatures gathered together, the entire area was filled with demonic aura. If countless demonic creatures were to swarm them all at once, even those super experts who had surpassed the Emperor realm would be shocked. Black Brat, lead the way. Let's go. The Old Tortoise knew that the terrifying demonic zombie was definitely not the only powerful demonic creature. If the demonic zombie really found help, it would be difficult for them to escape. He Tian nodded. He did not hesitate. After determining the direction, He led Gu Fei and the old tortoise into the distant sky on a yin-yang escape light that resembled a divine rainbow. Soon, the escape light of Gu Fei and the others disappeared under the dusky sky. As soon as Gu Fei and the others left, a few terrifying and powerful evil auras appeared in the direction that the demon corpse had escaped to. Then, a torrential demonic aura surged toward Sovereign City in an earth-shattering manner. The violent and evil demonic auras spread between heaven and earth. Even the countless demonic creatures that were wreaking havoc in Supreme City were trembling in fear. In just an instant, the surging demonic clouds from afar shrouded the entire area. The area seemed to have instantly turned into a demonic domain. One could not even see their own fingers in front of them. It was completely plunged into darkness. A few rays of blood-colored demonic light flickered in the demonic clouds. Those were the demonic eyes that shot out evil light that swept across the sky and earth. Roar! A demonic howl sounded from within the demonic clouds. The terrifying sound waves shook the heavens and earth. The supreme demonic aura emanated from the demonic clouds. All the demonic creatures on the ground knelt on the ground in fear, as if they were worshipping a supreme monarch, terrified beyond words. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others were already thousands of miles away. Old Tortoise had also erased their auras along the way, so the terrifying demon in the demonic cloud did not discover anything. Under He Tian's lead, they arrived at the third giant city controlled by the celestial race, Xianxia City. It was a giant city that was shrouded in divine light. The sky above the giant city was not dark because a seven-colored divine pearl was floating above the city. The pearl emitted a dazzling seven-colored divine light. When the divine light shone down, the entire giant city was bathed in the seven-colored divine light, making it look like a dream. It was obvious that someone had used a great divine power to fix a divine pearl high up in the sky, dispelling the endless darkness. It also dispelled the yin qi and underworld fog in the giant city. At this time, Xianxia City was not attacked by demonic creatures. There were still many undead creatures coming in and out of the city. However, the atmosphere in the city was rather tense, as if a storm was brewing. We finally found a city with people. Ah, no, it should be a giant city with undead creatures. He Tian said. The birth of the demonic stone dragon had stirred up the world of death. The power of the demonic path increased greatly, and they launched an attack on the celestial race. The entire world of death was in chaos. Xianxia City was lucky that it had not been attacked by demonic creatures. However, the situation was still unclear and it was hard to predict what would happen in the city. Enter the city. Old Tortoise flew towards the giant city. Gu Fei and He Tian quickly followed. The seven-colored divine pearl floating above the giant city emitted a faint divine light. It was as if there was a seven-colored immortal cloud shrouding the sky above the giant city. The divine light shone like a dream. Xianxia City was indeed worthy of its name. When they got closer, Gu Fei noticed that the undead creatures that were bathed in the seven-colored divine light did not seem to feel any discomfort. The seven-colored divine light did not cause any harm to the undead creatures. Gu Fei and the others wanted to fly directly into the city. However, when they were close to the giant city, two figures suddenly rushed out of the city. To be precise, they were two skeletal undead creatures. The undead at the front had purple divine bones that were sparkling and translucent. Rays of light flowed on the surface of the divine bones, and a powerful soul force surged within them. The other undead creature had a blood-colored skeleton. It looked like a blood-colored agate. Its skeleton was shrouded in a layer of bloody light like a bloody mist. Halt! The purple undead creature's skull emitted a soul fluctuation and stopped Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. A monarch stage undead creature? Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw the two undead creatures. He could sense a powerful energy fluctuation from the skeletal bodies of the two undead creatures. Humph! The old tortoise sneered and suddenly released the powerful aura of a quasi-almighty. In an instant, it was as if an ancient demon venerable had descended. The whole world trembled violently under its terrifying coercion. The emperor of the two undead creatures in front of him was sent flying thousands of meters away, as if he had been smashed by a 500-kilogram hammer. Gotcha! 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 Cracks appeared on the skeletal bodies of the two emperors of the undead clan. Those were the divine bones of emperors. They were as hard as divine iron. Even divine weapons might not be able to cause any threat to such skeletal bodies. You're not from the divine race. You'd better not intervene in the matters between us and the divine race. The emperor of the undead clan, whose skeletal body was like coral and agate, said in a deep voice. The two undead creatures were, after all, Emperor Realm experts. Although they were shocked by Old Tortoise's strength, they did not back down. Emperor Realm experts were already the strongest existences in the outer regions of the world of death. The Emperor Realm experts in the inner regions of the world of death seemed to have an additional skill compared to the Emperor Realm experts in the outer regions of the world of death. That was the ability to distinguish the aura of outsiders. These Emperor Realm experts who lived in the depths of the world of death had obtained the inheritance of their respective races. They knew many secrets of the world of death and possessed a certain ability to distinguish the unique imprints of this world. What's going on? Isn't this a huge city controlled by the divine race? Old Tortoise said coldly. He stared coldly at the two emperors of the undead clan. A murderous aura spread from his body without any concealment. Xianxia City has been taken over by our race. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. The emperor with the blood-red skeletal body said sternly. The soul fire in his skull was pulsating violently. The soul fire in the skull of the Emperor Realm expert of the undead clan was as bright as the sun. It was hard to look at it directly. The intensity of the soul wave was like a vast ocean. However, everyone present was an expert among experts. Although the two Emperor Realm experts of the undead clan were extremely powerful and could move unhindered in the world of death, to Gu Fei and the rest, these two emperors were nothing. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, these two emperors were nothing. Gu Fei had once used the mountain and river cauldron to refine the Azura emperor of the blood fiend Azura clan to death. The Shura sovereign was much stronger than the two sovereigns of the undead clan. Xianxia City has fallen into the hands of the undead clan? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. It seemed that Xianxia City was not spared either. It seemed that there would no longer be anyone from the divine race in the city. The words of the two emperors of the undead clan were very rude. Old Tortoise could not help but be angry because he had missed his target again. You're courting death, Old Tortoise said coldly. His murderous aura surged all over his body. He took a step forward like an ancient deity strolling. The entire void shook under his feet. With just one step, Old Tortoise arrived in front of the two emperors of the undead clan in an instant. The two emperors of the undead clan were instantly scared out of their wits. The other party was too powerful. They wanted to retreat, but they were horrified to find that the entire void was imprisoned by a great force. They could not move their skeletal bodies at all. Killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant, Old Tortoise said as he slowly raised his right hand. Purple divine light shone from his palm, as if it was carved out of purple gold divine jade. It emitted a mighty destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. The two emperors of the undead clan were in despair. The other party was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. They could not fight back at all and were about to be killed by the other party. Please show mercy. Just as Old Tortoise was about to kill the two emperors of the undead clan, a faintly discernible soul fluctuation suddenly came from the huge city below. At this moment, the movement in the sky outside the city had already been detected by the undead clan in the city. Many powerful undead creatures had gathered outside the city and were watching from afar. Ha! Old Tortoise stopped the moment he sensed the soul fluctuation. The purple divine light in his hand was still flickering. Why did Old Tortoise stop? Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, asked in confusion. He did not sense the soul fluctuation coming from the huge city. Something seems strange. He Tian transmitted his voice. He seemed to have sensed a trace of a strange fluctuation. It was hard to capture, but it really existed. Foreign guests, can you forgive their rudeness? At this moment, Old Tortoise captured the soul fluctuation again. It was illusory, elusive, and difficult to identify where it came from. Who are you? Old Tortoise was very surprised. He spread his divine consciousness in all directions and instantly enveloped a part of the world. He knew that there were experts of the same level as him in Xianxia City. Chapter 557. The wisp of soul fluctuation coming from the city was very ethereal, and it was difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Old Tortoise couldn't help but shiver. The other party's cultivation and strength were definitely not below his own. Old Tortoise noticed that Gu Fei and He Tian were looking at him in confusion. What's going on? Don't they know what's going on? Old Tortoise was even more shocked. It seemed that he was the only one who had captured the wisp of soul fluctuation. This was intentional. Outrageous! Old Tortoise cursed inwardly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two undead emperors flying thousands of meters away. He had some misgivings, so he didn't kill them. The two emperors of the undead clan were overjoyed that they had escaped death. The spirit fires in their skulls throbbed violently. Humph! I know you're in the city. I didn't kill them not because I'm afraid of you. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice. He knew that the other party could definitely hear his transmission. Thank you. Can you come down for a while? The wisp of soul fluctuation was no longer ethereal or hidden. It came directly from the palace in the center of the city. Old Tortoise immediately captured the location of the soul fluctuation and said to Gu Fei and He Tian, "Wait for me here." With that, Old Tortoise disappeared into the void in an instant. The next moment, he had already rushed into the city and appeared above the palace in the center of the city. It was a palace bathed in rainbow divine light, like the residence of an emperor in the human world. It was dazzlingly illuminated by the rainbow divine light. Old Tortoise stood in the void above the palace, allowing the rainbow divine light to fall on him. At that moment, his entire state of mind became extremely calm, without any ripples. This kind of divine light. Old Tortoise was very surprised. The Lord of Xianxia City was really generous. He had actually placed a divine bead that could calm a cultivator's mind in the sky above the city. The divine light emitted by this divine bead could actually affect Old Tortoise's state of mind. If he carried this bead with him, his cultivation would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. He wouldn't have to worry about being possessed by the devil. The Old Tortoise looked up at the colorful divine pearl in the sky, then rushed into the hall below. What's going on? That soul fluctuation just now. That soul fluctuation was no longer concealed. Gu Fei had also sensed that soul fluctuation. There seems to be a big shot in the city, He Tian said calmly. What? Gu Fei exclaimed. He immediately realized that the reason why Old Tortoise didn't kill the two emperors of the undead clan just now should be because of that big shot. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the giant city ahead. After Old Tortoise rushed into the city, he did not directly fight with the big shot. Something's not right, Gu Fei murmured. Celestial Reflection City had been taken over by the undead clan, and it was very likely that the four great undead clans had joined forces to attack the Celestial clan. The Celestial clan seemed to be in big trouble and had no choice but to give up on Celestial Reflection City. One should know that a god race expert who could control a giant city was probably a terrifying existence like Saintly. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the undead clan expert was to be able to force the city lord of Xianxia City to leave. The current situation was very unfavorable for Gu Fei and He Tian. The powerful undead creatures in the city were converging towards them. More than a dozen King Realm undead kings rushed out of the giant city one after another. These undead kings vaguely formed an encirclement around Gu Fei and He Tian. The emperors of the undead clan with purple and red bone bodies were also glaring covetously at Gu Fei and He Tian from afar. They were very unfriendly. Swish! A white skeleton suddenly rushed out of Xianxia City and stood opposite Gu Fei and He Tian. The soul fire in its eye sockets directly emitted two rays of cold light, sweeping towards Gu Fei and He Tian. This was a very ordinary skeleton. The soul fluctuation in the skull was not strong, and there seemed to be no power flowing on the skeleton. Unlike the purple and blood-colored skeletons, this white skeleton's bone body seemed to be an ordinary bone body. There was nothing special about it. It was like the skeleton left behind by a dead person. However, it was such a skeleton that made Gu Fei feel a strong pressure. An ordinary skeleton made Gu Fei feel a trace of uneasiness. Although this white skeleton was ordinary, its strength was comparable to the Azura Emperor of the blood-evil Azura clan that he refined with the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei quickly made a judgment about the strength of the white skeleton in front of him. To be able to refine the Azura Emperor to death, Gu Fei could be said to have hit the jackpot. If he were to do it again, the Azura Emperor would definitely not let him be easily absorbed into the mountain and river cauldron. How unexpected, how unbelievable! The white skeleton seemed to be very interested in Gu Fei. Without any disguise, it directly probed Gu Fei with its soul power. This white skeleton did not emit any killing intent. It did not seem to have any evil intentions. It was only very curious about Gu Fei, and completely ignored He Tian who was standing beside Gu Fei. You really came from the outside world? The white skeleton thought for a long time before asking Gu Fei. Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown, then said, "Is this very strange?" He did not know why the white skeleton would ask such a question. "Not strange but very strange," the white skeleton said. "Why do you say that?" Gu Fei asked. "Because in this world, there has never been an outsider like you," the white skeleton said. The white skeleton said. It seemed to be very excited. The soul fire in its skull was constantly throbbing. "If there is no outsider, then how do you know about the existence of another world?" Gu Fei asked. He was very curious. It seemed that the powerful creatures of death in the depths of the Hell Realm knew that this world was like a cage of heaven and earth, and that countless creatures of death were trapped in this side of the world. The white skeleton said, "I said that there has never been an outsider like you, but I did not say that there are no outsiders. A long, long time ago, there were many souls that constantly entered this world from the outside." After hearing this, Gu Fei immediately understood. The Hell Realm was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it was the place where the souls of those who died and died returned to. The outsiders of this world were the souls of all living beings. However, according to the white skeleton, for some unknown reason, the souls of those who died and died no longer entered this world of death a long, long time ago. However, because of the passage of time, the various things about the outside world had become unverifiable legends.